Welcome to chapter 1, the cloud. So, domain 1, cloud concept, define the cloud and its value proposition. We need to identify the economies of cloud, no? And we have to list different cloud architecture and design principles. Okay, so introduction. So let's say you want to make smart choices for your organization. Let's say you have an on-prem. So when I say on-prem, all the servers, networking resources is still inside your data center, physical data center, which resides in your office. Okay, so as I mentioned kanina, you let's say for example you're paying millions and millions of pesos for each month. No, try to imagine for 10 months 100 million peso in terms of operational expenses, management expenses, subscription, connectivity, and so on. Napakamahal, no? So dito, one will be solution is to migrate yung on-prem to the cloud, which doesn't have OPEX. You will have, sorry, it doesn't have CapEx, which is capital expenses. You only need to pay an operational expense, which is OPEX. No? So within the cloud, napakadaming benefits. No? Pero before we go there, we need to understand what is cloud computing. No? So using a public cloud is about using other people's server to run your digital workloads, to run your application, to run your web servers. Okay? In a sense, there's no significance difference yung kesyo physical siya or running your application 24 by 7 in a cloud. No? So in both cases, one benefit ng cloud is faster deployment. You can launch an application and function within minutes, no? And avoiding over-provisioning are the key goals. Over-provisioning, let's say you have so many images, napakadaming VMDK master image that you have to keep in your storage. Remember, storage is a very expensive resource, no? So one benefit in cloud computing is HA and scalability. So HA and scalability is a very, very big topic in cloud. In fact, ito yung core service which most of the cloud are offering. So one model is to design multiple layers of redundancy. Okay, HA. HA, in other words, is just failover. If the first host fails, it will just move to the next host. No? Scalable naman, as I've mentioned a while ago, is a definition of how do you scale up or provision automatically without user intervention another servers. Talagang as in, you don't need to hire a highly system engineer na sampo kasi back in the old days, no, we're supporting yung Jetstar. Pag sale like yung Cebu Pack pag sale nila, na 1,000 users hitting one server, and usually they see this HTTP 404 page not found. Kasi nga, overwhelming server. So ginagawa namin, magbe-build pa kami ng server, no? Building, pinakamabilis siguro 1 hour. Build kami, tapos we gonna join to the pool, tapos it will participate in a load balancing scenario. Imagining yung loss na 1 hour. So dito, sa scalability, no user intervention, AWS will provision another server for you on demand. Okay. Another benefit is you can connect resources anywhere in the world. So let's say there's a failure in Philippines, no? You can fail over to Singapore, you can fail over to Malaysia or Virginia or some part of the edge location ng AWS. So ito yung selling point nila, yung two core services na yan. No? And AWS has professionally secured infrastructure. So ito yung how do you secure a highly well-built infrastructure, no? So yun nga, in terms of networking, how do you upload the data? So data in transit will be kept inside the VPN, which is hidden yung mga packets nila from attackers or actors, no? Sa on-prem din, yung mga data address will be encrypted. So meron special encryption sila for VM only, no? So they have secured this infrastructure at iisa-isahin natin yan. How do you secure in terms of creating a VPN, firewall, and network security gateway? Gagawin natin yan. No? Then they also have metered payment model. Ito yung tinatawag na pay as you go. Let's say you only use 1 hour of the service. Kasi you just made a presentation sa customer ninyo about cost-benefit analysis na why you need to migrate. Kasi ito yung magiging cost. 1 hour lang yung presentation mo. You don't need to purchase a server. So all you need to do is pay for the hourly rate. Let's say $3. So yun lang babayaran mo. O di ba? You don't need to purchase any hardware. Okay, so before we go to the core service, I have to explain to you ano ba yun yung virtualization. So some of you already know yung virtualization. No? So the secret sauce of the cloud is all infrastructure are all virtualized. No? They are virtual machine. So meron tayong compute layer, storage layer, and then meron pa ditong networking layer. And then meron dito on the physical server, install ESX VMware or Citrix Zen Server or Microsoft Hyper-V to manage all the four hierarchy such as storage, compute, networking, and other resources to deliver to each virtual machine. No, let's say compute, so may 4 na CPU, didistribute niya dito yan evenly. Okay? So storage naman, let's say you have 10 petabyte, VMDK will be provisioned dynamically, meaning needed lang. No? So kung 100 gig to, probably gamit lang niya is 10 megabytes. No? No? So kasi dynamically expanding. No? So in short, they are sharing resources in one physical server. No? Sa VMware, you can have 64 virtual machine, maximum sa isang ESX, di ba? So imagine mo, isang physical server, you can have 64 virtual machines. Ang dami, no? Sa cloud platform naman, cloud services come in more one flavor. So meron tong tatlong flavor. First is infra as a service. So from the word itself, yung infrastructure. The physical infrastructures generally simulate the look and feel you get from physical resources. So what's the speed of your CPU will be delivered to the virtual machine. No, let's say 5 gigahertz. 5 gigahertz is a VM. Kung kailangan mo ng 32 gigabyte, no, can be delivered sa virtual machine din. So yung physical na yon, no, will be delivered and virtualized into a different layer of resources. No? So this will be your playing ground, the physical infra which resides in each data center which AWS hosted. Meron namang platform as a service. So unlike IaaS, ang platform simplify the process of building an app. So hiding the infra. So wala kayong visibility sa physical. So one biggest advantage is wala na kayong warranty. If the motherboard blown up, if the hard drive suddenly met yung mean time before failure na every 2 years, di ba, nasisira yun. Na kailangan palit na tawag ka pa sa Dell, tapos yung Dell nasa Malaysia. We need to raise a service request. No, abutin yung linggo. Dito, you don't have to worry. All you need to do is the platform. You need to hire the platform it's running. Let's say, .NET application developed by your company, you will rent the platform na .NET. If your developer develop Java naman, Java yung program ng website nyo, you only need the platform Java 2 SSE. No? So depende kung ano yung platform. So without worrying the complexity of the infrastructure. Okay, so you only need to pay as you go. One example of PaaS is Elastic Beanstalk and ECS. Iisa-isayin natin, dadaanan natin yan. And then meron namang software as a service. So you don't have to worry about the infra. You don't have to worry where the application is running, such as Windows, Linux. Wala na kayong worried about that. You only use application just like yung Gmail ninyo. Di ba? Meron na kayong mail service. Na? Meron na rin kayong Google Drive. So you don't care even if the file got corrupted kasi they have resiliency. No, you wouldn't even know na corrupt yung file kasi they can restore easily. Okay? Kasi sa AWS, merong triplicate copy kagad. Okay? Na up to I think more than 600 days no na naka-store to na even if it got corrupted, they can easily restore back kasi nga may triplicate copy right away. So to give you a breakdown of responsibility across multiple infrastructure, this is your responsibility and this is cloud platform responsibility. Okay? So let's say you're running data center. Manager kayo ng data center. Okay? These are all your responsibilities. Ano yung mga responsibility na nag-host ng physical servers? Ito physical. First of all, hardware. You have to make sure na optimize yung hardware niya, di ba? Na instead of using 1 gigabit sa virtual NIC, no, as much as possible, 10 gigabit NIC ang gagamitin nyo. Napaka-expensive nun. Next one, storage hardware. Sa amin, we're using NetApp Filer. No? Yun yung pinakamura, no? About millions of dollars. No? Hindi lang yan. How do you connect server to the storage? Kailangan nyo mag-purchase ng Cisco devices, no? Yung mga Cisco MDS, yung mga Fabric Interconnect, yung mga iSCSI connectivity, napakamahal nun. Plus, bibili pa kayo ng virtualization software such as VMware vSphere, Citrix and Server, Microsoft Hyper-V. Plus, on top of the virtualization OS, bibili pa kayo ng operating systems such as Windows, Linux. Tapos, on top of the operating system, doon pa lang kayo pwede mag-host ng database. O di ba hassle? Ang dami yung worry. Then after launching, implementing database, you need to hire DBA to maintain the database plus security. So dito napapasok may cybersecurity nyo, yung mga pen testing, tapos magrarang kayo ng Nessus, tapos magrarang kayo ng mga Rapid7 to scan for vulnerability. Every month magpapatch pa kayo. No, kami nagpa-patch kami up until now ng framework tsaka Log4j. If you victim by Log4j, no? 2 months kami bago namin na-patch yung mga host namin. Imagine mo, Windows Server pa kaya. Diba? Plus, ito na yung main business ninyo, yung code na dinevelop nyo na gusto nyo ibenta sa government o sa public. Nakita nyo yung worry in running a whole infrastructure, physical infra. So these are all responsibility. Okay, so that will be a big problem. Now, cloud was invented to address all these deliverables na tinatawag nila, no? All this responsibility, outsource mo na lang sa AWS, Azure, sa Google. So ito na yung cloud model. So these are their responsibility. Now, if you avail infra as a service, you don't have to worry about any hardware. All you have to worry is about paying for the license, installing the license, patching, and so on. Okay? If you avail platform, you don't have to worry about what database you will be running. Yung application nyo will be hosted in a serverless environment by AWS, and you only pay per access, or per hour. Try to imagine na eliminate ito. Ang dami, di ba? Kung ito 10 million peso a month, siguro mga 8 million na lang. 8 million na wala, 1 million a month na lang yung worry mo or in expense mo. Okay? Move tayo sa software. So dito, you don't have to install anything. Like Google, no? You use the software. You use the software to send email, no? Like Dropbox. You can synchronize anywhere, di ba? Like yung mga Facebook services, they can chat to anyone. No, you don't have to worry. You didn't even have to pay anything, di ba? So this is the software. Okay, so that's the biggest advantage why you need to move to cloud. Okay, that's the biggest advantage. Next is the serverless workloads. So besides doing an excellent job emulating traditional server, most cloud providers can also enable entirely new ways to administrate application data, no, within these 3 platforms. Okay, so serverless model as provided by services is called Lambda. So one example of serverless is this one platform server. If you avail Lambda, okay, you don't need to install operating system. You don't need to install database. All you need to do, your application will be connected sa MariaDB database, and that will be secured. And you don't have to pay anything about operating system, patching, and so on. Okay, so in short, he wants to point out that your workloads can be in a serverless manner, running 24/7. Okay, so scalability and elasticity. Elasticity is the how elastic can you provision? How elastic can you scale up? No, let's say within a few seconds. Let's say Cebu Park Air has a workload of 10,000 passenger kasi Holy Week eh. Kailangan nila mag-book, di ba? So na-ramp up yung utilization, 90% na. So dito, he can elastically add a new server. Siguro 10 server, 20 server within a few seconds. Okay? Scalability naman is how you multiply the number of instances. Okay, so let's say sale. It's our sale, Cebu Pack sale. You can do vertical, no? Then horizontal. Vertical is uplifting the number of CPUs and memory. No, horizontal naman from 10 instances multiply into 20 agad. So instead of having 90% on each server, no? Dun sa 10 server, siguro 9%, 9%, 9%, 9%, 9%. Hence, that will be in an optimized state. Diba? Hence, you can serve your customer, no, quickly. They can book reservation, they can pay right away. No? Kasi payment gateway is the bloodline of their business. No? The more customer they're paying you, the more amount of money that the company can get. Okay? So meron tayong AWS account. So yung mga wala pa, exercise na tayo. Kung wala pa, ganito mag-create. No? So click nyo lang yung link na yan. Okay, so that will open AWS. Sign into console. Ako nakalagin na ako eh. So I'm inside the console. Okay. So kung di pa kayo nakapag-create, all you need to do is enter your email address. Okay? Sino wala pang account dito? Let me know. Alberto, do you have AWS already? Ben?
Yes, sir, meron.
Meron na. Lloyd? Sino wala pa? Okay, kung wala pa kayo, ito na yun. No, how do you create? So, put your name, select an account type, okay? Then enter your debit card. Usually, mga student, they use video debit card, no? And for some sort of authentication, they will deduct, I think, $3.80, but that will be returned on the same day. And then merong phone verification, it will text a number, or call me now. It will send a voicemail. And then one last step if you want to purchase support plan. So you can skip your support plan because you only want the free tier. Okay, free tier lang. Okay? So sa exam, lalabas dito sa module 1, you need to understand how large and geographically dispersed yung infra. And you need to understand ano yung metered, ano yung pay-per-use, and understanding cloud services. Okay? So may review question dito. Let's see if we can answer. Which of the following does not contribute significantly to the operational value of a large cloud provider? Okay, the way I take an exam is by using process of elimination. Okay, so question, which of the following does not contribute significantly to the operation? Okay, does not contribute. So tingnan natin, multi-regional presence, AWS, that's true. Highly experienced teams of security engineer, vague, no? So X, I'll put an X mark. Deep experience in retail sphere, not related. Walang bearing. Metered pay-per-use pricing. So somehow parang tama, di ba? Ito yung definition. So, does not contribute. You don't need deep experience in retail sphere, no? Or could be highly experienced teams of security engineer kasi AWS will be the one to provide you that, no? Pero ang answer ko, C. Okay? Anybody who has an answer? Tandaan natin C, ha? So, babalikan natin yan. Tingnan natin kung tama. So, we're doing review right now in preparation of your examination, module by module. Okay? Okay, next one. I'll be asking question. This is what I discussed, HA. No? So, who can answer? John Tamisen, can you choose your best answer? So, select 2. So, sa examination, right minus wrong, select 2. You might be wondering, 1,000 points, paano naging 990? Eh, perfect na may answer. Kasi nga, nag-minus sila. No? If you selected one is correct, the other is wrong, minus siya. No? So, okay, anyone? Marston, can you answer number 2?
Yes po, sir.
We should following our sense of a highly available application.
So yan, na-discuss ko yan. So focus tayo sa discussion, then yung question related naman sa na-discuss.
Following our sense of highly available. Sir, letter B.
Letter B, okay. Okay, B. So question dito, which of the following are signs of
Sense of
HA?
highly available.
Tandaan nyo, keyword, ako, HA, high availability, ibig sabihin failover. Pag namatay isang host sa Singapore, lilipat sa Malaysia, di ba? So okay, next step, in taking exam, process of elimination. So nag-match ba sa definition ng understanding natin? So A, failure in one region will trigger failover. O parang tama, di ba? So ako, if you're gonna ask me, I'll select A. Ganun, no? So madali mag-answer sa mga nag-aral. Isa pa. B, apps are protected behind multiple security. This is security topic, no? Encryption, data at rest, data in transit, so not related sa HA. So X na yan, no? C, virtualized hypervisor. She's talking about hypervisor, not related sa HA. Next, spikes in user demand are met through auto increase. Ano to? Anong definition to, anybody? Auto increase, horizontal, vertical.
Elasticity, sir.
Scalability. Okay?
Scalability pala.
Elasticity, how fast you can scale up. So definition of scalability. So D is wrong. So the answer is A. Ganun, ano? A. Okay? Ito yung choice ko. Tingnan natin kung tama. Okay? And then it's up to you to read this one. Bahala na kayo dyan kasi wala tayong time.
Sir, choppy ka po.
Choppy ba ako? Oh my God. Your internet connection is unstable. Teka, antayin ko lang ha. May nag-YouTube yata sa bahay ko. So how do you check the answer? Dito lang, scroll down mo lang. Asa yung answer? So baba tayo. Andito yung answer. Sa baba. Chapter 1. Okay? Tama ba ako? Oy, tama! D. Teka, D.
Tsaka D, sir.
D. Hypervise. Ay, hindi. Scalability. Tama. Scalability. Tama, D. So, number 1, tama tayo. Dito sa A, kulang. No? Kulang. So, ano lesson doon? Please take note. Sabi kanina, select 2. Isa lang pinili ko. So, kung nag-select pa akong isa pa, no, I would select D kasi yung scalability definition yun eh. Di ba?
Sir. A and D.
So, A and D. So, ganun na. So, may reviewer kayo and this has been reviewed. Okay? So, I'm not sure kung meron dito hindi papasa sa exam. Kasi may reviewer, di ba? To test your understanding. So, gawin nyo to 10 beses. I can guarantee you na papasa kayo sa examination. And I would suggest mag-exam kayo, no? Before May 8. Kung gusto niyo mag-exam, no, May 8. A month after, no? The first week of the month after. Pero after that, let's say after 5, 6, 7, 8, wala na, malilimutan nyo to. So kung ako sa iyo, mag-exam na kayo kagad, ha? Ganun ako eh. Ako pag after 2 months nag-aral, nalimutan ko na. Kasi ang daming trabaho, di ba? Okay? So that's Module 1. Any question about Module 1? Basic pa lang yan.
Sir, question po.
Go ahead.
Yung sa certificate po, gaano po katagal yung expiry?
3 years. 3 years.
3 years po.
Kung nakita niyo yung certificate ko, ito yung certificate. Solution architect to, 2019. Okay, so mag-expire to ng nag-expire na siya. But it doesn't matter. Ito yung mga question. It doesn't matter kahit mag-expire dahil title nyo pa rin yan. Sa inyo pa rin yan. Walang pwedeng gumawa. Isa ka pa rin, let's say, isa ka pa rin Microsoft Certified Solution Associate na pwede may ilagay sa resume mo. No? Forever and ever na yan. So ito, wala na to eh. No? Wala nang Windows. So, mga employer, naghahanap pa rin. Kasi, di ba puro Windows server na sa opisina nila? So, they're looking for someone na MCSA do expire na. So, yung mga may title nito, mga student ko, sir, legend na. Paano ka naging legend? Kasi patay na yung course. patay na yun, no? Pero hinahanap pa naman employer. So yung mga bago ngayon, puro Azure. Azure, ano ba nag-run na operating system sa Azure? Anybody?
Windows?
Windows, di
Sir.
ba? Windows. So paano ka magiging certified sa Windows kung wala ng MCSA? So legend sila, sir. Inoperan ako. Kasi ako lang meron. Yung iba iba wala na. Kasi hindi na nga ino-offer. So legend ka na. Forever and ever na yan. Sa iyo yan. Kahit mag-expire doesn't matter. No, yung CCNA, sa inyo na yan forever and ever. Okay, next one. Let's move on. Chapter 2, billing. Okay, billing. So dito, we're gonna compare pricing model between on-prem and cloud. Makikita ninyo, mahal pala ng on-prem. Anyway, I have described to you ano yung on-prem, no? On-prem, ito yung physical. Excuse me. Teka, excuse me. Wala akong coffee. Okay, sorry, sinamid ako. Kumuha muna akong kape. AWS account. So we're gonna compare the various pricing models. Dito sa chapter 2, we're gonna recognize various account structures, which is related sa billing and pricing. And we're gonna identify resources available for billing support. No? So meron tatlong billing support. So AWS is like a meatball in spaghetti, composed of many meats, many resources. No, each account can access 100 services, no? Which can be deployed in hundreds or even thousands of permutation. No? Anyone with the right account, such as root or credential or admin, can legitimately use the services and functions. You can launch services, instances, without else knowing. So with all going all time, there are going to be two account level things you want to clear about. So first question, what is all going to cost you? Magkano magiging expense nyo per month, no? And who's doing the implementation? Who's doing the rollout? Who will be the administrator and who will be the practitioners? So maintaining control over access administration will be the main focus for you, no, as a solution architect or as a practitioner. So when you say practitioner, ito yung first job sa cloud, no? Most of my interns sa company namin, we call them practitioner kahit 2 years na sila. Okay? Kasi they can only call you solution architect once you implement a solution provided by AWS, no? Usually after 3 years pa. So dito, you need to take advantage of the free tier. So ano ba yung mga free tier? I'll show you. You need to understand yung services, how they price. Iba per hour, per day, spot instance. No? And you need to understand yung limit. Okay? So you can have a maximum of 10 terabyte sa Snowball, yung mga ganon. If you exceeded, there'll be another price structure. That will be $2 per gigabyte. Yung mga ganon, no? And you have to keep on top of your actual account cost. Ito yung mga surprises sa mga students na naiwan nila yung cloud nila for 3 months. Pagtingin nila sa credit card nila, 20,000 pesos. Sabi, sir, nahack ako. Sir, nahack ako mula nung nag-AWS ako. Hindi na-hack, naiwan mo lang yung 3 virtual machine na Windows na TIG. Si 64 gigabyte RAM ang isa. So naubos yung pera. No? Ganun din sa company namin. No? So nagugulat kami. Wait, bakit umabot ng $500,000? No, nung unang instance namin na migration. Yung pala, the data you are transmitting, may bayad din. No? From your let's say from your data center up to the cloud, may bayad pala 'yon. Kala namin free kasi binigyan kaming quota eh. Oh, free naman, no? 10 terabyte, lumagpas na pala. Oh my God. So, you need to understand ano yung free tier. And free tier ba is really free? Kailan siya free? No, not really 12 months free. Pag sinabing AWS, not really 12 months free. No, I'll tell you something. So yung T2 Micro, 1 CPU, 1 gig RAM, only designed for Linux. They call it Elastic Cloud Compute kasi ECC, EC2. No? Maximum of 750 hours per month. So bakit 750? Ganito yan, calculate natin. Actually, 750 hours for the whole year, for the 12 months period. Ayan o, tingnan niyo. Ayan. Without interruption. Sabi dito, full first year, pero 750. So, totoo bang 750 yan? Asan yung calculator ko? Tandaan nyo, 750 hours per month. 750, ilang hours sa isang araw? 24, tama. So, ilang days lang yan? 31 days. So, meaning, pag na-consume na yung 750, ubos na yung EC2 instance nyo. Okay? Another instance is ito, 750, pero 10 machine naman. 10 instances divided by 10. So, meaning, isang instance 75 hours lang. Okay? So, ganun siya. By the hour. By the hour. So, how do you track your usage? How do you track your free tier? Okay, so just go. Ito na. I'm gonna make a demonstration. Lagi na kayo sa account niyo. Click on AWS. Okay, services. These are all services. These are blades. They call it blades. No? These are all top level services. And then dito yung account name. Account name. Lagi na kayo. Account ID. Ako pinakita ko account ID ka. And your regional presence. So by default, North Virginia ako. Yan. So merong service quotas. Ito yung quota na sinasabi ko. So I can use Athena. Total is 4. I can provision a VM, total 119. And maximum ko sa CloudFormation 24. Maximum ko sa database 9. So these are all my quota. Okay. Same with Azure. Maximum quota sa Singapore is 25. Sa Japan naman 20. So meaning, if you want to provision 30 servers, you have to talk to the technical manager. So magre-raise kayo ng request can you please add 100 virtual machine in Singapore? Kasi kailangan ko ng 100 machine. Hindi yan magre-reply kaagad. Abutin kayo ng days. Okay? Kung gusto niyo 100 servers now na, hindi pwede. Imposible yan. Dahil nga, because of this quota. If you want to check your bill, now you can go to account name, my billing dashboard. Sabihin nyo ako, sabihin na ako. Account name, Nexus, billing dashboard. So, ito yung bills, payments, credits, the one I purchased, and yung free tiers. Tapos, meron ditong budget reports and cost explorer. Cost explorer is the one they will show you what you have availed, what services you have availed for a specific region. As of now, sa US East 1, I haven't used anything, which is good. Kita niya? I haven't used anything. Overview. Usually, I delete all the resources para wala kayong bayaran per month. Recommendations. No recommendation since I usually delete nga everything. Your utilization report. Let's say kailan ba kami nag-lab? Alam ko March 6 nag-lab kami. So wala, no? So dinelete ko. But if you are using, it will be under this blade. Okay? And then billing. So that will include your payment method. Ayan, payment method. So nandito yung debit card niya. Okay? Nandito. And so on. So ito naman yung free tier. So free tier. So I have a free 1 million API request for Amazon CloudWatch. Meaning, if I'm doing monitoring, they can send 1 million signals to sa chart ko. So I can monitor my server's performance. I already used 46 requests. And then Amazon CloudWatch. SNS naman, ito yung simple messaging. Like, let's say, I would like to send an email stating my budget has been reached. So meron akong 1 million requests available for free. As of now, I use 6. So ganyan, marami yung free tier na yan. Hindi lang yan. So free tier, usage tracking, table, display account, and accounts BCS, AWS. So simple storage, meron kang free na 2,000 upload. No? Put is upload. Get is download. If you put a picture, let's say 2,000, marireach mo 100%. No? So dito, it will indicate yun na 33%. Okay. Dito naman, Elastic Compute, it's instances. I have 2 million I/O. Okay. So what's available under free tier? Ano ba yung mga free? No? Meron kayong free. Okay? Lahat kayo may free. Light implementation. So what is Light? Amazon Light is the full working web server, which includes Linux. It's like a LAMP, if you know LAMP. No? You can provision database as well. You can provision containerization. So what is containerization? A container service is a compute, no? Which means you are using part of memory, part of CPU, which you can utilize to deploy operating system, okay, inside the container. Single operating system, but multiple function, multiple code, and multiple packages. Okay. Instances, ito yung mga virtual machines. So if you want to create virtual machines, you can create an instance. So please be familiar. So when you say instance, it's a virtual machine. It's a server. You can also have a storage. No? So let's say you put 100 pictures sa storage, tawagin natin siyang bucket. So what is bucket? Bucket is a cloud storage. Okay? You also have a disk. Okay? elaborated as a volume kasi mas common sa atin ang volume. You can have a snapshots. So let's say meron kang 100 virtual machines and you've taken a snapshot. Snapshot is a backup of light sail. Okay, let's say something went wrong kasi nag-patch kayo, nagkaroon ng blue screen. You can revert back using the snapshot. Okay, yun ang purpose ng snapshot. So pag sinabing light, you can deploy, you can run, you can scale containerized apps on light sail using a few clicks. This is the light version of AWS. So if you're a beginner who would like to host a web, no, you go to light sail. You can also get a detailed rundown of everything that's available for both classes to give you some of the services. So click nyo lang yung free. Ito yung free tiers. Okay? So up to 100,000 in credits, $100,000 in credits. Ang laki, no? So ano yung mga free?
Sir, question.
Go ahead.
Question lang, sir. Doon sa preacher ba pag... Hello?
Sige, go ahead.
Hello, sir. Question lang. Doon para po magkaroon ka ng preacher, for during your registration, your debit card, how much po yung babawas, for example, minimum dollars na kailangan para
I
magkaroon
think
ng
$3.80 tapos ibabalik sa'yo. Pero pa iba-iba, minsan $1.20 then babalik sa'yo. Some sort of authentication lang yan na kung totoo meron kang debit card in Tagalog, kung may pera ka talaga. Magbabawas
Hello, sir.
sila, babalik sa'yo agad.
$3.
Something like that or $1. Sino na-experience dito?
Thank you,
Sino-sino?
sir.
Hello sir, free basic lang po yung kinuha. Okay lang po ba yun?
Oh, okay lang yan. Enough for cloud fundamentals. Kasi hindi
Yes,
naman
sir.
tayo mag-hands-on lab talaga eh. Bonus
Ah,
lang tong dinedemo ko. Wala talagang hands-on lab sa examinations. Puro multiple choice lang. So, ano yung mga free? Yan, 12 months free. Pero, ayan, 750 hours per month now. Ayan, okay. Pero you need to use T2 micro, 1 gig RAM, 1 CPU. Can you run 1 gig RAM on Windows? Sa Linux, pwede, di ba? Okay. Meron ka ding storage. Sorry, anak ko. Mother's Day kasi. 12 months free, 5 gig lang. So, pag 6 gig, ingat kayo. Magde-deduct na yan sa debit card nyo. Okay? You have database din, 750 hours. Pero selected database. Wala ditong Microsoft SQL. Ito lang yung free. So, ingat kayo, no? DynamoDB, 25 gig lang. If your data, no, more than that, additional charge. Sabi dito, always free. Machine learning, SageMaker. So, ano yung machine learning? Like Alexa. Like Siri, for sure. Alam niyo ni Siri. Hello, Siri, what time is it? Diba? Yung mga ganun. What day is it? No? Alexa, spell dog. Di mga ganun. Alexa, play jazz music. SageMaker ito. Doon gina-develop si Alexa. Hindi si Alexa. Mga machine learning, artificial intelligence. No? Free tier, 1 million Lambda serverless. Pero, per request yan. Let's say, may web server kayo tapos Cebu Pacific nga. Let's say nag-book for today is 1,000, 2,000, no? So minus 1 million minus 2,000. Yun ang difference, no? Yun yung remaining balance niya sa Lambda. Okay? Redshift, no? It's a simple cost-effective data warehousing. 2-month trial on DC2 large instance. Open search, it's a Elasticsearch service. It's a log analytics if you'd like to analyze, let's say, huge data. No? And messaging, if you want to send email, alerts, text message. No? Kung gusto mag-email blasting, up to 1 million free. Okay? Napakadami. Okay? Napakadami. Reviewin nyo yan. Dami. Yan ang mga free. So if someone asking me, so ano yung free? Ito yung mga free, ha? Yan ang free. Okay?
Question, sir.
Go ahead.
So, yung mga services na per month basis yung yung rate niya, I mean, yung free tier usage niya. So, every month po ba nagre-reset po ba siya?
Yeah.
Halimbawa, okay po.
May calculation sila. Nire-reset din back to zero. 12-month free tier, 30 gig of either magnetic or SSD. Okay, EBS. EBS is only operating system. Ito yung boot sector ninyo. Pag nag-boot kayo, ito yung hard drive. So that's why pag Windows, they'll be giving you only 30 gig. Not enough, di ba? Pero they're only talking about operating system, not data, ha? Not data. 500 megabyte of free elastic sa ECR. So ito lang yung free 500 megabyte. No? Good enough for coding. 50 gig of download, outbound. Tama, download and outbound. Or download, anything related to outbound. And 2 million HTTP requests. Meron din silang permanently free monitoring. No, monitoring is always free. Kasi ano lang naman yan, merong 5-minute interval. Meaning, let's say nag-down na yung server ng 5 minutes ago, malalaman mo lang after 5 minutes. So, matetempt ka mag-purchase ng every seconds monitoring. Okay? So, nakita niyo yung catch? Okay? You can if you're a solution architect, you have to tell them honestly. Ano ba yung, kala ko ba libre, no? Libre nga, pero may delay ng 5 minutes. Okay? You have to tell them honestly, no? Kasi nagbebenta ka ng solution. 10 gigabyte of data retrieval from storage na tawag nila is Glacier. Okay? Kung nakatambak yung VMDK nyo, yung master image nyo, may master image 20 gigabyte yun, no? So, laki nun. This is not enough. You can do you can send an email, 62,000 outgoing. Okay, pero may limit na. If it's more than that, may X amount of money. 1 million requests and 3.2 million seconds of compute sa serverless if you avail this one. So may mga quota, no? Ito yung pino-point out natin. Okay, may quota. So finding the pricing, so sir, magkano naman yung iba? Ito. Click nyo lang to. For storage, ito yung pricing. So merong 5 gig free storage for 12 months. No? So how it works? So let's say may gusto kong i-upload such as video. Gusto yung mag-backup sa storage. Anyway, bucket is a storage. No? If you would like to send MDB, the Microsoft database, if you want to store surveillance logs, security logs, and if you want to store similar to GitHub, yung mga codes ninyo kasi kailangan i-share to your partners in America. If you want to share video, dito yan. So the moment you access, you get. Okay? Di lang yun ang cost doon. The moment you access, let's say, you would like to optimize the data, may cost yan. You would like to copy the data from Singapore to Malaysia, may cost yan. Kasi copy, synchronize, copy, sync, may cost din yan. No? Yun. So pricing documentation is specific sa service nila. Okay, so ito na, actual hands-on. We're gonna calculate monthly cost for EC2 instance. Or magkano? Kasi gusto ko mag-run ng web server 24/7. So tawag doon, server EC2 yun. So dito, even if you're a newbie, now you have no idea what it's all about, no? Kino-close ko kasi natatambakan na ako. Ito na, kakalculate na natin. So there are 3 models of pricing. The free one, which I explained earlier. The on-demand, which is whenever you use, okay, what will you be using? And spot instance, which is a lock-in contract for 2 years or 3 years. Okay, ulitin ko. Free for 12 months. Current ongoing operational expense. And ito yung lock-in contract. Ay, madali intindihan, di ba? Meron din kayong savings plan, pero 3 years. No? Gusto ko makamura ng 70%. Well, locking kasi 3 years. Mas makakamura ka. Okay? Or you can lease the physical server. Let's say 1 terabyte RAM, quad-core CPU, yung mga 4 na physical CPU, pwede rin yon. Pero may dedicated pricing. It's very, very expensive. No? Na you can run serverless na kahit anong gawin mo, okay lang. No? Meron namang per second billing. No? Tandaan nyo, minimum 60 seconds. So let's say you use 10 seconds. Bibuild ka ng 1 minute ka agad. Okay? Kasi hindi ka naman pwede i-bill na ng 2 minutes na. So, minimum 60 seconds. If you use 30 seconds, 60 seconds yun. Okay? So, ayan. So, on demand, reserve, lock-in contract, spot forms, meron ka namang, let's say gusto mong 3 months lang. 3 months lang. Okay? It's on the spot. Now na. Okay? All regions and availability zone will be available to you, and any operating system such as AMI ng Amazon, Microsoft, and open source. So ito na, calculate na natin. So let's use pricing calculator. Sa examination, lalabas na pricing calculator. So click on, sabayin niyo ako. So kung ano, hindi naka-follow, so send ko dito sa ating, yan, sinend ko sa chat. Sige, click nyo na. Sabayan nyo na ako. So we're gonna perform, ano gagawin natin? We're gonna perform, we're gonna calculate monthly cost sa EC2 instance. Okay? So if you can't follow, that's okay. Kasi in Nexus culture, we want to make sure that student can perform on their own din. Yung self-paced. Kahit wala ako. So ito yung step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Napakadaling sundan. Okay? So yung mga wala pang account, okay lang yan. Ito na. Create an estimate. Gusto ko EC2. Ang daming offer. So you need to type EC2. EC2 is the instance. Okay? So EC2 offers the broadest, deepest compute platform like servers, no? Storage, processors. Okay? Configure na din. Let's say operating system is Linux only, no, kasi low budget ng company. Then, when you say virtual CPU, ito yung allocation of logical CPU. Let's say, di ba sa hex core, sa isang core socket, may nakapasok na Intel CPU, hex core, meaning 6 logical CPU yun. So, dito, in-avail niya 4 lang. Meaning, gagamitin mo yung 4 doon. Logical, hindi physical, ha? And then memory, 16 gigabyte. Then ang tawag nila dyan, meron silang t-shirt flavor. Extra large t-shirt na yan. Okay? For CPU, 16 gig. Hourly cost, ito yan. So hourly, 60 minutes. Na? Sa 1 year, tingnan nyo comparison. Mas mura, di ba? Mas mura yan na more than 60%. So 1 year, anong model yan? In lock-in period, di ba? May lock-in ka nila. Okay? Ang speed ng network card, 5 gigabyte. How many instances? Sabihin natin 10 servers. Utilization, on demand, meaning pag sinabing 100%, 24/7, 750 hours per month. Okay? So anong pricing model? Tingnan mo. Pakita ko yung calculation. Okay, if I select instant savings plan, 613. Okay? 10 server, mas mura. Okay? Times 730 hours per month equals, babayaran mo sa 10 server, 615 lang. Okay? I-lock in natin sa 3 years. Mas mura pa. Tingnan mo, 3 years. Oh, di ba? Mas i-upfront mo, bayaran mo kagad. 13,000 a year. A year na yan. So yan yung upfront mo, which means sa isang server, 1.3 divided by 12 months, ang monthly mo, $110. So, di ba? Na-feel niya? So, mas mura ang upfront pero lock-in sa 3 years. Okay? 110 lang. Compared sa 1 year na no upfront, 600 naman. Okay? So, that's how you calculate, ha? Savings plan naman, mas mahal. Mas mahal yan. So it's a reverse psychology. Sabi, makakasave ka but not really true. Okay? So don't be naive, no? Standard, ganun pa rin. No? Kasi month to month yan. Ito yung month to buwan-buwan binabayaran mo. Convert mo yung reserve. Kung gusto mong ma-convert into 1 year, na let's say, dito ka, month-to-month basis, then suddenly nag-transfer ka, yung convertible mahal na. On demand, yung now na, as in now na gusto mo, mas mahal. Okay? So let's say gusto mag-run lang ng 1 month, 981. Mas mahal na. Mas mura talaga, the cheapest one is lock-in sa contract. Tapos bayaran mo na lahat. Okay? So if you want to present solution, sa meeting ninyo, magiging pogi kayo sa meeting. So, sir, I can make your operational expense a lot cheaper. Okay? If you give me opportunity to do my presentation. Tapos ito yung presentation niya. O, di ba? Mas mura. Magkano? Oh, 110. Sabihin ng boss ng customer, uy, talaga, makakamura kami, 110. Okay, okay. Dagdagan natin storage kasi compute lang yun. 100 gigabyte per month. Okay, 100 gigabyte per month. 10 server. So magiging cost mo, additional $100 a month. Okay? Total is 13,000. Ano ba yung pinili ko? All up front for lock in 3 years. Okay? Add to my estimate. So yan. Plus something. Daming inad. Yeah. Okay? So operating Linux, 3 years up front, 100 gigabyte each server for $13,000. $100 a month. O, di ba? Mas mura. Okay? Any question? So, i-hands-on lab nyo yan.
Chris, ako may tanong ako dito.
Go ahead.
Bali ito ba, under ba siya dun sa software as yung ASS or yung platform ba siya? May selection na ba siyang ganun?
Hindi. Ito lang yung cost ng expense mo sa EC2. If you avail EC2.
Under EC2 pa lang. Wala, extra pa yung ibang yun, no?
Marami pa. Storage, networking, outbound, inbound, security, API request. No?
Kaya
So ito yung question mo. Siguro kung gusto mo mag-calculate, ito yung calculator sa S3 naman. Click mo lang yan. Sabihin nyo ako. This is a simple monthly calculator. Estimate your monthly bill. Ito ni actual, no? So sige, ulitin natin. So ulit lang tayo. Add new row. Let's say web servers natin to. 10 instances, web servers usually up and running for 24/7. T3, X large, parang malaki masyado yan. So, mamili ka. So, siguro enough na yung for CPU, di ba? 8 gig RAM. Kung nga rin lang. Tapos speed mo 10 gigabit. So, pili kang t-shirt size. Pero kung hindi enough yan, sabihin na 16 gig. Okay? Yan, close and save. On demand, sa 10 server, 1, 4. Tama, compute pa lang yan. Okay? You need the storage. So, EVS, ang default kasi ng storage natin is 8 gigabyte for operating system. Sabihin mo 100, kailangan mo 100 sa lahat ng server. A-attach mo lahat sa 10 servers natin. Okay? Plus, you need a static IP, tama? Elastic IP. Sasabihin natin, since we have 10 server, we need 10 per month. Okay? Then, inbound and outbound. Sabihin natin 500 gigabyte per month. Inbound. Outbound naman, 500 gigabyte. Then, wala ka ng peering kasi hindi ka nako-connect. No? Yun lang, basic lang, basic. Okay, so ito yung bill mo per month. Click mo yan. Okay, so we only added CPU, compute, kumbaga servers lang, in and out so that users for working from home can connect. And kung gusto nyo ng business support, 164. Pero kung magaling ka naman, tanggalin mo na yung support mo. So 0. Parang ayaw magpaalis. Ayaw eh. So save and share. Okay. Then right there and then, you will be given a calculation. No? Meron ka ng calculation na pwede mong export sa Excel. Na-export ko na, saan napunta yun? Ayun. So ito yung Excel. Downloads. So ito yung very professional. Na you don't need to tabulate the cost of offering the cloud service. Yun eh. So your compute hosted in North Virginia is 1.4, 10 servers yan. Ang volume is $100. Grabe lang yan. May data transfer out, may static IP, finry na niya. Nilibre na niya. Ito, data transfer out, outbound 44. Then may support ka. Then binigyan ka pa ng discount $4. So all you need to pay instead of 1.8 na lang. Okay, you can send this one to your proponents. No? Okay, very professional and very quick. Okay, any question about cost estimate? So the link is provided already to you to study. No? So ito yung step by step na kung gusto yung gawin. No? And may output kagad. Okay? So let's compare. So if you're doing cost-benefit analysis, why would you want to migrate? No? So sa meeting ninyo, sir, ito I can show you the cost of our on-prem. No, server pa lang 373,000 eh. No, physical servers to, no? And storage 78, network yung mga Cisco router switches $96,000. Now you have to shed out plus yung mga engineers, bayad nyo sa engineer, no? So total of $500,000. If you're gonna migrate sa AWS, I've shown you how to do the calculation for EC2 instance, S3 bucket, networking plus labor, 310,000, no? Magiging cost niya. Okay? So saan ka na, no? Saan mura, di ba? So meron tayong exercise 2.3 to compare the on-prem from AWS. So compare nyo to kung gusto yung gawin. No? So you need to go to select currency, select the region, enter the hardware config. No? What it will do is it will show you the actual cost ng on-prem ninyo and the actual cost when you migrate sa AWS. Kumbaga selling point to. No? Okay? Then, meron namang billing and cost management. Okay? So, sa billing dashboard, lalabas dito yung pati yung tax information. So, if you get lost, so punta lang kayo sa management console, type nyo lang dito. Sabayan nyo ako. Billing. Okay? Billing. So, yan. So, ito yung cost and usage report. What's your current usage? You can also create a report. Let's say usage. Okay. Hourly, because I'm using hourly. So let's say hourly. Kung usage sa bucket, meron akong bucket na ginagamit, which is storage. Okay. Then save. Then next. I would like to create review and complete na. Magkano yung cost ko sa bucket na yun? So ito yung usage. Ito yung bucket ko. So yung usage. Ano wala yung usage? That's only a report. No? So, enable the report. Spend data on spend public. 24 hours to populate. Tagal. Baka bukas pa natin makuha ito. So, hindi natin ma-generate now. He needs 24 hours. But as of now, I would like to show you visually, for the last 3 months, ito lang yung gastos ko, $2.50. So, meron siyang visual representation. No? So, if you want for the last month lang, you can do so. No? Okay, 1 month for the month of April. Wala, hindi ko ginamit. So, ganun lang siya. Meron namang budgets. So, budgets is a tool for tracking a specified set of events so that when a preset threshold is approached, it will send an email. So dito, let's say budget mo is $100. Once you reach 80%, it will send an email saying you have consumed 80%. O, di ba? Alerting yan. So magkaiba yan dito sa dashboard. Dashboard is more on visual that you need to monitor. No? Dito naman, magte-text sa inyo. Uy, 80% na usage mo. Uy, no? So how do you do that? How do you do that? So dito, cost budget to monitor cost being incurred and usage budget. Let's say EC2, nakagamit ka na ng $80, no? You need to stop na kasi yun lang ang budget mo. So how do you create that? So create a cost budget to track spending while logging. Go to create budget and select cost budget. So punta ka dito sa budget. Nandito lahat sa left blade. Budget, sa yun ang budget. Create budget. Actually, may kinrate na ako. So it has 4 budget types. No? Cost budget, monitor your cost. Okay. Magkano yung current cost? Yun ang sinasabi dito. Details, let's say budget 1. Budget amount is monthly budget. Enter your budget, let's say $1,000 a month. Okay, yun ang budget ko. Budget saan? In using EC2, storage, and so on. Okay, next. Add alert threshold. So I would like, let's say 80% na ng budget ko, which is $800. No? Yan. 80% of the amount will send an email. Magsisend ng email sa akin. Okay? Okay, magsisend ng email. Or if you would like to configure text, so mag-text sa cellphone mo, gagawa kang SNS, or kung meron kang chatbots, no, it will send to your chatbot. Next. Yun, tapos na. Create the budget. So, sa budget ko, 1,000. Threshold, 80%. So, pag 800 na yung na-consume ko, magsisend ng email sa akin. Okay? Any question? Ganun lang kadali. So, you need this one, no, to track your budget. Any question? And so on. Cost Explorer, if you wanna check your current usage on the fly. No? So you just have to follow the prompt. As of now, wala akong babayaran. Kasi nga, dinidelete ko kaagad. No? Ayokong may backlog. Okay? Okay? That's it for budget. Napakadaming options. Napakadami. No? Okay, so tandaan nyo, 12
question
month.
lang po pala.
Sige, go ahead, go ahead.
So, free naman talaga yung billing console, no? I mean, kahit hindi siya
Oo
free.
naman.
I mean, okay.
Yung
Kailangan
billing,
may bayad dun.
oo. Okay, let's review if we learned something. So, I'm gonna be asking question kay Robbie Mark Escobar. So, question number 1, ano kaya yung sagot dito? Wala si Sir Robbie. Ma'am Irma Miraflor. Question number 1, ano kaya sagot dito? Remember, yung question dito was taken from the previous topic lang. So, nasa topic natin. Wala. Ayan ba? Yeah. Nag-echo. Naka-microphone kaya. Letter C. Single T2 micro EC2 instance type. Which of the following EC2 service can be used without charge? Tama, yeah. O, di ba? Pasado na kayo sa exam. Tama yan. So, eliminate natin the rest. Single EC2 as long as it run less than 1 hour per day. Parang vague na any single less than vague to a free tier 750. Single T2 micro instance type 4 per month. Uy, parang tama to. Ano daw yung free tier? Single T2 micro. Hindi single. You can run 10 T2 micro. Pero, kailangan maximum 750 hours per month. Nagets niya? You can run multiple micro. That's why this one is wrong. Okay? Kahit 10 T2 micro. 10 t-shirt flavor. 10 servers. Okay? Okay, nag-gets. Ang galing, galing, galing. So, alam na natin kung sino yung papasa sa examination. Ha? So, kung ako sa inyo, kung kasi basahin nyo lahat yan, review, ha? Before diving into an exam. Next one, chapter 3, getting support. Ito na yung support. Identify resource for security, identify resource for tech support. Magkano ba si tech support? No? And kailan sila available? 24/7 ba? Well, depende sa bayad ninyo. Okay? So intro, preparing and securing effective on-prem can be complicated and stressful, as I mentioned kanina. Forget about enterprise. Kalimutan nyo ni on-prem. Most people probably still get nervous configuring ports forwarding. Sa home router, sa bahay pa nga lang, paano natin forward yung port, di ba? Napakahirap. You're wasting time. If your hourly rate's $100 an hour, you don't want to spend configuring yung modem sa bahay ng 2 hours, 3 hours. Remember, time is gold. No? Pera ang oras natin. No? So when the AWS tells you that it has made easy to provision and launch multi-level apps, there's no reason not to believe. No? Dito, they're telling you, now why do you need a system engineer? Kung maglo-launch lang kayo ng server, you don't need a system engineer. Okay? So dito, pinapoint out niya, you don't need a network engineer or security engineer just to secure your VM. I'll give you an example. Sa instance, you can provision a thing called network security gateway, parang ganun. You can block ports, no, inbound. Doon pa lang sa port blocking na yan, you are securing your instance. No? You don't need a server engineer din kasi you can provision on your own programmatically. Na in one line of code, you can build 100 servers. Okay? So, what if something goes wrong? No? Dito na papasok yung support. No? So, when you create an account, you're required to select a support plan, di ba? During your first sign up. So, tatanungin ka, anong support plan gusto mo? No? Depending on the kinds of projects you plan to run with your account. No? $15,000 a month and up to you, you'll pay the enterprise support plan might feel a bit excessive. So, hindi mo kailangan to. So, the free basic support is always option while you're getting started. Remember, hindi mo kailangan to if you are on a stage of building. You need this one if you are supporting enterprise level na may built-in na infrastructure. So, ito yung support plan pricing. So, greater of $29, business greater of $100, enterprise greater of $15,000. Monthly. Babayaran niya. No? So, paano yung presyo? 29, pinakamababa, developer. No? Pinakamahal, enterprise level. So, sa business, 10% of usage up to $10,000. Let's say, the infra is EC2, 10% yung nagamit ninyo. No? It will charge you $10,000. No? So, enterprise, 10% of your usage. Let's say, you're paying $10,000 a month. So, $1,000 ang kanila doon. Okay? So, let's see what might look like a real-world scenario. Suppose company enrolled in AWS in business support and its first full month consume $25,000. Okay? So, isang buwan, $25,000. That amount might have cover a partial or HA. EC2 could be database and so on. Since the monthly usage fell within 10 to 80, so may bracket. So meaning above 80, mas mahal, no? So since ito 25K lang, so dito nag-fall sa bracket. It's billed at 7%. So yung 7% ng 25,000 is 1,700. Yun ang babayaran mo sa support, no? Pakita ko. 7%, yan. 80, yung calculate nyo kung magkano. No? So dito, pinakita niya, since ang binabayaran niya sa AWS 25,000 lang, 1,750 babayaran mo sa business support or sa enterprise, ibang story na naman. No? So may bracket, ha? Ito yung bracket. 10 to 80, 80 to 250, 250 of usage and over 250 is 3%. Okay? So bracketed siya. No? So if someone asks you, paano yung support bracketed? Okay? Some key benefits of the support plans. Basic, meron siyang trusted advisor. Trusted advisor is automated lang naman to eh. When you say trusted advisor, ito yung advisor mo. Technically, what you need to do to optimize your cloud. Ganun lang siya. So there's a dashboard na makikita nyo dito. It will give you recommendation. Paano ma-optimize to? As of now, walang recommendation. Kasi wala naman akong infra. Pero kung meron kang recommendation, lalabas dito. Sabihin dito, you're not using encryption in your VM. We advise you to encrypt. Sabihin dito sa network naman, your port 80 is open. You should be using port 443 HTTPS. Yung mga ganun. Recommendation yan. Okay? Developer, aside from trusted advisor, ang support lang nito, alas 8 ng umaga hanggang 6 ng gabi. Ha? So pag nag-email ka ng 7 p.m., kinabukasan sasagot. Okay? Business is more expensive, 24/7. Email chat. Meaning, siguro in-outsource sa Philippines or somewhere, no? Magre-respond sila 24/7. And mostly, the reply will be canned. No? Copy-paste, send sa inyo. Kasi most of the errors already encountered by AWS. Yeah? Kagandahan sa enterprise, you will be given a manager. No? Ba't wala dito? Bibigyan ka ng sariling technical manager. Mas meron kang business critical system down and within 15 minutes, they will help you. No? You can join them sa bridge call. Okay. So if you want more, ito yung plans. Okay, mamili kayo ng support developer, business, enterprise, and enterprise. Okay. Ito yun. So let's say mission critical, no? They can give you 30-minute response time. Ang bilis na. And they can give you troubleshooting guidance on the phone. Pag tumawag kayo, i-guide kayo what you need to do, what's happening. Kukonect sa'yo using remote control. No? Tapos, meron kang sariling manager. Tawag nila CSDM, Cloud Service Delivery Manager. Then you can involve the cloud architect if you want to repurpose yung resources ninyo. Okay, then may training din. Pero self-paced lang yan. Okay? So if someone asks you, what kind of support can you give? Bilhin nyo na to. So, singilin nyo sila ng doble. Okay? So if you want to read more, nandito yung basic explanation, but I've told you the most important ones. No? If you want support about professional services, so andito, no? Professional services, they are a global team. Mostly nasa India sila. No? They can help you right away. And ang ganda na support nito. Well documented. And yung approach is basic. No? Up to the point, even if you're a cloud practitioner, can implement this guidance. No? Okay. So documentation, napakadaming documents. I've already given you the most usable documentation. So nasa cloud na yan. So ito yung dinistribute ko. References. Sorry, hindi yan. User guides, yan. Let's say EC2. Saan na yan? Ayun, EC2. How do you provision a virtual machine? Okay, ito yung guidance. So nakita niyo ta. How do you sign up sa AWS? Well laid, no? Well laid. Yan, click mo lang yan. How do you create a key pair? How do you create security group? Don't worry, isa-isayin ko yan. Papakita ko sa inyo paano. And how do you provision a web server? So yan, ito yung first step. Launch an instance, go to console, select an MI. Gagawin ko yan, no? De-demo ko. How do you connect? We're gonna SSH. How do you delete your instance para hindi mag-build? No? Step by step. No, di ba ang linaw? It's very, very clear. Now, even if you have no idea about AWS, you will learn. Okay, exercise 1, how to copy files from one bucket to another. Ang exercise na to, it will give you the documents. It will tell you how to search for the documents. So let's say gusto mo i-copy yung file from Singapore to Virginia. S3 to S3, no? So paano gawin 'yon? So ito, i-demo niya yung Premier Support. If you click Premier Support, nandito yung tapos sabihin na look for appropriate link. Tapos you want to choose the link yourself, download Amazon Simple Storage, copy file from one bucket. Ito yung tinuturo niya kung paano mag-research, no? So S3 is a bucket. So hanapin mo storage. Okay, storage. S3, ayun no, S3. So tinuturuan ka paano Ayan, ito yung solution. Okay? So sabi dito how to copy. So Control F, copy. Ayan no. So hindi yan. Hanapin mo copy. Copying data for S3 is hindi yan. That's not what we're looking for. I can copy between Amazon. Ayan. How can I copy all objects from one S3 bucket to another bucket? Okay? So pag kinlik mo yon, andun yung solution. So sobrang dami, nasan na? Okay, napag-click mo yan, nandiyan yung step-by-step process. Okay? Ayan, step 1, step 2, step 3. Okay? So very well architectured. Tinatawag nila. So if I were you, I'm gonna perform that exercises. Okay, let's go back to Trusted Advisor. So what is TA? TA, to visually confirm whether your account resource config are sound and compliant with best practices. Okay, this is dashboard. So it has 3 categories. Cost, to optimize yung cost. Ang purpose nito is to identify any resources that are running and costing your money. Kung magkano na ba yung nagagastos mo? Then optimize niya, no? So instead of going month-to-month basis, ang sasabihin lang niya sa dashboard is, why don't you go to a spot instance? You can save 60%. Ganun na, bebentahan ka. Sa performance category, it will identify configuration. No? So dito, probably there's something wrong with the setting that might be blocking performance improvement. So let's say you're copying, you want to connect to instance. No? As of now, ginagamit mo SSH. Windows yun. Tapos dapat port 3389, di ba? Windows RDP. Di ba? Another example is yung EBS, inappropriate reliance on slower magnetic or low throughput. Kasi magnetic ka nga lang, hard drive. No? It will suggest na did you know that the GP2 solid state drive has a much I/O operation and cost lower than the EBS. Gaganunin ka. No? So yeah, mag-switch ka lang sa solid state. No? And security, identify any failure to use security best practice. So S3, sabihin niya dito, you are not using any encryption. Yung S3 mo is open to the public. Mga ganun. No? Sa Trusted Advisor. Napakita ko na yung Trusted Advisor. Ano ba yan? So how do you go to Trusted Advisor? Just type here. Type niyo, sabayan niyo ako. Trusted Advisor. Okay, so as of now, walang recommendation because I'm only running S3. So ito yung cost optimization. Ito yung performance. Performance check, sasabihin sa inyo. So yung CloudFront content delivery optimization, instead of accessing the files directly to North Virginia, customer mo na sa Philippines, you might as well synchronize yung data sa nearest edge location such as Hong Kong. No? Ba't di mo ilipat yung server mo sa Hong Kong? I-cache mo sa Hong Kong kasi doon malapit ang Philippines, di ba? Yun ang CDN. So basically, Trusted Advisor is all about recommendation. Malinaw ba? Ano ulit TA? It's all about recommendation. Okay? Yeah. So dito, how do you confirm that your account security settings are compliant? So follow nyo lang to, no? Not any recommendations. Sabihin niya, use MFA. Okay. Security yan. Click mo lang to security. So meron ako EBS kaya naka-green. Meron din ako mga snapshot. Pero usually if you have an account, sabihin dito, root account mo should have multi-factor authentication. It's more advising. Right? Okay, let's take an examination. Sino ba? Edison. What do you think is the answer for question number 1?
Well, the design testing stages are not essential. Testing, I think basic.
Basic, okay. Your company is planning a major development. So planning stage. Doon pa lang, alam nyo na yun, di ba? Non-existing pa. So bakit ka kukuha ng enterprise? Wala pang infrastructure, di ba? Building pa lang eh. While the design and testing are still in progress. Still in progress. Which of the following plans? Hindi, mag-basic ka muna kasi nagbi-build ka pa lang eh. You have all the implementation steps, di ba? So A yung answer doon. Check nyo, tama yan. Tama. Tama si sir. Galing. Palakpakan natin si sir. Palakpakan natin. Dali ba? Magising tayo. Congrats. No, galing, galing. So, lahat nakaka-follow. Yan, yan. So, interactive tayo. Ha? Next one, before we go to our break, tapusin muna natin yung 4, the environment. No? So, dito, we'll define the shared responsibility between AWS and you as a user and you as a company. No? And you as a friend. Define the global infra. So they define lang dito yung ano ba yung presence nila. Saan may AWS? The way you use the service for your cloud workloads will be largely defined by the AWS itself. So depende kung saan nakalocate ang AWS. No, saan yung hardware nila, saan yung data center nila. As of today, walang data center sa Philippines. So if someone asks you, saan may host saan yung edge location natin? You would suggest the nearest one in the Philippines. We will find out later, but the answer is Hong Kong. No? So this chapter will help you map out to lay of the land, AWS land, no? Saan natin i-host. You learn about how, paano, and why hundreds of globally distributed data center are divided into regions, divided into availability zones. No? And you'll also learn how you extend to reach yung mga users niyo to reach their application globally using content delivery network. CDN is just a caching service. Yung nga, no, let's say Netflix, and this is your first time to watch the movie, ano ba magandang movie? Batman, Revenge ba yun? No? Diba, you will experience, but laggy, but low resolution, no? Naka-ano lang siya, 1024, but hindi siya naka 4K. Kasi nga, you're watching directly from North Virginia, which is really, really far. So ginagawa nun, yung file na yun, let's say 4 gig file, will be synced up sa Hong Kong. Okay? Na CDN mo. So caching, sir, kakopy lang yan. So the next time na may watcher, magiging 4K na. Di ba? After a few minutes, nagiging 4K na yung video. Di ba? Kasi nga, it's been cached to the edge location, which is content delivery network. Yun na CDN. Okay? The nearest distance, sabi nila, is always the fastest. No? Pero hindi naman applicable sa iba. Okay. So ito na tayo. So saan ang presence nila? So yun ang biggest question. So if you want to see the presence as of today, just click Global Infra. So ito yung, as of today, meron silang 26 region. Each region may mga multiple AZ, availability, explain ko ano yung availability zone. So isang AZ, merong 3 data centers. Okay? Ulitin ko. Meron 26 region. Sa isang region, may 3 availability zones. Sa isang AZ, meron 3 data centers. 2 minimum. Okay? For failover. And so many more. No? As of today, meron silang 84 availability zone, which means they could have, in one AZ, they could have 2 data centers. Meron silang 17 local zones and meron silang wavelength zones, no, for caching. No? Anong purpose ng caching? To achieve ultra low latency apps. Ibig sabihin, mabilis na access applications. Meron silang bagong 8 announced regions and 32 announced local zones. 2 twice the region with multiple AZ. Okay. Compare to Azure, sabi nila, compared to Google, no? And they have presence to 245 countries. No? Meron silang direct connect location. Ito yung pag sinabing direct connect, your data center is next to the cage of AWS. Like us, so we have a data center here in Homebush, hosted by Fujitsu. Tinabi namin yung server namin malapit sa AWS. Talagang physically, LAN cable lang or fiber optics lang. Kakabit mo sa switch nila. Yun ang direct connect. So you can achieve 10 gigabit. So wala nang upload kasi next to the cage meaning ito yung data center siguro mga 5 lakad lang AWS presence na. Direct connect siya. Okay? Pero very expensive yan. Then meron siyang 310 POPs. Pag sinabing POP, ito yung edge location. Pag sinabing edge location, this means ito yung dito kayo kumo-connect. Okay? Ito yung edge nyo. Ito yung nearest server niyo. So I'll give you a scenario. Ako nasa Sydney ako, right? So pag pining ko Facebook ko, yung IP niyan is not in America. I am connected right now sa edge location. Try nyo. Sige, ping nyo. So how will you know yung edge location? NS lookup. Simple test lang. Gagawa tayo reverse. Instead of host, bibigyan natin IP address. Makikita natin edge location natin. Ayan, kita mo? Edge location yan. So, Edge Star, Minishai, Southeast Asia ako. Try nyo sa inyo. Saan kayo nakakonect? For sure nakakonect kayo sa Hong Kong. Okay? Southeast Asia nakakonect. Okay? So, these are their presence. Ito yung coming soon. Mga orange coming soon. As of now, meron silang presence. Ito yung Philippines. They have in Osaka. Okay, Osaka. They have in Seoul, Korea. And they have in Hong Kong. They have in Singapore, they have in Malaysia, Jakarta, they have in Sydney, no? They have in New Zealand. Ito yung North Virginia. Okay? Ay, Canada pala. Ito yung North Virginia.
Singapore, sir.
Singapore, yan. No? Nandiyan kayo Singapore, di ba? Kaya mabilis internet dyan. So, ito yung question ko. You are an application developer and would like to host your application on the internet. Where is your nearest edge location? Anybody? Nearest? Hong Kong, pare. Hong Kong. Okay? Hong Kong sagot dun. Okay? Failover. Next failover will be Singapore. Just in case na hindi available Hong Kong, nagkaroon ng lockdown, power interruption, failover sa Singa. Ganun lang, na? Di available Singapore, failover sa Japan. Okay? Hindi North Virginia. Napakalayo yan. Napakalayo. Okay?
Automatic na po
May
yan.
hierarchy ba yung failover niya, sir?
Whatever you define.
Hierarchy ng
Whatever you define. Let's say first primary site is Hong Kong, disaster recovery Singapore. So ito yung active, ito yung passive. Ganun lang siya. No?
Remember, nagkaroon ng issue yung AWS eh. Lahat nag-down. Kami,
Oo.
lahat ng contact center namin nag-down.
Nag-down, no?
Pilipinas, US. So, kaya ba inabot ng more than 24 hours yung down
Bago ma-restore
ng
service.
AWS. Oo, bago ma-restore. Ang tagal. So, I don't
Hindi kayo
know
nag-failover?
saan sila nag-failover nun. Hindi nag-failover eh. Ang nangyari yata sa inside AWS na nagkaroon ng problema. Yung
So single lang yun,
or-
single, no?
Oo.
So dito na papasok yung HA, high availability. If this one is unavailable, dito lilipat lang.
Pero nangyari nun, sir, halos lahat ng data center, contact center ng AWS sa Pilipinas, naka-down. Lahat ng mga kilala kong nag-AWS, down din sila. I don't
Oo.
know saan nila pinag-over. Bakit ganun katagal? 24
Oo.
hours more than
Oo, baka single presence lang yun. Wala kang HA, no? So maganda may HA ka. Kumbaga, ano lang yan, minutes lang yan eh. Siguro matagal na yung
dapat
20 minutes.
Dapat ganun.
Let's say contact center, yung voice over IP nila, ni-route mo sa dito. Then suddenly, this one becomes unavailable. Within a few minutes, lilipat na dito. Kasi may
Pero
heartbeat.
sabi
May
sa
heartbeat.
US, sa US yung yung
US lang.
oo, tapos ang balita pati sa Pilipinas nagkaroon din ng mga halos sa US yung mga connect kasi.
Nakakonect kayo sa US. Malayo masyado. Malayo.
Yung
Pero
mga
meron
contact
kayong
center
HA?
dito sa Pilipinas. Meron sir sa as per design nila, meron daw dapat. Kasi
Pero ba't di
nagtataka ka,
lumipat?
anong nangyari sa failover? Bakit ganun katagal?
Oo,
Yung
minutes
service.
lang yan.
Kaya sabi yata sa network mismo ng AWS na yung nagkaroon ng issue.
Oh, let's say down na to. Totally down.
Mm.
Walang network, wala, no? Dapat lumipat lang dito.
Mm.
Mamaya, I will demonstrate to you paano mag-failover. Okay.
Anyway, AWS na lumibayad dun kasi nagkaroon ng service impact na ng kliyente na. Yung AWS, binayaran niya yung mga kliyente niya. Kasi
Oo.
kanila yung side eh.
So,
Ganun
since
sir.
may global presence, siguro ba hindi nila na-avail yung multi-site availability zone? Ba, wala silang ganun, no? Okay, so yun ang benefit dito eh, no? Pag hindi mo na-avail yung availability zone, single point of presence, this become unavailable, goodbye. Diba? Goodbye data ka na. Until ma-sort out to. Sa isang region, may 3 data center yan eh. 3 data center pa yan. So, I'm not sure. Siguro sa support nyo, yung in-avail lang yung basic. No, kaya 24, walang response ng 24/7. Following day pa yan. So, hindi nila alam mag-failover. No? Baka ganun. Buti lang nag-enroll ka sa Nexus. No? So, gagawin ko yan. Papakita ko sa inyo. Lilipat tayo from, let's say, West 2. Pasabugin mo yung West 2. Dito lang sa
Importante
impact.
ng failover sa contact center sir. Kasi
Very important.
minute lang eh. Billion sa mawala.
Oo, hindi binayaran yung penalty. May penalty, di ba?
Oh, si AWS na bayad sa mga contact center kasi
Ano?
sa kanilang yung down eh. Hindi naman sa client.
Oo, kung fault ng AWS yun. Siguro fault nga ng
yes, sir.
AWS. May service level agreement na.
Mm.
Kasi they promise uptime eh. No, mamaya explain ko yan. Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing. So regionally based services. Pag sinabing regionally, sa specific region, doon lang available. No? Let's say, I'll give you one example. Excuse me. So itong Trusted Advisor Global. Okay, global siya. No? So unavailable sa, let's say, EC2 instance. EC2, lahat meron eh. No? So available to worldwide, whether North Virginia or anywhere in the world, available yan. So meaning this is available. But if you select a Lambda service, yung serverless, yung run without the code, no, selected lang siya. Makikita nyo dito, sinong wala dito? Parang nawala yung ano eh. Nawala yung Singapore. Ay, na meron pala. No? Nabawasan siya ng konti. No? So meaning, not all services are running in Asia Pacific. Not all services are running Europe. Pero most of the services are running US. Nasa US lahat. Kaya gusto nilang kumonect. No? Yun lang regional base. Ang S3 is not regional base. Kita niyo ito, region ha. If I go to bucket, bucket. If I go to DNS, hindi to regional base, yung Route 53 resolver. Ay, pwede rin ha. Pwede rin pala. Ang billing, not regional base. Meaning worldwide, global. Ayun, naka-global. Okay? So meaning anywhere in the world available ang billing. Okay, so dito pinapakita dito. So what's involved for you? Dividing resources among regions. So you have to divide yung application nyo to different region. No? So sa divide, you need to locate the nearest one. Okay? You have to distribute your infra within national borders to meet regulatory compliance. Like ako, I'm working like Australian government. Yung data namin should not be exported to any other country within Australia. So within the border of Australia lang. No? Same with the banking rules. And another one, you need to isolate group of resources from each other, larger networks. No? So you need to group, let's say, SQL database. No, you have to disperse to multiple regions. Hindi pwedeng lahat ng database isang region. Okay? So ano yung mga globally based services? IAM, okay, identity. So if you type here identity, okay, tama, magiging global 'yan. Global na siya. Okay. Oh, ayan. I am global. Pero EC2, hindi yung global. Available to each country. You have to select. Okay? Ito pa, CloudFront is CDN. So for caching siya. No? Available ba to? Worldwide. CloudFront. Siyempre may region to. Edge location to. Ayan. Ay, global. Meaning available saan? Galing. Service endpoints, ito yung region. No, region. When you connect sa database, you have to specify the actual endpoints. So ito yung endpoints. So let's say you need to access database from EU West. You need to supply the fully qualified domain name. Ito yan. So may tawag sa kanila dito. Tawag dito is endpoints. No? So ito yung complete list ng endpoints on how you connect. I mean, what's the name of connection? Yan. No? Name ng connection. So laging ganito. Region code, US East 2. Service code, US East. Okay. Availability zone, what is AZ? No? Kanina pa AZ and AZ. So what do you mean by that? In AWS, with the exception of Osaka, so siguro walang AZ sa Osaka, no? Encompasses at least 2 distinct AZ connected to each other, low latency, faster access. Although security reason, Amazon zealously guards the street address of its data center. So you wouldn't know the exact address ng data center. We do know that single AC is made up of at least one independent data center. So sa isang AZ, it could be one data center or dalawa or tatlo. Okay? What is availability zone? Ito, sa availability zone A, meron siyang dalawang data center. Sa availability zone B, may isang data center. Okay, sa region 2, let's say America, yung EC2 instance can be hosted to 2 data center. It can be hosted in 1 data center. So in region, you can have multiple AZ. In a single AZ, multiple data centers. Malinaw. Data center is separated by X kilometers. No? So hindi pwedeng kapitbahay mo lang. Sa Makati, isa lang dapat. No? Sa Laguna na may iba. Ganun, no? For example. Malinaw bang AZ? So how do you select a subnet AZ for EC2 instance? So let's say gagawa ka ng EC2. No? Gagawa tayong EC2. How do you select the subnet? Saan mo gustong i-host yung VM mo? No? EC2. So gagawa ako, papakita ko sa inyo, launch. Using availabilities. Sabihin ko web server 1. Okay. Okay, AWS, Linux, 64-bit, T2 micro. Okay. 1 CPU, 1 gig RAM. Key pair. So gawa tayong key pair. Okay, sabihin ko Sydney key pair. Okay, so magagawa na ako ng first demo natin. Sydney key pair. Create a key pair. Key pair will be used. No? So dinownload ko ito yung key pair. Okay. No, so meron siyang begin and RSA private key. So it's a private key na you need to provide later when authenticating. Network setting natin, so meron tayong default VPC. Created na yan. VPC, Virtual Private Net connectivity, which you can connect to the VM, and we will allow access using SSH from anywhere in the world. Okay, if you want to limit, you can just put your IP address. So this is my IP address. No? Ito naman, so anyone can connect. Okay, so anong gagawin natin? 1 gigabyte na hard drive, GP2 volume. It's a solid state, hindi hard drive magnetic. No? If you want more, you can click add more. And then if you want to provide request spot instance, mas makakamura kaya. No? Pero hindi mo na, demo lang to. If you have authentication, wala mo na. No? Auto recovery, so wala akong gagawin. No? So user data naman, ito yung bootstrap script. So what do you want to perform in your Teka, hinahanap ko 'to. In your server, anong gusto mong gawin? Gusto mong gawing web server. No? Saan yung link ko? Training. Sandali, hinahanap ko yung bootstrap script. Bootstrap meaning, what do you want to execute initially to the server? So let's say you're creating a 10 server. So yung code doon, paulit-ulit lang. No? So instead of repeating the code, I'm just gonna dump the code. Okay. So this is a bin bash shell, meaning is born again shell. So born again is format is a hashtag. It's comment. So this is just comment. Okay. Comment. So what this program will do is it will install Apache web server version 2, which is an open source web server. Sudo su meaning switch to super user, meaning root super user, no? Admin. Yum update. Yum is the command to install something. So I would like to update the Amazon machine image, the Linux. After updating, I'm gonna install the Apache. -y meaning auto prompt na yes, install. So it will not be asking for, do you want to install? Yes. And then let's start the web server. Okay, and enable the web server. So the next time you reboot, up and running ang web server. And then gagawa ko ng index HTML na ang content is web server from the host name, yung actual host name saan galing. Okay? So i-redirect yan to a file called index.html. The file is located under var www.html. So bootstrap script, it's a script to install application or service. Launch the instance. So launch natin. Success daw, view the instance. So ito yung instance natin, web server 1. Okay, pending. So palitan natin, nagkamali ako web server. So this is tag, this is metadata. What is metadata? Metadata is the tag about your instance. Kulit naman tayo magpalit na. Web server 1, save. Okay. Refresh, running na. Ay, mali. Web server. Mamaya na nga. So running na daw siya. Okay? And these are all the instance values. So as of now, IPv4 address is 172.31. No? And then meron tayong private DNS. And then meron tayong VPC and subnet ID. Ready-made for us. No? Explain ko ano ba yung VPC mamaya yan. It has security groups. No? Meron din siyang networking component. Na inopen natin yung SSH. Saan na yan? So if you've opened the security group, nandito yan. Mamaya papakita ko. Storage natin 8 gig only. Ayan. Status check. Monitoring, ito yung CloudWatch, simple CloudWatch. CPU till 0, so walang ginagawa. No? Kasi ka-start nga lang natin eh. So that's more. So that's T2 Micro. Now, how do you connect? You connect using SSH. Okay? So go to the web server instance. So meron ditong connect. Ayun na. Okay, connect. Now, SSH lang to. SSH, you can download the SSH using PATI. May PATI ba ako dito? PATI. Yeah, may PATI. So you need to download PATI from pati.org. No? So connect tayo using IP address. So let's go back. Ano ba yung IP address? Go back dito sa ating instance. Copy the IP address. Okay, so ganun connect. Ano? Put the IP address. Okay. The user is EC2-user at IP address. Save nyo yan. And then you need to provide the authentication method. Authentication will be using private key file for authentication. Yung dinownload natin kanina. Saan na yun? Hindi ko pa nako-convert. Yung private na yan, you need to regenerate a new footprint. So, you need the pathogen. Okay? Pathogen. To generate another private key. Kasi yung key na yon, di ba, dinownload lang natin sa AWS. What if attacker was able to infiltrate? So, delikado. So, you need to load the one given to us by AWS na PEM key, PEM key, okay? Private key pair, okay? And then save as private using RSA. Kasi we're gonna be using RSA. Save private key. Sa downloads na lang, seed ni private key. Okay? Seed ni private key. Save. Okay? And then yung private key na yon, you need to use that private key to open this, to establish connection. Okay? Save niyo. Connect kayo doon. No? SSH. So, hindi pa ako makakonect. Why? Ito na. Troubleshooting na natin. Is it up and running? Tapos na ba? Baka hindi naman tapos. Running daw siya. Running na. Ano pa ba kulang natin? Let's check. So, ito yung server. Let's check yung networking. Open ba yung SSH2? Yung hinahanap ko kanina. So, go to... teka. Kinapit ko yata yung private. You should copy the public IP. Private nga hinakopy ko. You should copy the... wala pang public, oh. Teka, hindi pa available. Hindi pa tapos. Refresh. So it should have a public IP. Ayun, bakit wala? So, something wrong. Walang public, so there's no way for you to connect. Okay, so mali yung may na-miss ako. So, ulitin natin. I-delete ko to. So that's how quick you can provision. So dapat tapos na pero something is missing. So how do you delete? You need to terminate the instance. Ingat kayo ha. Baka mamaya maiwan nyo naka-on. So you need to terminate the instance plus meron pa yung storage. May EBS volume pa yan. Ayan, go to EBS volume. I am no 8 gig. So you have to remove that one. Ha? Remove. Gusto ko delete. Highlight. Hindi pa ma-delete. Hindi pa tapos sa deletion. So go back to instance. Terminated na daw, no? Pero hindi pa, andyan pa yung hard drive niyan. Okay? Okay, let's create another snapshot, another instance, launch in instance. No? So, bakit hindi siya nagka-IP? Yun ang question. May na-skip ako. Sige, sabihin natin web server 2, second demonstration. I'm gonna be using the AMI again, as the free tier. And then free tier siya, may key pair na ako. I'm gonna be using the Sydney key pairs, no need to download. Dito, duda ako dito. No? Sa network setting, walang public IP. Ayun no. So this is the one. Kasi by default, it's disabled. Okay? So this is the second time na mag-demo ako. You have to make sure it's enabled to get public IP. Okay? Since meron akong security group, I'm gonna select the security group. And then, yun lang yung mistake ko, no? And this can be accessed using SSH anywhere in the world. Okay? Kasi naka-default subnet siya, 000, meaning any IP, any subnet. Launch na natin yung second web server natin. Hindi ko nalagyan ng bootstrap script. No, hindi ko nalagyan. Sige, question, go ahead.
Kasi, di ba kanina nag-create ka na ng instance? So why do you need to terminate? Why you can edit ba yung una mong instance?
Oh, so I can make a demonstration from the initial ground up. From the instance, no? Yung kung ano yung na-miss natin.
Pero may option doon na edit mo na lang. Pwede ba? Kasi
yeah, like, I think so. Yung dito, you can assign, you can ito, instance setting. Siguro, no? Pero mas maganda yung malinis. Ayan, no? Right from there and then may IP address ka na. Okay, running na siya. Okay, running na daw. Ayan, malinis, may IP. Kasi kung babalikan mo to, baka buutin ka pa ng siyam-siyam para lagyan ng IP to. Yan, no? Mag-setting networking setting, manage IP, no? So, magiging secondary yan. Wala nga yung public, hindi lumalabas eh. Okay, so kaya ito yung pinili ko.
Pero in a real world scenario na marami ka nang naset.
Oo, pwede. Pwede lagyan ng IP yan.
Kasi kung isa lang naman yung na-miss mo, for example, di ba? Yun lang yung kailangan.
Kung isa,
It's
pwede mong
not
gawing,
ideal na from a scratch ka ulit gagawa.
well, we'll take you to troubleshoot. So, ito na, may IP na siya. Palitan natin yung IP address. Okay. So, ayan. You can do troubleshooting. It's really up to you kung gusto mo. Ayun. So, yun. Tama na. Mas mabilis gumawa ng isa kaysa mag-troubleshoot. Kasi abutin tayo ng siyam-siyam kung mag-t-shoot pa tayo. Remember, this is not a t-shoot session. This is just a bonus section. So, server's host key is not cache. So, giving you a new fingerprint. That's why we need to generate another private key. No? So, accept the private key. Ayun, pasok na tayo. Okay? No? Login as EC2 user. Ayun, nakalagin na tayo. Okay, so I'll make this one big. Okay, sino nakagawa? Sino nakagawa? O ako lang gumawa?
Saan
Sana
galing
gumawa?
yung EC2 user? Sa
Hindi, provided yan ng Amazon. Yan ang usual login. Hindi root. Amazon, pag gumawa ka ng Amazon Linux AMI, EC2 user agad. Okay, sino nakagawa? Baka mamaya ako lang gumawa. Uy, gawin nyo to. Gawin nyo to. Okay, live yan. Live yan. So, you can ping Facebook, live yan. Okay, live running. Ngayon, hindi natin nalagay ng bootstrap script, which means hindi na-install yung web server, di ba? Ito yung gusto natin gawin. Okay, kaya gumawa ako ng second one. Wala naman ito. No? So, ano to? No? So, this is the script to make this web server available to the internet. No? Kasi as of now, hindi ito accessible. No? Pakita ko sa inyo. So, ito yung open natin yung address. There's nothing. Wala. No? Nothing. Okay, so gagawin natin web server. First of all, we need to switch to super user. Ano yung sudo su? Super user. Okay, and then we need to install the update. Okay, so it will download a few ones, and then since updated AMI, ito lang yung ginawa niya. So completed kagad, no? Parang brand new nga, wala kang in-update eh. And then we need to install web Apache. We need to install web HTTP daemon. No? HTTPD and autocomplete, yes. So he will download from Apache all the component completed. Okay, so done. Napakabilis, di ba? And then you have to systemctl start the web. Pakita natin status. Status ng HTTPD. It's not running. Nakita niya? Dead. Okay, malinaw. So hindi yung web server. So all you need to do is to start the service. Okay. So check again, status, active. Nakita niya? Active, running. Okay. And then system enables, and as the next time mag-boot, mag-start siya. Oops, mali. HTTPD. Okay. And then let's make our content kasi wala tayong content. So gagawa tayo ng simple web page using tags. Web server from $hostname. Sino nakakasunod? Sabayan niyo ako. Dali. Ako, ilang beses ko na ginawa ito eh. Remember, experience is the best teacher. Other technology won't make sense pag hindi niyo ito ginawa. Redirect, so greater than meaning redirect to a file called var, to a folder na nasa var HTML. Dito yung index.html. Okay? Index.html. Okay? So if you go to a var html, andito yung ginawa natin. Ayun na. Uy, ba't wala? Nasaan ba ako?
yan yung comma. -f close tapos comma instead na.
May typo. Ay, comma! Typo. Ay, yung comma yung nalagay ko. Okay, so walang na-create. because of typo error. Okay? So, tama na yan. Let's see kung may nakreate. Parang may mali pa rin. Nasaan ba ako? Ay, nasa root pala. Punta tayong var html. So, ito yung folder. Yan ang tama. Yun, index.html. And how do you display the content? Cut or vi. Yan, okay? So, yan ang laman ng index.html. It's a simple HTML tag. Okay, ito question ko. Anybody? Is this open to the internet? No? Pingan natin. Siyempre, hindi ito pingable kasi I haven't opened up the port yet, di ba? So, ito yung IP address. Pag pining ko yan, saan yung IP address? Ping 44.201.107.112. Okay, anybody? Ba't di siya pingable?
Kailangan i-set up yung inbound rules.
Correct. Yung security groups. Tama. Ganun, student. Close ko muna to lahat. So, we haven't opened up the ICMP. That's why it's not pingable. Ganun lang kasimple siya. No? Next one. Ba't hindi available sa internet? Yan, na-access ko, HTTP. Second question. HTTP. Ba't hindi available sa internet? Anybody? Kasi hindi pa
same reason
naka-open.
din.
Yeah, tama. Hindi pa naka-open yung port 80. Okay? So, ito na. Gagawin ko na. Demonstrate natin. So, all you need to do is go to security. Okay? And then security group. Open up security group. Open mo to. Inbound. No? Inbound. So, as of now, nakita niyo to. Inbound. Edit inbound rule. As of now, it's only SSH. So, all you need to do, kung gusto mo ma-ping, you need to open up ICMP4. No? Protocol ICMP. ICMP, ayan na nga, to all. And then accessible anywhere. No? Anywhere in the world. Default route. Save rule. Within a few seconds, tingnan nyo o yun, na-ping na siya. Okay? So, ganun lang. Pag-create na security group, na-ping na siya. Okay? Next one, hindi siya ma-access kasi nga wala pang, we haven't opened up the port 80. So, take 2. This is take 2. How do you edit sa security group? So, this is security group, inbound. So, this is web, port 80. So, we need to add rule HTTP. HTTP. Yan, okay? HTTP, anywhere in the world, default IP. Okay, so this should be available to the internet na kasi we open up HTTP, di ba? So refresh. Will take a while. Tama ba yung IP natin? Balikan natin si ating EC2. Tama ba yung IP na yan? Tama. No? Open address. Okay, not responding, di ba? Not responding. Tayo natin, ha? So troubleshoot. Ba't di ma-open? Troubleshoot natin. Ba't di ma-open? Fully qualified domain name. Try natin. Okay. Teka, saan ba natin in-open? Anybody? 80 lang yung binuksan ko. So, balik kayo sa security. 80 lang binuksan ko eh. So, baka naman...
Pero baka secure yan.
Baka secure yan, di ba? Baka naman HTTPS. So, sige. Magdagdag tayo ng HTTPS. Yan, HTTPS. Ganun lang kasimple. No? Open anywhere in the world. Okay? Try natin. Oh, yun. HTTPS nga. Okay? So sabi dito, web server originated from 172.31, which is our web server number 2. Tama? Tingnan mo yung private IP. 172.31.254. 172.31.254. Okay? Okay, I hope na-love nyo yan. I hope na-love nyo. No? So that's our first instance. No? Any question?
Hindi ko po sinet up yung sa secure po. So
Mhm.
like, yung HTTP lang okay na sa akin for some
Okay.
reason.
Yeah. Yeah, for some reason, ewan ko bakit ganun. Okay. Sa akin, may security ako. So sa'yo, unsecured. Any question before we go to our break? So anong region to? Saan to? Saan to galing? No? So question dito, saan to? So you can check the subnet natin 172.31. You can find out the exact location. So Tito Micro, saan to? Networking, networking, subnet, yun, US East 1A. Okay, so this is hosted in North Virginia ba to? Ayun, nasa North Virginia kasi ko. Okay, so North Virginia siya. So this one, we're hitting in North Virginia. Any question? So availability zone 1A. Okay, so 1A siya. If you would like to check, punta tayo sa monitor. CPU till 5%. Ito na yung CloudWatch. No? In and out, 648, this byte, this write, blah, blah, CPU credit, yan. So, nandiyan lahat. And then, if you want to take a snapshot, you can do so. Punta ka lang kayo sa instance. Okay. And then, volume, ayun, snapshot. If you want to take a backup, dito lalabas yan. So, ito yung volume. Okay. Yan ang volume. Create snapshot. Okay, to create a backup. Then if you make changes, let's say nag-corrupt, all you need to do is go to snapshot, restore the snapshot. Okay, so any question before we go? So break muna tayo.
Chris, yung ano pala, kunyari gusto mo siyang i-change ng server. Di ba sabi mo kanina, bakit gusto mong pakita sa amin?
Oo. Ano yan? Scalability and HA.
Mamaya pa yan.
Wala pa
sige,
tayong
sige.
HA. Okay? So
Sige,
this is
sige.
just a simple web server. Mamaya, papakita natin na papatayin natin to. Papatayin natin yun, isa. Kasi isa lang yan. Patayin natin yan, pero may up and running server sa kabila pa. Na pare-pareho, identical. Ganito lang makikita mo. But, different IP address. Okay, yung content, pare-pareho lang. So, meaning if the other one went down, it will just fail over to the next healthy nodes. No?
Okay, okay.
Okay, so 11:50 na sa akin. Anong oras na sa Pinas?
9:50.
9:50 pa lang sa inyo. Okay, 9:50. So, break tayo 9:50.
Pero ano yung question, seamless po ba yung failover niya, sir?
Yes, seamless and seamless. Mafe-feel mo mamaya.
Ulit.
Ano yan? Ano yan? Hello? Choppy ka. Choppy. Okay, may question pa or wala na?
Sir, basta naman po ng script dun sa pag ng server, pag-update.
Pag-update ng server, this one.
And then okay.
Okay, copy ko sa chat natin.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Ano yung chat niya? Dito na nga lang, ayaw gumana ng Skype ko eh. Okay, yeah. Okay, see you later. Bye. So let's continue the lesson. So that's how you create select a subnet for AZ. So yung subnet na na-assign sa atin was for US East 2A. A ba yun? Check natin. So anong subnet yun? So go to networking. No, pinakita ko na kanina. Saan na ba yun? 1A, meaning it's the first data center in this availability zone. So there could be 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E. Okay? So as of now, single point of presence, which means may single point of failure. Na pag ito for some reason, nag-brown out or unreachable, goodbye, web server. Right? So later on, when we come to a part na we have to build a highly scalable and highly available server, makikita nyo dito yung availability zone niya. Siguro mga tatlo. No? 1A, 1B, 1C, 1C, 1D. Okay, mga ganun na makikita niya. So, availability zone networking. So, you only get full value of the resources you run within the region by properly organizing into a segment. So, as of now, our segment or subnet is 172. Okay, so we're using this one, which is the default assigned by AWS. Kasi it has a total available address of up to 1 million. If I selected class C, no, I can only get 65,000. Tama ba? Actually, ano ito, class 192.168, class B na ito. Ito yung class A. No? So do not be deceived by this. It's not following yung IP addressing. No? So dito, you can have 65,000. Pag class C kasi, 255. May tao ba? Hello? Nandiyan ba kayo? Parang tahimik ka. Ay. Okay, so do not be deceived by this. It does not follow yung class. No? So class A, 1 million dito. Class B, 65. Class C, /24 is 255 IP addresses. No? So there's nothing preventing you from using and subdividing the network. It's up to you. No? AWS, as a matter of fact, they permit up to 200 subnet per availability zone. Okay? Calculating net mask for those range to properly understand their CIDR goes way beyond the scope of this chapter. So hindi ako magsasubnetting. Someone asks you, sir, paano i-subnet? Well, it's not part of our topic. Okay? Next, availability zones and HA. So one of the key principles underlying the entire business of server admin is that all hardware will eventually fail. Lahat ng hardware nasisira. You might be thinking, bakit yung every 3 years nasisira yung hard drive? Di ba? Kasi meron nga silang mean time before failure, MTBF. Na 3 years lang sila na. Kaya binibenta sa kung saan, no? Just sa eBay and so on. Mga lagpas na yung MTBF nila. Okay? A hard drive running without backup is known as single point of failure. So kung wala kang secondary site, wala kang backup, wala kang snapshot, isa lang, sira na. Okay? Single point of failure, SPOF. Now, so how do we avoid SPOF, single point of failure? So you can either use auto-scaling or load balancing. Okay, auto-scaling, which scales up, which means it add and provision another VM within the pool. Load balancing delivers the resources to each virtual machine. So auto-scaling can be configured to replace or replicate resource to ensure that predefined service level is maintained. Kung ang SLA up and running 24/7 is 99.9%, so meron ka pang 0.01% na downtime. Okay. Load balancing will orchestrate the use of multiple resources, no, such as multiple VMs, multiple network, multiple paths, and so on to load balance the resources, the services required. So global infra edge location, you can find different region that you can pair. So hindi lahat ng region pwedeng i-pair. No? Okay, so first of all, ano man yung edge location in CloudFront? CloudFront is an Amazon version of content delivery network, which is a caching service. No? Frequently accessed files can be cached using the edge point sa Amazon CDN. Okay? Let's say you're hosting large file sa S3. If your users would have to retrieve the file directly from the bucket each time they requested delivery, especially end user leaving continents away from the bucket. Napakalayo, no? No? Eventually, it will become mabagal. Okay? But if you could store cache copy sa CDN, yun nga, yung mostly accessed file, they can be much faster. No? So in short, CDN is a cache copy service. No? In addition to CloudFront, madami pang services like Amazon Route 53. It's a DNS service, no, for managing domain name registration. Let's say gusto mo maggawa ng domain mo like chris.com, nexus.com, so Route 53. Meron ding AWS Shield is a managed service for countering the threat of denial of services. No? So if you want to avoid yung DDS, distributed denial of service, you will put your instance behind AWS Shield. AWS Web Application Firewall is a managed service for protecting web app from web-based threat. Okay? Remember ang WAF, some sort of firewall for web application version. And then merong Lambda. It's a serverless, no, of Lambda to customize CloudFront behavior. So instead of installing these services in a single server, no, it will be just a function in serverless sa Lambda. No, Lambda is serverless. So meron ditong exercise na I wish you can perform, no, not necessarily today, no. So this will configure the CloudFront distribution. No? First, you have to go to CloudFront, choose create distribution, select a delivery method, content, and then name the distribution page. Tapos, you have to point to S3 kasi nandun yung mga files ninyo. No? And then go to settings, no? And then select the number of edge location. Let's say from, originally S3 nyo is from North Virginia and you're in Philippines. No? So select yung Hong Kong. Diba? Very easy. Diba? Napadali. Next is the shared responsibility model. So what are your responsibility and what will be AWS responsibility? So as I've mentioned kanina, on different platform, no, ito infra, responsibility nyo is to maintain the code, maintain the security. You have to maintain the database as well as operating system. So how do you maintain operating system? So dito merong monthly patching, di ba? Pa-patch nyo, latest service pack is version 4. You have to deploy to 5,000 servers. Abutin ngayon ng mga 2 weeks to deploy. Napatrabaho. No, so dito, orange, it will be the responsibility of AWS. Nakita nyo? Na-feel nyo yung difference? Nakita nyo? Another one, customer is responsible for whatever you upload in the cloud. Kanina, I created the index HTML. No? That's my responsibility. No? If something goes wrong, I'll be liable for it. No? Let's say na-hack, na-attack, na-corrupt. No? Ako yung responsible doon. Ang responsibility naman yung ng AWS is yung cloud. So if something goes wrong with the hardware, hard drive, network card, no? They will be arranged a service request. Okay. Or managed services. One example is in network connectivity from Hong Kong to Philippines. No, if something goes wrong, no, so they need to escalate to the telco provider. That's their responsibility. Unmanaged resource. The most obvious example is the EC2. When you provision EC2, you will be the one to maintain that EC2 instance. Like ito to. Responsibility ko to. Ako kasi nag-timeout na. Ako kasi nag-install. Diba? I'm the one who launched the EC2 instance. So that's my responsibility. So ano yung mga responsibility dito? Saan ba yan? Ito ba yan? Ito nga. EC user, EC2 user. EC2 user. Tama naman na. So let's make it big. Then save, try to save. So the next time you launch this session, available siya. Yan, so ano responsibility ko dito? So for like recently, may log4j, no? I have to make sure na updated and patch, like the one I demonstrated to you, no? So what do you need? How do you update? It's very easy. Yum update. Yes, ganun lang. No? So, pansinin nyo, there's an error. Sabi dito, you need to be root to perform this command. No? So, anybody help me? Anong the first thing I need to do? Elevate the permission. Super user. And then that's the only time you can update. No? So, yum update minus y. Yan. So, it will check if there's a new package and then it will install the package. Okay, ganun lang.
Question.
No, go ahead.
Pwede po bang idiretsong sudo yum update -y?
It doesn't matter kasi hindi naman natin hindi natin topic yun. That's only a demonstration. So when it comes to technical command, no, such as Linux, if that's Linux, no, Windows, we're not discussing anything. Siguro pwede, no, pwede mong gawin. Try ninyo, no? So I'm gonna stick to the topic. So remember, our topic is AWS. So it doesn't matter kung anong command na gusto niya, no? So next one is service health status. So if you want to check the health ng current service you availed, no? So dito tayo. So you can also check from here. No? So as of now, there's no scheduled change today. Okay? No issues sa service na inallocate sa akin. Ito yung current event log as of May 4. They already closed the ticket for Oregon IoT. They already closed the issue, EC2, located in Seoul. So historically, you can see what happened. No? As of now, there's no outage. And then lastly, the acceptable use of policy. It's very easy. Of course, no porn, no illegal fraudulent activity, no violate to rights of others, no? And no one should threaten, incite, promote, blah, 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 violence, terrorism, blah, 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 no child exploitation. So hindi kayo pwede mag-host ng anything related to this one, no? Child exploitation and so on. And you cannot do spamming, publish, send, facilitate sending of unsolicited mass email or bombing. Okay? So try to focus exam, no? Try to focus nothing technical about the commands kasi hindi naman lalabas sa exam yun. So dito, which of the following designation would refer to the U.S. origin? No? So U.S. West Oregon region. So it's very easy. So all you need to do is go to your AWS, no? West Oregon, makikita niyo Oregon, ayun na. Oregon, US West 2. Okay, US West 2. So that's the answer. Next, which of the following region for which customer access is restricted? Well, of course, government, no? Department of Defense, no? Next, when you request new EC2, your instance will auto-launch in the currently selected value. Okay? So, ano kaya sagot dito? Anybody? Let's say, sino ba? Sino pwede? Stephanie or Robbie? If you notice, no, if you're listening kanina, when I launch an instance, naka North Virginia ako. When I check the instance, subnet ng North Virginia. So anong sagot dito? Anybody? Ethan, Alberto.
Availability zone, sir.
Availability zone. Huh? Yeah, somehow ko na gano'n. Teka.
Region.
Kasi dito ako, di ba? Naka-ano ako, ginawa ko kanina. Nag-launch ang instance, naka North Virginia. Lumabas sa, wait, teka, East, US East 1, which is US East 1. Okay, ano tawag dito? Anybody? Availability zone. Ayan, no? Availability. Okay? Okay, sa exam, tricky, di ba? Parang, teka, nasa region ako ng North Virginia, di ba? Pero ito, tandaan niyo. Saan ba ako nag-launch? Ano tawag dito? Ano tawag dyan? Ano tawag dyan? Availability zone. Yes. So that's the answer. Okay?
Question lang po. Bale yung naming pattern nung ng regions and availability zones. Pag sa region walang suffix na letter.
Hindi, depende. Ang question dito, nag-request ka ng VM. No? So, saan automatically malo-launch yun? Yun ang tanong. No? So, sinelect ko itong North Virginia. So, yun ang availability zone ko. Yung US East 1A. Yun siya. Okay? US East 1. No? So, which is the first data center. Question? What is it? Ano yung tanong? So, availability zone. Okay? So, naming convention doesn't matter. No? So, sige, isa pa. Which of the following not globally based? Kanina, explain ko na yung global. No? Hindi dito global.
Route 53, sir.
Tama. Hindi yung global. Okay?
C.
C. No. Actually, tama din to eh. Not globally based. Not global.
AC2.
Tama, select 2. So,
select 2. Kaya pala.
Mm.
Nagduda pa ako. Tama. Ayan. Tingnan nyo ha. I'll make a demonstration na pag pumunta ka ng Route 53, diba? Hindi global lalabas dun eh. Kasi routing, to achieve routing, you have to be in the nearest, not globally, region eh. Tama, kanita ko ng host eh. Tingnan nyo. So, papipiliin ka eh. Saan mo gusto yung host, di ba? Now, if you follow this, malalim to eh. No? Mahaba to. Saan mo gusto i-route, no? Saan doon, no? Now to make sure, check nyo sa baba, no? Check nyo sa baba kung ano yung tamang answer diyan. Ito naman, last one again. Which of the following would be valid endpoint, no? Sa tingin nyo dito, parang valid lahat, fully qualified domain name, di ba? Now you need to supply sa database. So remember, when you create a database, you need to create saan ko-connect yung application. Ko-connect siya sa endpoint. So ano dito?
D, sir.
Valid endpoint. Valid daw eh. Remember yung naming convention, yung format, di ba may region, tapos ito malito eh, wala namang RDS, no? So X mo na yan. ECS.
Letter C, sir.
Letter C.
Ito malito D. So eliminated na yung A and D na. Kasi wala namang top level domain USE. So it could be B and C. Meron bang EU West 3? Doon ako sa EU West 3. EU West 3. EU West. Wala. EU West 2 lang eh, di ba? Sige, punta tayo sa RDS, Relational Database. Talagang live, no? I wanna show you. May saan hosted to. Siyempre, lalabas dito yung region. Ayun, nasa US East 1 ako. No? By default eh. So hanapin, gusto ko lang pakita sa inyo yung EU West 3. Wala. Doesn't exist. EU West 3, di ba? Wala eh. No? So X mo to. EU West 3X. So the answer is C.
Meron sir yata na EU.
Meron ba?
Parang meron, sir.
Meron, sir.
Meron? Ba't pala makita?
Paris.
ECS po yung wala.
Sa Europe, sir.
Europe Paris, sir.
Ayun o. Meron pala. Nasa RDS ako. So, anong sagot dito, di ba? So, parang meron yun eh. No? Relational database could be C. Kasi ECS could be. Ito yung tricky dyan eh. Kahit naman anong name, pwede mo ilagay eh. Ito, relational database siguro nilagay. No? So, puntahan natin. Sige, number 5, C ba? Ang sagot? Anong exam to? Ano ba to? 3 o 4? 4, no? 4. Baba ka. Punta tayo sa module 4. Sagot could be B or C. No? Number 5. Ay, tama. Select 2 pa lang ulit. B and C parehong tama. Okay? Kasi pareho, naming convention, doesn't matter yung subdomain eh, di ba? As long as masatisfy mo yung dalawang requirements, top level domain.
Nasa yun.
Ay, sorry. C pala. Nakatingin ako dito sa 6. So, ako, C. Tama tayo. RDS. Naming convention, North Virginia, lagi may Amazon na AWS, relational database, mas politically correct kasi RDS, relational database ang tanong. Hi, so it's a matter of reviewing and assessing yourself. So tapos na tayo sa 4, let's move on sa chapter number 5. Any questions so far?
Sir, may question lang sana sa nabanggit mo kanina, yung customer ang may responsibility ng pag may mga attacks. Pero sir, kasama po ba may mga listahan, di ba binibigay minsan yung mga cloud provider na kung pwede nilang i-avail yung mga ganun, protection? Meron ba mga ganun siya?
Yeah, service level agreement will be anything you subscribe, no, will be provided to you na ito yung agreement nyo, blah blah blah. Mapapakita ko ano yung mga level of agreement niyo.
Thank you,
Pero
sir.
depende sa purchase mo. Baka naman kinuha mo lang is infra as a service. Ang dami mong responsibility nun.
Thank you, sir.
Pag software as service, they deliver everything. User ka lang, such as salesforce.com. Diba? You don't have to worry about anything. You use the application straight away. Kung platform naman, tapos develop mo yung application nyo in Java, they will give you the platform, Java to SSE. No? Kung Microsoft Visual Basic na may apps mo, tapos hinost mo sa kanila, sila yung .NET runtime. May responsibility nun. So ano yung responsibility nila? To patch to the latest hotfix, to make sure it's upgraded, to make sure it's secured, no? Yung mga ganun. So depende sa in-avail mo kung IIS, PAS, SAS. Okay, recorded ba tayo? Ay, recorded, tama. O, may nagtatanong sa chat. Hindi ko nababasa yung chat. Region, RDS. Oy, tama, RDS. Yes. So next is Cloud Practitioner exam just limited to cloud security and compliance and IAM access management. So intro, everyone in IT knows the apps and infra security are the paramount of concern, no? Talagang you have to make sure everything is secured, especially in daming actor nowadays. Unfortunately, the constant stream of news about catastrophic data breaches suggests some of us may not yet realize just how important security is. So no matter what role you are in your organization, no, you have to ensure that all your assets are protected. No? Whether the data is data at rest, naka-store sa USB nyo, you have a responsibility not to share. So that's top. How do you secure USB? As much as possible, you have to encrypt. Diba? Sabihin sa inyo ng boss nyo, you cannot save anything on your desktop, especially mga clear text password. Diba? So what you need to do? What's your responsibility? No? As much as possible, hindi kayo pwede mag-save ng password sa desktop niyo. No? So you learn how to use identity access management service to control which people and process get past the wall guarding your infrastructure, such as authentication resources, authentication service, authorization service. Now, what's the difference between the two? No? Ano yung difference ng authorization sa authentication? Authentication is the credential. You need to supply your credential before they can identify you. Once they identify na ikaw to, no, by providing artifact, no, then that's the only time they can create IAM account. Now, let's say first day nyo sa trabaho, sino ka ba, diba? So someone will ask you, driver's license, passport, social security, and then that's the time they can create IAM account. Okay, now next is authorization. Authorization is totally different from authentication. Authorization is your level of access. Let's say you, as a domain admin, have all the power, no? From creation of billing, creation of IAM account, creation of S3. Now, since this is your first day, for example, as much as possible, I will apply yung least privileged authorization sa'yo, which is read-only. So, ang bibigay ko sa iyo authorization, read access only, which you can view everything from, you can view everything from the code, from the resources, but you cannot do anything. You can delete, you cannot create, you cannot launch, you cannot save, no? So authorization is more on giving you authority to the resources. No? Authentication is more on about you, you as a person, or you as an employee. You're the only one who knows the username, password, plus the has the capability to provide the multi-factor authentication PIN number. Okay. So identity and access management, you as an individual, and how will you be authenticated? So we'll start with IAM. So IAM dashboard is by going to amazon.com/IAM. Okay, so as of now, how many users? I have created 7. No? So let's say this is your first time to create user. So I'm gonna add you as a user. Let's say, for example, si Ma'am Irma Miraflor. Lagyan Irma na lang, wala namang Irma. No? So this is how you create users. So I'm gonna give you programmatic access, okay? And I'm gonna give you a password to access console. So what's the difference between the two? Again, ang programmatic access is this one. So you see this one? So if you want to launch, if you want to provision, if you want to orchestrate, if you want to build, you can do it programmatically. Now, yung command line, let's say AWS, S3, upload yung picture. You can do so using Cloud Shell. Pwede rin sa Linux. No? Pwede ka rin mag-access dito. The command is AWS CLI. Okay? So, I'll show you. Pati. So, meron akong timeout. So, that's why nawawala yan. So, may timeout akong sinet sa akin. So, I'm gonna log in again. Ito ba yan? So, 44. Ito yan. Alam ko. So, access again. Login again. EC2 user. Okay. So, command line. AWS. Pre-built na siya. Okay? Ito yung command line. Ito yung programmatic access. Okay, so sabi dito, let's say, you would like to have AWS help. No? Help tayo. Ano yung mga available command? Ayan, /debug. No? So this is some sort of a manual. Pinasok ako sa loob eh. Ayan. So this is a command line interface, and you can also do it from the Cloud Shell. Okay? So yan yung sinasabing programmatic access. Malinaw ba ang programmatic access? Ang console access naman is more on GUI, this one, graphical user interface. So this is console. Okay, this is console. This is programmatic access. Okay? And the one I shown you. No? So I'm gonna give both to Ma'am Irma. No? And then console password when you log in, sabihin natin. Yan. No? Then user must create a new password next time you log in, sabihin ko no na lang. And then take note, you need to add the user to a group. Sabihin natin administrator, si Ma'am Irma. No? Add user to the group. And then if you wanna put a key tag or label, let's say user, no, user practitioner siya. Just to identify, sino siya, excuse me. And then let's create the user. Okay, take note, si Irma has access key and secret access. Secret access is the password, access key is the login ID. So you need to copy this one and put it in a safe place. No? Okay, so access key, then the username, secret is the password. Okay. Now, Paano mag-login si Irma? Of course, you will be given a console access by going to this URL. So ito yung URL. Okay. Yan ang URL. Okay? Programmatic access, all you need to do is console muna tayo. Ngayon magla-log out ako. Kailangan ko mag-log out kasi naka-root ako di ba? So gagamit na lang ako ng Firefox. Tingnan ko kung makalagin ako. No? So this is the IM account which I just created now. So I'll be asking for username, password. So yan, account ID, IM username is Irma, di ba? Irma, tandaan nyo, Irma. Irma. And then password is the one I provided. Remember, huwag na i-remember. So I'm logging as Irma. Okay, switch to the new console home. Ayan. So may login ID na si Irma. Okay? Ayan na siya, Irma, kanya yan. And he's admin, no? Admin siya. So he can pretty much do anything. No? Okay? So may access siya programmatically and via console. No? Pansinin niyo, paano ipa-program wala dito yung Cloud Shell? No? No? So you need to connect using AWS CLI. So paano naman connect using AWS CLI? No? So ito, may hands-on lab akong binigay sa inyo. I've given you. If you wanna install the CLI in your Windows, you can do so. Download this installer. And then you can check the version, how to check your credential. All you need to do is log into the CLI, no? AWS configure. And then you need to provide your access key and then the password and region where you are in. Okay? So hands-on yan kung gusto nyo gawin. No? So lalagin na ako. So how to log in sa AWS? AWS configure programmatically. Yan, configure lang. Okay? So it's asking for access key. So dito na papasok yung sinave nating access key. Remember, this is the access key. Okay? Plus the secret key, which is the password. No? Don't worry, I will delete this one. And default region ko is North Virginia, di ba? US East 1. US-East-1. Tama ba? I guess so. Okay, default, enter. Ayan. I'm inside na. I'm inside the AWS programmatically. Okay? So that's how you access. So same with the Cloud Shell. Pwede nyo ring gawin yung sa Cloud Shell, no? So, try natin. S3, may laman ba yung bucket ko? May bucket ba ako? Ayun, may bucket ako. So, I created a bucket a while ago. And yesterday, no? So, ito yung bucket ko. S3 bucket. This is root account. If I want to go to my bucket, just go to S3. So, bucket. S3 is just a storage. So makikita mo dito yung Nexus bucket. Ayan, Nexus bucket. Ang laman ng Nexus bucket ay index.html. Okay? So dito, if I query what's inside the bucket using AWS command programmatically. No? So I want to check, ano ba laman? S3, the object I would like to query, ls meaning list, and the S3 address. Okay? Ano mo pangalan ng bucket? So just double click, double left click mouse, right click. No? So, ang laman ng bucket ay index.html. Okay? Index.html dyan. Sa bucket na yan. If you want to upload, you can do so. Napakasimple. AWS, S3, copy the file, no, to the bucket. No? So, pili tayo ng file. Ano bang magandang file? Hanap ako ng file. So, I already given you the code, no, sa hands-on lab natin. Ayan, web server JPEG. Ito yung JPEG. Web server picture. So gusto kong i-upload sa bucket. No? Gusto kong i-upload sa bucket. Either you do it from here or via command line interface. No? So upload ko sa bucket. Clicking upload. And then add file. web server JPEG, ayan, upload ko na. Okay? Ganun lang kadali. No? So let's query. Let's check kung anong laman uli ng ating bucket. What's the command? ls. No, list. So dalawa na dapat. Bakit isa lang? Na-upload ko ba? Did I upload? Yeah, it's there. Bakit 22? Dali, hindi ko pa yata na-upload. Ano laman ito? Hindi pa na-upload. Okay. Let's upload. Action. Upload. Add files. JPEG. Ano pa ba gusto nito? Upload yun. I haven't clicked upload yet. So uploaded, succeeded. So if you want to verify, doon na yung web server JPEG. And programmatically, you can also verify if the file is already there by using s3ls bucket name. Ayun. Okay. I have uploaded the file. So that's how you create IAM. Now, how do you protect the root user? No, ideally you don't use the root user. You create an account, and that account will be used. No, that's the one you distribute. Root account, you can't use the root account. No, authentication, whether you're logging to work via management console or running terminal, no, through cloud or via PATI, no, you can do so. So while you're still learning your way, probably do most of your work from the browser. So puro tayo management console. Dahil this one, programmatic access, is for DevOps. Remember, we're on the zero level, ground level, zero. After ng fundamentals, you need to go associate, solution architect associate. After associate, solution architect professional, and then DevOps. No? Or system ops, no? So hindi natin gagalaw, hindi tayo magpo-programmatic access. Puro tayo console. Okay? Console tayo. Then for password policy, you can do a combination of letters, numbers, special character, and you have to allow the user to change their password during the usual stuff, diba? Ito yung password policy. And as much as possible, ask them to enable multi-factor authentication. So puntahan natin si user. Balikan natin si user. IAM. So how you go back? Just type IAM. And then may user na ako, si Irma. Ay, ba't wala? Group pala to. Users. Ayan si Ma'am Irma. Okay, so dito, he's a member of administrators. Security credential niya, he needs to log in here. And ito yung access key, just in case you forgot, you can create a new one. You can have your own SSH public key. And you can, ano ba dito? Do multi-factor authentication. So access advisor, let's see ano ba yung access advisor. So he's reviewing the credential and he found out na allowed services is about 310. Kasi nga naka-admin. 310. No? Admin siya. So palitan natin yung permission niya from being administrator kasi napaka-powerful niyan. Re-remove ko yan from the group. And as much as possible, gonna create a specific group such as sabihin natin read-only. Okay? Especially for beginners with the rights of read access lang. Okay? So, asan na yung read? Na? Filter natin. Read. Amazon EC2. Sabihin natin, read only. Yan. Okay? Create group. So, she can only access EC2 with the read permission. Okay? Read only group. Ayan. So, we just applied the least privilege access. Na? Yung pinakamababang access. Okay? So, as you can see, limited, pero may read. Okay? What else? So roles naman, you can create your own role. Let's say create a new role. And that role will be related to creating EC2 instance, for example. Common use is EC2. Okay. EC2 only, EC2 allow instance. Okay. So you can fine grain the permission. Let's say you would like this developer to have EC2 power, whether he can create, delete, call on your behalf. Okay, so specific lang doon. So tawagin natin to EC2 power user. Okay. So which they have the power to create EC2. So anong power yan? They are allowed to assume the role to any EC2 services. No? So lahat eh. Okay. Allow. Okay. Create role. That's it. So may role ka na. Next is the policy. No? So dadaanan natin yan. So I would like to progress dito. So if you want to create a password policy, it's very easy. No? Combination of uppercase, lowercase, number, alphanumeric. Okay? And as much as possible, 12 characters. You can also create a key pair, no? Using SSH. Okay, you can create your key pair. Then that key pair should be paired with the public instance. Like if you remember when I connect dito sa instance ko, I'm not being asked to provide the password because I'm using key pair. Okay, so create an IAM user and assign limited permission. I just performed this one. Dinemonstrate ko. Nag-create ako ng IRMA and then inassign ko admin. Then remove ko sa admin. Nag-create ako ng read-only group. Read-only group having a read-only access. Okay? Gawin niyo to. Maganda to. No? Ayan ay step by step. Then you have to go to the account, console account number. Okay? Console ha. Ito yung account number niya. Okay? Console. IAM groups. I created a single group. No? Na-create ako ng power user which they have permission to do or launch EC2. Okay. You can report all the credential in one go. Now you can view sino may permission. No, so you can use credential report. Ito yung credential report. It's very easy. So download the report. Okay, so downloaded. Saan yung downloads ko? Punta tayo dito sa downloads. Ito yung report, credential report. Yan, okay. So sa IRMA, yan, ARN, account number, user / IRMA, created today. Password, yes, may password. Password last use was a while ago. Access key is also, she's also granted access key for programmatic access. Okay. Last rotated, never, kasi kaka-create. Meron siyang access sa S3 bucket. Okay, yan. So that's the credential report. Napaka-simple lang. No? Okay, let's go back. Encryption, yun nga. We already mentioned data encryption and general terms, how it works, and context of SSH. No? So basic encryption is the one we're using. No? But the need to protect the integrity of your data goes well beyond remote login sessions. So ang encryption nito is yung data address and data being transmitted. Kasi nga I'm using private key. Meron akong key na ginamit. No? Encryption key, the data files used to control an object's cryptographic transformation are mostly managed by AWS Key Management Service, KMS. When you select to encrypt the resource, KMS will apply encryption using CMK. That's been generated specially for your account. You can manage your key, including creating new key or scheduling deletion of old ones. That's why kanina, di ba, may nakita kayo, create new one. using KMS dashboard or the encryption key. So, tingnan natin kung ma-access natin. KMS dashboard. Dias dashboard. Yan. KMS. Okay, so let's say create a key. So symmetric or asymmetric. So it depends on what you want. KMS or you want multi-region key can be used to different region or single key. A key to encrypt and decrypt or generate and verify MAC. Symmetric or asymmetric. Symmetric single key for encrypting and decrypting. Asymmetric is a public and private key like the one I download kanina for encrypting and decrypting. Regulatory compliance, they call it AWS Artifact Service. Okay? So will the application you plan to run on AWS be processing credit card transaction? No? So ito ba yung credit card? So kailangan nyo na ng compliance, which is PCI, DSS. No? What about if your customers belongs to a private health? No? Kailangan nyo na yung different compliance, regulatory compliant. No? Yung HIPAA, di ba? Tinatawag nila ngayon. So those are the questions you need to answer before you dive too deeply into your deployment. Okay? But where can you find authoritative answer? No? When you say authoritatives, they're the one who can provide you the facts on yung exact answer. No? So dito, AWS Artifact. So Artifact will ask you a series of questions, terms and condition, and non-disclosure agreement. When you choose this one, you will select what's available. No? Kung credit card yan, you need to go PCI DSS. No? Kung health naman, HIPAA, no? And so on. So Artifact is right here. Type nyo lang AWS Artifact. Tandaan nyo lang sa exam, what is Artifact? Compliance reports and agreement. Okay? You don't need to perform the hands-on lab. No? Nasa first level pa lang tayo. It's ground zero. Again, what is AWS Artifact? You have comprehensive resource access to auditor-issued reports, certifications, ISO, accreditation, and so on. Use cases, report to access several compliance report. Puro reporting siya. Okay, so these are the essential in examination. Mag-exam na tayo. Anybody? Si Ben John. Can you please answer question number 1? Ano yung answer?
I think it's
So ano daw yung function ng IAM? Napakadali, no? So identity and access management. Yun na yan, yun na yan. Which of the following are requirements you can include in IAM password policy? Select 3. So tatlo, di ba? Kung ako mag-exam, process of elimination pa rin. Ano yung vague? Check natin. Parang weird to. Require at least one non-alphanumeric, di ba? Non-alphanumeric. Ito seems very simple. One uppercase, one number. Ay, teka, one space, mali. Parang vague to.
ABD?
ABD. Vague to, no? So, ganun, no? Kailangan daanan mo lahat kasi kala ko ito yung mali. Ito pala, siyang mali, no? So, ABD. So, one space. Meron bang password na gamit space? Kasi password mo is password. Tapos nag-enter ka ng ganon? Di ba wala?
parang wala po, sir.
Walang
Always
ganon.
underscore.
Wala namang ganun.
Space.
Underscore usually.
Yes. So vague tong C. So answer is ABD. Tama kaya. No? Pero you know what? Naka-encounter na ako ng ganyan. Sa Linux meron yan. So, kung gaya itsura niyan. Sa Linux, kung nag-Ubuntu kaya. Tapos ASCII characters hindi A Hanapin mo yung what is the ASCII of A? Tatanungin mo what is the ASCII of A. ASCII FA 90. Kung lowercase 97. So ganito yung password niyan. Ta-translate mo into ASCII. Ganun siya. Ta-translate mo in ASCII. No? Na-encounter ako yan sa V-Realize Automation. Grabe. Sabi ko naman password nito. 20. Kung space. Ganyan ang i-enter mo. No? Pero entering a literal space, wala yung galang ganyan. Okay. So check niyo yung answer. Tama yung answer natin. No? Sabay. Which of the following should you do to secure your root user? Anybody? Oliver.
Letter D, sir. Create a strong password. Saka,
Yeah, could be.
CD.
Oh, yan, tama.
saka,
Tama, dalawa eh.
Yun pala kanina yung enable MFA dun sa mga users.
Meron yun, meron. So, hindi ko lang na-demo. MFA, punta ka dito, enable MFA. So, punta ka IM, andin yung option to enable multi-factor. So, if you want to enable multi-factor, now let's say, ayun, add MFA for user, deactivate as for root user. For user dapat meron din yan. So, ganito din itsura niyan. So, for root user, add kan MFA, activate MFA. Pag inactivate ko to, mag-a-ask na to ng PIN number. Ayoko mo na i-activate na. So user meron din yan. Hanapin natin kay Irma. Hindi ko nga nakita kanina. Asan ba yan? Ba't wala dito? Pwede yan, pwede. Kasi sa office namin naka-MFA ako eh. Hindi ko na makita. Ayaw ko bakit. Naka-root naman ako. Hindi ko makita bakit. Pero ang question kasi dito, root eh. So ang answer dito is C and D. Bakit hindi A? Assign the root to the admins. Never. No? Don't let anyone use the root account. Okay? B, use the root day to day. Hindi pwede. No? You need to crown the user account. No? Hindi pwede gamitin ng root everyday. Okay? Kasi nandun yung payment method nyo, di ba? Okay? And ang dami pa. If I were you, I'm gonna answer all this. Sagutan ninyo within 1 week, then exam the following week. Guaranteed pass yan. Next one, chapter 6, working with resources. Okay. So here, we're going to define cloud security and compliance. Parang kanina din, cloud security. Identify security support. May domain 3 pa. And 4. Methods of deploying and operating in cloud. And identify the core services plus billing. Daming topic nito. Daming topic nito. So the console can be accessed using browser, Google, Safari, IE, Firefox. You can also access using command line interface. Na-disconnect na ako. Now you can use command line interface also in the cloud. Ito. Yeah. Nag-time out. Oh, preparing your terminal. You don't need to install CLI. No? Meron naman sa cloud available na yan. How do you access the console? We've been doing it since the beginning. Yeah? Console.aws.amazon. We log in as root, for the first time. And then nag-ask ng email if you want to create. So account ID, I am username. Opening the console is by going console.aws.com. And you can also pin the shortcut to navigation bar. So ito yung console natin. Punta ako dito sa console. By default, if you want to make this one is your favorite, yun, nakita niyan. IM, S3, EC2, database, Route 53, ano ba? Console home. Okay? So, pinin ko siya, pinin ko. If you go back, ayan siya. May shortcut ka na. No? If you wanna go IM, click nyo lang yung shortcut. If I go S3, so you don't have to type. Okay, so very basic, easy to. Okay. Iwanan natin yan, napakadali lang yan. Selecting region is the one on the right-hand side. No? Okay, some global services don't require selection regions such as IAM account. So pag nasa IAM ka, it's global. IAM, tingnan nyo ha. Global. Okay, global. S3, bakit? Global. EC2, ito hindi to global. No? Per region siya. Okay? Ito yung ano, MFA. Anong account ba ito nilagay? Root account yata. Ay, Ben. User, ayun, meron siya. You can activate MFA sa user. No? Go to dashboard. Dashboard daw. Somehow hindi ko makita. So I am then dashboard. Ito daw dashboard. Na users. Na-rearrange yan kasi nag-rearrange ako eh. Okay, so may password age and active key. So ito mga luma na to pag di-delete ka na to. Naka-red. Anything that is red, no, matagal nang hindi na access. Then he's asking for confirmation. You want to make sure na hindi to accidental deletion. Yeah. Deleted na. Yeah. Yeah, account name. So if you click on your account, you can pretty much see everything. Ito yung account ko, Nexus, na dito yung security credential ko, billing, service quotas, organization, and so on. So very basic. No? Ano pa ba? Tagging is just labeling. You can also install mobile app sa cellphone nyo, Android. Just type AWS Console mobile app. So you can, let's say you want to power on, you want to shut down, you want to monitor, no? Utilization, yan. Gusto makita yung performance kasi part of monitoring team kayo, no? So pag tumaas to, hindi ka kailangan naka-tied up sa NOC, not necessarily to be tied up in your network operations center. You can view this one while on the go, no? The application doesn't support all services. Services it does support include the following: billing cost and so ito lang yung nasa mobile version, limited. So mobile app, you can only see these services, not 100% complete. Okay? AWS command line interface give you access to programmatic within 180 days of service launch. Okay, so itong access mo dito, yeah, buburahin nila yan. Kasi you're availing space eh. Sa S3 bakit? Buburahin nila yan after 180 days. AWS CLI is compatible with Windows. So kung gusto nyo mag-install ng CLI sa Windows ninyo, I already provided the step-by-step. So meron kayo hands-on lab. How do you install AWS CLI? Yan, sa laptop ninyo. So first you need to download this one. Download nyo to. It's 100 megabyte yata yun eh. So click nyo lang yan. Ayun, ako nagda-download na siya. Ida-download na siya. And then install. No? And then check nyo yung AWS version. No? Ta-type nyo yung ayun, nawala na ako dito. So sa pag-pati kasi na time out eh, no? Version, ano bang version ng CLI ko? 2.6.1. Okay. So yan, completed na yung download. You can install this one. No? Pwede install to. 25 megabytes lang naman. So how do you type? So dito kayo sa command prompt, no? Kung installed na, you just type AWS. Okay. Ay, installed na pala ako. CLI. Version ng in-install ko is version 1.2. Okay? Ang current is 2.6. Nakita niya? Hindi updated itong na-install ko. So you can connect here. You can connect using the credential, no? Okay, AWS configure. Tapos is asking for access key. Ay, hindi pa. Ayun yun. Buti na paste ko. Asking for the secret. Paste ko ba? Na-paste ko yan. Hindi yata yan. Else you need to type pag di mo na-paste. Okay, tanungin natin. Am I connected? Yun ang question, di ba? Am I connected? So, tanungin natin sino gusto natin? Si S3. Si S3. So, how are we going to make sure na connected tayo? So, meron tayong check
AWS
natin.
S3LS.
Oo. Ano ba laman ng ating bucket? Tingnan natin kung connected ako o hindi ako connected. Kasi nga, yung password, connect tayo ulit Hindi ko alam kung na-paste ko, hindi. Mahirap kasi mag-type ang haba ng secret Buti pa to. Yan, access key, na-paste ko. Then you need to provide this one. Yun! US. Ayan. US is one no need to do anything. Press enter. No? And then type the AWS CLI command, S3, sorry, LS. Ano yung bucket ko? So merong Nexus bucket? Di ako allowed. US East 1. Tama ba East 1 ka?
Wala atang permission.
Walang? Wait. Walang. Tinanggalan ko, di ba? Si Irma pala to.
Tinanggalan mo ng ano
Tinanggalan ko ng admin. Di ba? Na-test mo? Read only, di ba? Read only. Sa EC2. Pero, the one we're accessing is S3. Na-feel niya? So, limited. So, kung saang object kayo ginrant ng permission, dun lang meron kayo. Sa EC2. Si Irma kasi EC2 lang. No? I'm inquiring about the S3. Di ba? So, ayan. So, na-take effect na yung permission na in-apply natin. That's good. Ano pa? Let's, saan na tayo? So, that's how you install. Okay. Python version 3.3. So, kasama na yung Python. How do you, install sa Ubuntu? So, they use the Ubuntu version naman. No? Kung gusto nyo, sudo apt-get install. Apt-get ang ginagamit nila. No? Install the apps. Sudo yum install the AWS CLI. You can do that as well. No? Dun sa pati ko, I can use this. No? Let's connect again sa aking pati. Disconnected na kasi ka. You can adjust the timeout no? Kung gusto nyo. 44 load. EC2 user. So, parang hindi na kita tanungin, EC2-user. Yan. Okay. Tawagin natin tong training para hindi na tayo. Kaya na. Nag-automatic na EC2 user. Okay? So, if I want to install the AWS, the command for this will be, pakita ko muna yung version. So, sa Amazon Machine Image, pre-install na yung CLI. Don't need to do anything. Pero just in case na Ubuntu, no? So that's the command. Kung gusto nyo i-install. No? Sudo yum install AWS CLI. Okay, sabi niya already installed. Okay. If you want to install MySQL, okay, is this okay? You would like to install MariaDB? Yes. SQL client, yan. So, ganyan itsura. No? The download and then install automatic. Okay, so ganun lang siya. So, may hands-on lab, I would suggest perform nyo to. Okay, perform nyo yan. You can, meron din siyang software development kit na to communicate yung API to AWS. Let's say you would like to provision 100 servers. No, you can develop siya sa .NET apps then. Okay, programming. So very flexible siya. You can develop in Java as well. No? Meron din siyang platform to improve or develop application that will communicate sa S3, that can access a file in S3. No? And communicate to serverless. You can send message then. You can develop your application kasi may SDK din siya. Dami. Next is CloudWatch. CloudWatch is a key service for monitoring. No? So this will help you plan, monitor, fine-tune your infra. What CloudWatch do is it collect, it search, and give you visualization of the resources in a form of logs, metrics, and event. So ito yung CloudWatch. So we're gonna select the second one, create and name any CloudWatch dashboard. So this will create the default dashboard. Create a new one, sabihin natin default dashboard. Bawal space. Okay. Default dashboard. We want to see the performance. So we're gonna select single widget, multiple tags. What do you want to monitor? So ito yung tanong dito na generic template for EC2 or Lambda by runtime. Since I have EC2, I'm gonna select EC2. Okay, so dito you can select, let's say, CPU. No? Oops, it's just metrics. No matching. Gusto ko CPU. Bakit? Ba't di siya naman? Average na CPU. Ba't di ka ma-type na? So, balikan natin to. Wala pa kasi kung nabibuild na. Pero if you're gonna go sa EC2, meron tong simple dashboard. EC2. Teka, nasa Sydney kaya naman pala. Balik tayo sa US East. Napunta ako na Sydney. Wala akong makitang instance. Ayan, no, instance ko nasa North Virginia. Okay, monitoring. Yan, may laman ta. May laman ta. Yan. Okay, kita niya naman. EC2 dashboard. So we can see monitor. Add to dashboard. So default dashboard, which I created kanina. Yan ang dating dashboard. Okay, so this is the CloudWatch. I added my EC2 instance dashboard to the default dashboard. So from here, single point of view. So you can project this one to the monitor, and then yung mga monitoring team, they can pretty much view. No? Kita nyo, CPU util. No, walang fail kasi isa lang naman siya. And that will, this is the last 3 hours monitoring. No? Last 1 hour, ito yung nangyari. Yeah. If you want custom, let's say 1 minute, tingnan nyo, 1 minute, kasi up to date. Yan, every minute yan. Ito yung last minute. Huh? Last minute. Galing eh. I/O operation, napakababa, low latency. So wala naman tayong ginagawa sa server natin. So that's CloudWatch. Cloud Metrics is totally different. No? Cloud Metrics, CloudWatch metrics feature that collect numeric performance. A metric is a variable that contains time order set of data. Okay? So let's say, for example, timestamp December 25, 1:37 p.m. Ano yung value? It reached 75%. No? As of that day. Okay? So sabihin natin ganito. Na nag-spike, mas maganda to, nag-spike ng alas 8 ng gabi. Na nag-spike na naman, tingnan nyo, every 8, 9, 10, 2 minutes pagitan nag-spike na. 35, 5 minutes, 45 minutes, 5 minutes, okay? So from there on, you can collect that metrics na every 5 minutes nag-spike. Alarms, CloudWatch alarm watches over the value of single metric. Okay. If the CPU has 80% utilization for 5 minutes, you can send a message. Okay. Bakit kailangan mag-send a message? Ganito kasi yan. Ba't ganun, no? Up, down, up, down, up, down. So what's happening? So may processing, may program na nagra-run na nag-check siya every 5 minutes. So this is not a sudden spike. Ang sudden spike, ganito yung tsura. So pag spike na ganito, normally, we ignore. Kasi baka glitch lang siya. No? Could be CPU, could be network disconnect or timeout na na-disconnect lang siya for some reason. No? Pero pag ganito na yung trend, regular interval, no, there's a batch processing happening. You're running a program na he's trying to attempt, running, processing. So he's doing something, di ba? So pag may ganyan, you need to send an alarm na. No? So magsisend ng email message no? That the CPU util has reached 80% for 5 minutes. Ito yung alarming. Every 5 minutes tumataas siya. No? Yan ang alarming. Ito hindi. No? So kailan kayo magpipage sa on-call person? So ito, pag na-trigger to. Pero pag ito na-trigger, no, siguro na natanggal lang yung connectivity from the telco. You can ignore, no? Tanggal na yan. Kasi sa amin, ng paging on-call is $50 an hour. No? May time na every hour nagsisend ng page. So magkano sa amin yun? E di meron kami $400. Kaya mga kasama ko, yayaman na. Yung pala, false positive yung mga trigger point. So, ni-review ng manager namin, let's say, review natin, baka hindi naman importante ito. O yan, sudden spike, loss of connectivity lang for 1 second, network blip lang. Ignore mo na. Ito yung kailangan mong i-address na baka naman CPU mo dadalawa. You need to add 2 more, no? So that performance will be much faster. So how will you be alerted? You can incorporate SQS to send message. You can do mobile push notification, or you can send email. Or you can send SMS no? Using SNS din. No? Ang dami. So yan ang alarm. No? Very, very proactive by sending notification. Okay? CloudWatch, watching, more on passive. Kasi you're watching lang. Eh? Ito, you don't need to do anything. Sudden spike, you don't need to do anything. Utilization is below 10%. Nothing to perform. No? Passive kayo dyan. So that's good. That's healthy. No? Go ahead.
Kunwari, yung nag-spike na siya and then continuous na mataas yung utilization or yung memory or CPU, then affected na yung production. So, magdedepende na yan sa support level sa AWS? Ganun po ba yan?
This is to inform you na tumaas ang CPU na 80%, you need to do something.
Yan nga sir, kunwari na-check nyo na wala namang sudden or wala namang running na program or operations that tumaas lang talaga yung utilization ng server and then continue siya, parang bungabagal.
That means, let's say nag-build ka ng EC2, right? So you're monitoring the EC2, tama? Ganito, diba? Tumaas 8%. So yung EC2, diba? That's your responsibility. So what do you need to do? No, hindi. No, check natin. So ano ba yung EC2 ko? Check nyo dito, but ang taas ng performance. Check nyo yung resources. Plus you will find out later na 1 CPU lang pala to, naka T2 micro. So you will suggest na since yung processing is very demanding, kasi nga 80% no? Every 5 minutes. So what will come to your conclusion? So dagdagan natin CPU or dagdagan natin RAM. Kasi makikita mo yung RAM pumapalo, di ba? And EC2 is your responsibility. So you'll come up with the decision na we need to uplift the VM. Kasi yung demand every 5 minutes, 80% eh. No? Siguro dumami na yung customer natin or yung application is may ginagawa na. No? Ganun. Okay. So it depends on your responsibility talaga. Okay. So CloudWatch events. So it can send text message, no? SNS, how to configure SNS. So it's not part of fundamentals. No? We only need to know ano yung pwedeng event na mangyari. It can send a function, no? Function raised by 1, meaning 1 alert sent. Events in EC2, CPU went up high, mga ganun, diba? And so on. CloudTrail is totally different. Yung CloudWatch is like a CCTV. Now you need to watch. CCTV, di ba, you have to watch. Diba? CloudTrail is more on logs. Naka-written ang logs. Para itong sa guard, di ba, pag pasok in a school, they need to siguro visitor kayo, pupunta kayo sa company, they need to take your name, company, cell phone number. Yung mga ganun, di ba? Susulat nyo yun eh. So that's logs. So ito yung CloudTrail. More on log siya. Wala siyang visual representation. You can only check the log. No? So how do you configure LogTrail is very easy. Hindi ko na gagawin yun. Pero kung gusto nyo gawin, pwede. Napakadali lang yun. So CloudTrail, first of all, you need to set up S3 bucket so you can store the logs in your S3. Yan. So create a trail. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Tapos create trail. Ganun lang. No? Tapos pakita ko yung example ng logs. Kailangan may S3 kayo. So ito, na-save ko na to eh sa S3 ko. I'm gonna go to my S3. I'll show you ano itsura ng log trail. Yan. Cloud Trail, it will create automatically. Yung Cloud Trail mag-create ng folder. And then, kung running yon, may logs dito, makikita niyo. Pinatay ko kasi. No? Cloud Trail composed of address endpoint. Actually, the whole global endpoint lalagay niya. What's happening? No? The name of the API perform. Let's say run EC2 instances or create user. Na-create ka na user na Irma. No? You have uploaded web server.jpg. Yung mga event. Yan ang mga hanapin mo. Yan ang lalabas event. The region resource located for global is always the default one, North Virginia. No? And then, yun lang, logs talaga siya. So, let's say if someone deleted the instance, you will find out. Text file siya. Okay, malinaw ba ang ating CloudTrail sa examination? Ito lang tatandaan nyo. What is CloudTrail? CloudTrail keeps detailed event log o period. Huwag yun habaan pa. Ano? Kasi confusing na yan. As long as you understand this one, you can be able to answer it quickly. Meron namang API and non-API. The events CloudTrail log consists of two different actions. Application program interface, which can be launched. Let's say you launch an instance or you create S3, create a new IAM user, or you have taken a EBS snapshot. Now, you can query yung log. Hanapin mo kasi sobrang dami ng log. Walang magtsatsagang basta ng log. So, you need to grep. No? Parang grep. You need to find the exact keyword you are looking for. So, how do you grep? Gagawa na kayo ng API. Okay, so search nyo yan. Or pwede kayo mag-grep dito. No? Kung gusto nyo mag-grep lang dyan. Let's say, create user. Lalabas na yung user na create and what did he create for that day. Event history, it stores 90 days of event sa CloudTrail. So meron tong 90 days. Sa akin, tingnan nyo, na-delete na. Kasi matagal ko na hindi nagagamit yung CloudTrail. Usually, ang CloudTrail nasa bucket. So mag-create yan sariling logs. Ayan. Okay? Tapos nandiyo yung mga logs. Sa akin, deleted na yan. Yung folder ko, CloudTrail, wala nang laman. Okay? Kasi past 90 days na siya. Trails, if you want to customize the types of trails, or you need to store more than 90 days, a trail is configuration directs to the cloud. So you can configure the trail if you want to retain the historical event for more than 90 days. Cost Explorer, we went a while ago. Diba sa Cost Explorer, nakita niyo yung cost and yung current use. No? Ito yung current use. So, as of October, more than $60 na siya. No? For the last 12 months. Okay, so you can monitor yung what's the cost, no? So ito yung cost, tapos meron siyang forecast, probable cost. You can go back as far as 1 year. Okay, so meaning sa exam, you can go back as far as 1 year. Is it 2 years? 1 year. Limited siya. 1 year. Okay? So what do you need to do? So you need to export the report and save to your file server. No? Kasi ano lang siya, last 12 months, 1 year. Paano yung 10 years? Wala na. What else? Ito, yung breakdown ng cost. If you can see EC2 instance in purple, so ito yung usage ng EC2. Biggest one, Registra. Route 53, wala dito. Config, yan, yellow na. Okay, so meron kang reports. Ito naman, utilization report. Yan, it will tell you on-demand cost, 70. Effective reservations. Kung may reservation ka, mas mababa, 59. No? So hence, you have saved at least $10 for monthly usage. Okay, so dito, nagkaroon siya ng comparison ng between on-demand and reserve. So ito yung reserve, ito yung on-demand. Okay, so sino mas mura? Pinakita din dito yung savings mo compared from on-demand. Okay? Hence, you will come to conclusion na mas cheaper ang reserve. Okay? So you can make up a intelligent decision. No? Dito naman, explore reservation coverage. Coverage niya last 12 months. Ito yung monthly, every month. Average coverage are 73% total on-demand. On-demand use $23. Okay. Then, wala pang recommendation. Okay. Okay, so this one is very easy. More on monitoring side. Okay, sagutan natin. Tingnan natin kung kaya natin. Question number 1 kay, sino ba? Vic Cervic. Okay,
Which of the following credentials can you use to log in AWS Management Console? This Delta.
So tama, no? D, identity, I am account. Yung kanina, yung kinirate natin kay Irma. Pwede yan, ano? C, bakit hindi account ID? Account ID kasi and access key are done programmatically. Ito yung access key. You log in using programmatic such as API. No? Kung meron kayong program you would like to query and inject sa AWS, you use this credential, username, password. Na? So tama, I am account sa console.
Yung tinatanong niya sir, yung management console ng AWS.
Oo, yun ang tanong niya eh. Hindi naman programmatic eh. No? So kung console, I am account. No? I am account. Yan. Asan yung I am account? I am account, si Irma. Yan. Okay? I am eh. Console ang tanong niya. Okay? So ganun ano, very simple siya magtanong. Okay? What else? What else? Ito, 3. While looking at EC2, management console, na nakaroot ka nga, nakaroot, pero you notice all of your instance are missing. Uy, nawawala. No? What could be the reason? No? ABCD. So kanina, di ba, nakalagin ako sa root, pero sabi ko, nung pumunta ako sa instance ko, uy, wala akong instance, nawala. Bakit? Kasi nga, maling region. Okay? Di ba nag-launch ako sa Virginia? Punta ka na Virginia, andun yung instance mo. Okay? Sa per region yan. So, ano sagot dito, anybody?
A.
I've selected the wrong region. Okay? Imposibleng B kasi root access ka eh. You have all the view access. Diba? Imposibleng C, you selected the wrong availability zone in navigation bar.
Wrong region.
Wait. Parang C ah. Kasi A is... hindi. Region yan. This is region. Ang availability zone is 1A, 1B, 1C. Okay? 1A, 1B, 1C, 2A, 2B, 2C. Yun ang AZ. But this is region. Okay, region. Tama. So, ang sagot is A. Tama si sir. Tama na. Mali naman to kasi root ka na nga. May access key pa. Root ka na nga. Diba? Okay, so...
may ano ba yun, sir? May... Kunwari, sir, parang out of the blue, nag-create ka lang ng instance dun sa isang region and then parang nawala sa isip mo. Meron bang way na makikita natin sa console
wala.
na
yun mahirap. You have to go
one by one
you have to go. Ako, tinatandaan ko saan ako nag-create. Pero merong programmatic access. May programmatic console, AWS, EC2 list. Parang ganun. Meron yun eh.
Pero,
sasabihin sa'yo anong region.
Pwede rin po ba siya makita dun sa billing? Since na dun po lahat ng mga
yeah, pwede.
services na.
Kasi nag-purchase ka, di ba? So, magre-reflect yun sa bill mo. Makikita yun sa bill.
Baka may na-create ka tapos naiwan.
Nalimutan mo. Common yan sa student namin. Yung sinasabi ko, naiwan niya. Ay, shucks, 2,000. No, so dito, anong region tong kinrate ito? Nag-avail ako niyan. Sasabihin sa inyo using Cost Explorer.
Pwede ata view in global. Pag search mo yung EC2.
Or cost and usage report.
Tapos
sabihin sa'yo dito.
Instances.
Pwede. Okay. Okay, before we go sa lunch, I think 11:30 na sa inyo, no? Kailangan pala nagla-lunch na kaya. Sige, lunch muna tayo. And then let's meet after. Saan na yung notepad ko? After lunch. Okay, so lunch break. Any question before we go to break for 30 minutes? 11:30. Sabihin natin 35. No? To 12:05. Let's meet around 12:05 p.m. Okay? Any question before we go? Wala? Okay, lunch muna tayo. See you later. Bye. So we'll continue with the database service. So in chapter 9, we need to define methods of deploying and operating in the cloud. Identify the core services of database. Okay. So in intro, short intro, many applications use a database to store, retrieve, and organize data, such as CRM. Most of you are using customer relationship management system. Now, where you record, you store, you retrieve, you organize data to find out sino yung mga potential customer na pwede nating kontakin and convert that lead to become an account, no? Para maging account sila. So usually mga CRM, meron silang database-backed application. No? So meron silang database, imposibleng wala. Kasi dito lahat naka-store. In traditional infra, organization typically installed and configure their own database. So meron silang physical server, lagyan ng Windows operating system, install ng SQL, tapos install ng application. No? So yun ang traditional. AWS offer another way, and for many, better option. They call it managed database service. So, ano na may managed service to? So, when you say managed service provider, MSP, ito yung Accenture. Okay? Sa Accenture, we are managing more than 10 accounts, no? Nasa Pilipinas pa ako. So, andito na yung American Express, #1 customer namin yan. Kaiser Permanente, tapos HSBC, Citibank. No? We are managing those customer in a server. So they have no idea tong server na to is being shared to other customer. Okay? Same with the router. Isang router, multiple customer. Could be 10 customers, 20 customers. No? Hindi nila alam yung switch na yan is being shared to hundreds of customer. So we have to manage the resources for the customer. No? So it's all about sharing, sharing of resources. Same scenario with the RDS. You can host multiple customer in a multiple database, hosted in a single host. So in this chapter, you'll learn about following 3 different managed database service. So when you say manage, tayo yung customer, AWS is the provider. They manage. So when you say manage, what do you mean by manage? No? They're the one responsible for installation, responsible for patching. Patching is a very huge task. Every month nagpa-patch kami. No, patching. So how you deploy that? Kung Microsoft to, you need to download the service pack, install the service pack, reboot the host, diba? Mga ganun, no? So dito, it's their responsibility, not ours, no? Kaya manage. So database model, a database can use a relational or non-relational. Tandaan nyo lang the difference between the two. How do they relate data? They use index key. No? So may index key which points to another table. Okay, non-relational, walang index key, walang another table. No, single JSON format lang siya or single YAML format. The model you choose depends on those two, on how your application need to store, okay, organize and retrieve. It's important to understand that the needs of the apps determine the database model. So depende, no? How the application was developed. Malay nyo, na-develop sa Java, no? So mas prefer niya yung JSON format, no? So non-relational model ka na, di ba? Most of the technical difference between relational and non-relational are beyond the scope of this book. Okay? But in this chapter, you'll learn the major difference between the two. So dito, yun nga, you need to know the difference between the two lang, no? Wala na hindi na tayo gagawa, hindi na elaborate about relational, non-relational. Okay? First, we need to understand what is relational. Relational databases have been around a long time. And even if you never created a database or maintain, you're already familiar with its fundamental concept. Pag sinabing relational, it's analogous to spreadsheet. May XY coordinates, no? May cell, may row. Tanda natin, ha? Row and cell, no? May audio ba ako? Okay, kala ko nawala ako eh. So ito yung relational. Ganito yung itsura niya. Para siyang Excel spreadsheet. So, customer ID 1670. Within the same row, ando yung last name. Ito yung column naman. Last name column, Isaac. First name column, Kalan. Last purchase date is August ba to? July yata. Or August 2018. Nakita nyo? Relational. And this customer ID will be used as index key to pull up a record from different table. Okay, relational. Okay? Sinabi relationals, very similar to spreadsheet. No? May tables, may rows. One example of relational database is the SQL. No? Whether Microsoft SQL or MySQL, which is open source. No? You create a database, there will be a tables as well to read and write data. You can also perform tuning and maintenance tasks by by committing unused data or deleted data. No? Not surprisingly, relational database are called SQL. Okay? Although you don't need to know how to use SQL, di na tayo magsi-SQL. You should be familiar with the following statement. Yung mga if statement, SQL select statement, ito yung very common na ginagamit. Select meaning, you read the data from the database and control how it's formatted to combine different tables. You add a join clause, no? Select from join statement. An application that uses relational will execute at least one select statement. No? Let's say select from table X this to display the first name. So lalabas yung first name, di ba? Insert naman is somehow to append, no? Insert statement, write data. I select, you choose the data to display. Okay? So dito insert data in a spreadsheet. Okay? So NoSQL, relational database, widely popular, but because of their restrictions, they're also over complex applications that don't need to store structured data. Also, relational often perform poorly. Okay? Under the strain of handling thousands of reads, writes per second. Kasi nga, you have to go to each database and tables, di ba? That's why merong select eh. Before you do insertion, you have to choose where you want to select, where you want to insert. No? Gagamit ka select. Select first name from this, then insert last name. Nakita nyo? Parang two process, di ba? Naghahanap, dalawang table lang i-open just to execute a single insert statement. NoSQL is totally different. Non-relational were developed to provide fast alternative for apps that need perform tens of thousands reads and writes per second. So in short, it's more efficient now. Okay. In addition to being able to handle this high transaction rate, non-relational lets you store data that doesn't have well-defined, predictable structure, such as data is often called unstructured. So this is more unstructured. In contrast to the structure imposed on data by relational. Okay? Non-relational is called NoSQL, are said to be schema-less, meaning walang blueprint. Okay, walang schema na fina-follow. So if you skip one step, it'll be much more efficient to access data, di ba? Non-relational database also store info in tables. Okay, tables are sometimes called collections, not rows, no? Not rows and column. Pero let's say for example, each row or record is called an item. Item ang tawag nila dito. No? Hindi yung first row, let's say student number 1, second row, student number 2. So dito, ang tawag nila is item number 1, item number 2. So you jump straight to the object. Okay? Non-relational database don't require you to specify advanced type data you store. The only thing you have to do is define advanced is the primary key to uniquely identify each item. So meron din siya unique key no? For reference. Amazon created relational database. It's called RDS. It's a managed relational database. Lets you provision number of popular relational database management system, RDBMS, including meron silang Microsoft SQL. They can host, no, manage Microsoft SQL, Oracle, open source MySQL, and Postgres. Open source, proprietary. No? You can always install and configure your own database server on EC2. Okay? So tandaan nyo, kailangan yun EC2. Okay? Which is another cost. Okay? But RDS offers several advantages. When you create database instance, Amazon will set up compute instance for you. So meaning, you don't need to install and configure database. Okay? So may option ka na host ang RDS sa server, may option ka rin na walang server pero direct sa RDBMS. Okay, dalawang option mo, no? May server, walang server, may server, walang server. Okay? These compute instances are not EC2. So meron siyang instance pero hindi EC2. Okay, pwede ka mag-SSH. Okay? And connected via VPC, parang server din. Okay? To achieve high level of performance, itong database can be hosted in a multi-AZ. Multi-AZ, multi-region. No? You can have 6 regions, 8 regions, no? For redundancy. Okay? So database instance in multiple of availability, RDS can also perform manual or auto creation of snapshots. So even the database itself, pwede siya mag-create ng backup niya, no? Automatically. You don't have to create a snapshot. Now, when you create RDS, you must choose what engine you would like to select. No? So meron siyang 6 database engine. SQL, MariaDB, Oracle, Postgres. We don't know the difference. Diba? Basta concern lang tayo dito sa topic natin. So licensing, depending on the database engine, you must choose one of the following licensing. First option is license include, no, kasama na, let's say, you avail the managed service of Microsoft SQL, kailangan may license ka. Okay? Or rent the license. Either you bring your own license, inject the license key, or you avail the service with license on it. No? Siguro i-charge ka lang ng, for example, $1 a day, mga ganun lang. No? Or per transaction, no? 100 transaction, X amount of money. Ganun. If license is included, ito yung mga option mo. MariaDB, MySQL, Postgres. If you have your own license, no, you must provide your key, no, sa Microsoft SQL or Oracle. Okay? Instance class implementing a database, even one backed by RDS, requires your capacity. No? Baka mamaya database record mo is 10 million. Tapos CP mo isa lang. Okay, so so you need capacity planning. You need to involve architect. So you need to ask them and give them data. Sabihin mo, we have about 10 million records. Ilang CPU kailangan ko? Ganun. So you need to ask solution architect. Also the amount of memory. No? Remember, frequently accessed files needs to be cached for faster response time, di ba? And maximum network and storage throughput. Baka mamaya speed nito 1 gigabit lang. And then lots of people are accessing the database all over 10 regions. No? So that's very slow. No? And there's so many more to consider. Napakadami kailangan i-consider when launching a database. Okay? So a standard instance will meet the requirement for most. Kung standard to, ang CPU mo is only between 2 and 96 vCPU. No? logical CPU. RAM mo is from 8 to at least 384 gigabyte of RAM. No? Dami na. CPU, minimum of 4. Then you can have up to 128. Ang RAM mo up to almost 4 terabyte of RAM. Kaya ng AWS. So, grabe, no? 4 terabyte of RAM. Laki nun. Ang burstable performance, pag sinabing burstable, let's say you are given 2 instance lang, and then suddenly you reach a threshold na 90% ng CPU, you can burst up to 8. Pwedeng dumami ng 8. Okay? So may leeway sila naman na. Kumbaga auto-adjust. Scaling vertically. So scaling vertically refers to changing the way resources are allocated to a specific instance. So once you create an instance, you can add more. Okay? Let's say database instance is only 1, and then nagkaroon ka lang flight sale, and then number of users mo per day is, sabihin natin 10,000 lang. Obviously, one instance won't address the 10,000 users, di ba? So dito, gagawin niya, mag-add pa siya ng isa pang database instance naman. Okay, so what triggers to create database instance? Yung threshold. Pag na-reach niya yung 90%, sinet mo 90%, provision another instance, provision another instance, provision another instance. Okay? That's scaling vertically. No? Storage, the level of performance in RDS can achieve depends not only on the instance, but also on the types of storage. So dito, EBS is used for volumes. Ito yung, andito naka-install siguro yung volume ng database. And you need to consider yung higher IOPS. No? Higher IOPS, the better. The EBS volume supports. No? So when you select an AMI or instance type, you can select what IOPS you want to choose. No? Nandun yung option. No? Papakita ko mamaya. The higher the IOPS, the faster the performance. That's why usually iba ginagamit is solid state. No? Meron naman GP, SSD. Storage good enough for most database. You can allocate from 20 to 32 terabyte of storage. No? The number of IOPS per volume depends on how much storage you allocate. The more storage you allocate, the better you read and write. So what do you mean by the more, the many, the better? Okay, I'll explain to you. So the more hard drive, sabi dito, the more storage you allocate, the better you read write. No? So sabihin natin RAID 5. Okay, RAID 5 is minimum of 3, di ba? So this one, this 2, this 3, this 3 lang minimum. Okay? So 3 disk, let's say 1 terabyte isa, 1 TB plus 1 TB plus 1 TB equals 2 TB. Okay? Kasi nga sa RAID 5, 1 will be used as parity. Okay? I mean, 1 will be used as a spare. If one disk fails, no, you still have additional 2 disks, di ba? Na you can write, na you can utilize. Data, paano naman nagra-write data? Write, write, write. So tatlong beses nagra-write. So this is what you call stripe set with parity. So let's say yung data mo, susulat sa first, second, and third. In case the first disk fails, you still have the data on second and third. Tama? Okay? So hindi pa rin nawawala yung data. So that's the beauty of redundancy. No? Isa pa, for better performance, read and write, so sabi dito, the more storage, the better you read. Kasi ang mangyayari niyan, you can read twice, read dito, writing dito. O, di ba? Walang collision. No? Compared to single drive. No? Pag single kasi ganito yung tsura eh. One drive, taga-write muna ako. I read. May nagre-read, di pa pwede mag-write. Tapos na mag-read, mag-write ka na. Okay, may naka-queue, job, read uli. Tapos naka-queue, write uli. O, di ba? Once lang. Samantalang sa RAID 5, you can do a multiple read, single write, or vice versa. No? So, read naging 2, write naging 1, higher IOPS. No? mas malaking IOPS niyan. Okay, so yun yung sinasabing IOPS. IOPS achieve a higher number of operation through process called bursting. Okay, so may bursting pa siyang tinatawag. No? Pero that's how IOPS works. No? Multiple IOPS. Provision IOPS, yun nga, up to 32 terabytes. So sa exam, ano yung maximum IOPS? Sorry, maximum SSD storage. You can allocate up to 32 terabyte. Magnetic or hard drive storage is available for backward compatibility with instances. No? Ito mas mabagal to, 1,000 IOPS. No? Magnetic volumes are limited lang sa 4 terabyte hard drive. So limited. SSD limited to 32. Hard drive limited to 4 tera. Na? Scaling horizontally with read replica. So, pag sinabi ng mga horizontal, totally different from vertical, obviously. So, ganito siya. Let's say, so meron kang RDS database. May na, database 1. Tapos may database 2, database 3. Na? So, let's say suddenly, nag-implement ka ng multi-AZ. No? So, this will be the master. Master. Iba, read replica. Okay? So the concept is very simple. Master is where you insert. No? You can also read. Pero sa read replica, read ka lang. Read ka lang. No? Try to imagine, ilan ng read instances available now? 1, 2, 3. So he can serve 3 simultaneous read requests. Sabay-sabay, di ba? No? So yun ang read replica. So copy lang to. Pero pag nag-append ka, nag-insert ka, you don't insert data dito. You don't send updates dito. Dito lang. Okay, single writing. Then yung committed na data dito will be propagated dito. Propagated dito. So you only access this one. Yung replica lang. Okay? Hence, it will avoid freezing. Yeah, yun nga. It will avoid, it will free up some tasks, no? Instead, ito lang 100% task, you can distribute yung 100% na task na yon dito, could be 50%, and dito, 50%. O, di ba? Pag pinagsama mo yan, 100%. Hindi ka overloaded. Okay? Hinati mo yung trabaho, no? Dinivide mo into 2. Okay? Mas mabilis yung ganyang way, no? So that's why, yung iba, nagkikreate ng maraming read replica. Okay? Sabihin natin 4 na read replica. Okay? Isang master, pero 4 na read replica. So yung 100% na yan, when you distribute to the 4 read replica, ito, bababa yung latency niya. Magiging 25 na lang ang load niya. Kasi nga, 100 divided by 4 equals 25. O, di ba? E di highly optimized yan. Mabilis yung performance. Okay? Klaro ba ang read replica? Read replica can distribute the load among replica. No? But database commit can be committed in a single master. And the master will replicate and propagate all the database record to the replica. Okay? So yun yung sinasabi dito. No? Horizontally. Next is HA with multi-availability zone. Even if you use read replica, only the master instance can perform write. Okay? Malinaw, ha? Isa lang pwede mag-write. Okay? If that instance goes down, your database back application won't be able to write data until this becomes online. So you have to make sure yung master mo up and running in a HA. No? Kasi doon ka lang pwede mag-write. So gawin mo this one in AZ availability 1A. Okay? And gagawa ka pa sa availability zone 1B. Okay? So ano tong 1A na to? First data center, second data center. No? Sa isang AZ, there are multiple data centers. Remember? Okay? So this will be the design of database. Backup and recovery, it's so easy whether or not you use backup. I'll show you how to backup database naman, no? It's as simple as taking a snapshot din. Ganun din, no? How do you recover? Well, recover from snapshot. Napakadali, no? How do you recover from snapshot? Mamaya papakita natin. A sample DynamoDB table. Ayan. So, parang Excel, di ba? Rows and columns. No? Ang NoSQL is JSON format, JavaScript object notation. No? So, how do you create a DynamoDB? Maganda i-lab nyo to. Okay, since meron na kayong step-by-step on how to create DynamoDB, ang gagawin ko ay isang database na MariaDB. Okay? Bonus na yan. Bonus na yan. Amazon Redshift is a specialist type of manage relational. Okay? Called data warehousing. So, if you need data warehousing, Redshift. So, dito. So, sa exam, ano ibig sabihin ng Redshift? Is for data warehousing. Yung tandaan nyo, no? Data warehousing up to 326. You can store up to 326 terabyte of data sa magnetic, and you can store up to 2 petabyte sa SSD. Okay, yan lang tandaan yung keyword. Okay, ito na. Demonstration. Dito walang demonstration. Bonus na to. So the reason kung bakit kayo nag-enroll sa Nexus dahil napakadaming bonus. No? Database. Ito na. Gagawa na akong database. Hindi na to kasama sa exam. Bibilisan ko lang. So database RDS. Sabayan niyo ako, dali. RDS, Manage Relational Database. Sabayan niyo ako, maganda mag-lab kayo. Gagawa ako ng MariaDB. Though matagal to, babalikan na lang natin. Ha? Kukonek ako sa database. I will demonstrate to you. So first, you need to create database. So ito yung mga database. So you can choose between the two, easy or standard. Gusto ko easy, super duper easy. A wizard, no? So do you have 6 databases? I'm gonna select the free one. Free to, free. I'm gonna select free. Huwag niyo select to, laki ng babayaran. Ingat kayo. Free tier, laging free tier tayo. Free tier, pangalan ng database 1. Login ID or SA na tinatawag. System admin. Password, lagyan natin ng password. Password ko is ****. Easy to create. Create ka agad. Gano'n kabilis. Okay. Mali. Ano to? Masabi. Availability zones. Kailangan pa ba ng availability to? Asan ba ako? North Virginia. Ayoko ng availability. Demo nga lang. Sandali. Tinatanong ng availability. Mag-Sydney na lang ako. Sydney. Pampatagal tayo. Single DB lang naman gagawin ko yun. Okay, I shifted to Sydney kasi he's requiring me to create a availability zone. RDS. Medyo mabagal gawin. Habutin tayo ng 15 to 30 minutes. Ito pala pinili ko, sorry. Dapat ito lang ha. Okay, EC, MariaDB. Oh, shucks, may na-press ako. Teka, Sydney. Ba tayo? May problem yata. EC. Minsan, Sunday kasi medyo hindi tayo makagawa. May problem siya. Balik tayo sa North Virginia. Minsan kasi maintenance sa Sunday eh. No? Sunday ngayon eh. So may maintenance siguro sa Sydney. Lipat tayo North Virginia. Okay, select from here, create database. Pag ayaw to, skip na natin. Bonus lang naman tayo. Easy create, MariaDB. Walang problem. Okay. Password. Default. We're gonna be using the default settings lang. No? That's all you need. Ay, may problem sa US East 1. Gusto niya, dalawa. Arte naman ito. Single nga lang gusto ko eh. Ano pa ba? Saan ba yung settings na yun? Ano bang VPC ko? Default, tama.
Create naman ako, sir. North Virginia.
Naka-create ka?
Yes, sir.
May problem sa akin. May problem ako.
Din sir, naka-create din po.
Ayan, naka-create ka, di ba? Dapat pwede. Ako sabi, may problem sa VPC ko. May problem ako sa VPC.
Baka tayo niyo po sa standard create.
Naka-create din po ako, sir.
Ano ginamit mo? Easy o standard?
Easy.
Oh, easy, di ba?
Easy rin.
Sige, mag-standard ako. Easy lang dapat. Walang problem nun eh. Okay, standard kasi ang daming config na you need to modify. Sige, mag-standard na lang ako. Standard, Maria. Dali lang, di ba? What version of Maria? The latest one. I'm gonna be launching in a free tier. Database 1. Tapos password. Okay, ano pa? 2 CPU, blah, blah, blah. SSD, 20 gig storage. Dami nito yun. AZ, standard lang. Pero wala akong option. No? So where do I want to connect? Sa existing VPC ko. Subnet, default, not public access. VPC, naka-default kasi akong VPC. Ayun, availability zone. Ayun, lumabas. Lo-launch ko sa first availability zone. No? And I'm gonna be using port 3306. Database name, Nexus 1. If you wanna create a backup, ito yung sinasabi ko, you can do backup for 7 days. No? Enable automatic na yun. If you want to encrypt, you can do so. No? Okay. You can do log auditing and so on. Enable auto minor version upgrade. So if you want to patch automatically, AWS will do it for you. So meron akong 750 hours of AZ. May problem talaga ako. Ako may problem, no? Problem. So, hirap troubleshoot na. Dito daw sa availability VPC ko. Gawa tayo ng bago. Ako, hirap gumawa ng bago. VPC. Mahirap gumawa ng bagong VPC. May subnetting pa yun eh. Tingnan ko kung makakalusot. Ayaw talaga. So, okay na lang. So, pag nakagawa na kayo, ingat kayo, mag-appear yun sa database and then you need to delete. Ha? So, how do you delete? Nagandang demo sana ito eh. Bakit ganun? How do you delete? Ingat kayo ha. You have to delete this one. Dito. So, may database dyan. It will appear here. And then, lalabas yung database. Select yung database. And then, you need to click action. Delete database. Ha? Delete nyo. Pag hindi nyo na-delete pa tayo. Laking charge yan. Okay. That's database. Na? Hindi naman tayo DB admin. So, pinakita lang.
Sir?
Ha?
Ang ulit di-delete, sir.
Di ba may blade? Dito. Di ba nasa database kayo? RDS, click database. Ito yan, database. Lalabas dito yung database nyo. So, select. And then action. Delete. Okay? If you want to create a snapshot, select the database, action, create snapshot. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Hindi ako makagawa ng RDS. Next, chapter 10, core networking. Ito na may networking.
Sir, excuse me po.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Nung nag-delete ako, sir, nag-aas siya ng create final snapshot. Kailangan po ba yun?
Huwag na.
Okay.
Hindi na. He
Uncheck ko na.
just wanna make sure na before deletion, meron kang backup so you can restore back. Pero wala, demo lang naman di ba? Delete mo na forever.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Ayan, nakapag-create na kayo, di ba?
Sir, ba't saan pa din
Successful.
ma-delete?
Baka hindi pa tapos. It will take, tapos na ba? Completed? Running? Running na ba? Hindi pa yata. Tagal yan, 5
Deleting
minutes.
pa lang, sir. Deleting yung sa akin.
Deleting yun. Matagal yan. Okay. Balikan mo mamaya. Okay, so successful. Most of the student was able to create. Ito na yung pinakamahirap, networking. Okay. So how do you connect instances? We're gonna be using networking services. So dito, we're gonna define. Hindi tayo maglalab, pero tingnan ko, makapaglab ako. We're gonna define sa exam. We're gonna define how to deploy and how we operate VPC using the AWS core networking. No? We're gonna define AWS global infra in terms of networking. And we're going to define yung core networking services such as VPC, routing, switching, and so on. So ito, networking is ultimately about transporting data to and from your on-prem to the resources to the cloud. No? How you achieve this depends on many factors, including type of data you want to send, how fast you can upload data, no? And your security requirements. Who or what will be accessing the data? And paano nyo ma-access yung data? So dito, we're gonna talk about VPC, Route 53, and CloudFront. So ito yung mga offerings nila. So first of all, what is VPC? Amazon Virtual Private Cloud is the networking component of AWS. It provides network backbone for many services. A VPC is a virtual network in AWS, logically isolated from other networks. The most well-known use of VPC is connecting EC2 instances. Let's say dalawang VM ko-connect mo, no? You're gonna be using VPC. And if you want to access EC2 to the public, you need a VPC. No? VPC, first concept, he's using CIDR block. Okay, CIDR stands for classless inter-domain routing. No, doesn't matter. Wala dito yung private IP addressing, public IP, wala dito. No? It's classless. No? It's using IPv4. Default VPC have CIDR of 172. That's why yung first instance natin, nakuha nating IP was 172. Tama? Di ba? Yun binato sa atin eh. No? The /16 refers to the size of the CIDR, which is about 1 million IP addresses usable. No? So you can choose between /16 to /28. /28 yata, /32 kasi isang IP address lang, di ba? /32, isang IP. /31, 2 IP address. /30, 4 IP addresses, tama? /25, 254 usable IP. /16, 1 million usable IP. Okay? So it depends on your environment. Gaano ba kalaking kumpanya nyo? No? Let's say sabihin na lang nating meron kang 500 agents. Okay? Sabihin na 700 agents. Call center agents. So ano gagamitin mo? Napakalaki naman kung mag/16 ka. No? 500 lang agent mo. 16 kasi 1 million na eh. No, kung 500/20 or /26, okay? /16 pag million na, okay? Anyway, you get the point. Okay. So, ito yung follow natin. So, CIDR block, follow, ito, tawag dito, usually private class A. Pero huwag natin tawag class A, class B, class C, no? So, let's sabihin natin subnet 10 kasi nag-start sa 10. Ito naman subnet 168 kasi yung second octet are very common to most instances, di ba? Ito naman, 172.16, ganun din eh, yung third and fourth octet, yung first and second octet is very common to all instances. Ibig sabihin, lahat ng instance nag-start sa 172.16. Okay? So if you belong to the same subnet, reachable ka. Okay? Ganun, ano? Reachable ka unless you belong to different subnet. No? Subnet 10, subnet 168, subnet 16. Yan, ganun tawag natin. What is subnet? Basic, no? Basic tayo. So each VPC requires further division into a smaller subnet. Kasi nga, yung /16, napakalaki, million yun. Hatiin mo pa. So essentially, a subnet provides logical separation and isolation of resources within the same VPC. For example, you may want to have multiple servers, application, no, same VPC, but you want only web servers to be accessible from the internet. Okay? So mahahatiin mo na yan. So kung gusto mo ito available sa internet kasi nandito yung web server, yung backend naman is a database. Hindi dapat accessible sa public. The only way to access the database record is from the application. Na pag kinwiri ng customer, let's say I would like to check database record number 1 million, doon pala ibabato. Doon siya mag-select ng statement and then list that statement. No? So in short, this will be private, this will be public. Okay? So hatiin natin yan. So it will be sitting on the same subnet 10. Gagawin ko tong subnet 10, subnet 10. So they can communicate to each other but not available to public. Okay? Sabihin natin Singapore and this one is on another site. Next, aside from subnet, may tinatawag na gateway. Okay? Gateway. Ang VPC resource that allows EC2 to obtain a public IP address and access the internet. So, yung gateway, magbabato ng public IP. For instances, in a subnet to have internet access, kailangan meron silang IP address. Tawagin natin public subnet. Each instance Ayan. So when you launch an instance, you can choose to have automatically assigned IP. Di ba yung kanina, no? Yung first instance ko, wala eh, no? So, mano-mano eh. So, nag-select pa ako ng enable. You cannot reassign automatically assigned public IP. So, hindi pwede yan, no? Dahil AWS ang nagbibigay, hindi ikaw. No? When the instance stops or terminates, mawawala yung IP. Ay, kailan na mawawala? Pag in-stop mo. So, meron ako ditong server. Saan yun? F5. So, I created 4 web servers. And then, yun nga, may public IP. No? Lahat yan may public IP. Okay, public IP. Assigned by, iba-iba yan. AWS. You don't need to assign. Sila bahala sa'yo. Okay, so if you want to make this one static, you can easily convert into static. Napakadali lang yan. So, how do you make this one static? Go to networking. Asan yung static data? Ayan. So, auto-assign meaning meaning dynamic. Na? So, you can change this one into static. Okay? Pakita natin mamaya. But, problem is, there will be an additional charge. Na? Kung gusto mo gawing static siya. Kasi the moment you stop these instances, you'll be given another IP address. Na? Security group. Security group is a firewall that determines what network access can pass into, in and out. No? Security groups consist of inbound and outbound that permits network traffic according to IP address or protocol or services. Inbound rules control what IP address can send to the instance. No? So, ang example of security group, yun nga kanina. So, you go to security group. Okay, security group, ayun sa baba. So, this will allow you to allow ports or services sa inbound, no? Pansin niyo, inbound, no? So I can ping kasi allowed ko yung ICMP, I can browse using secure, I can SSH. Pero sa outbound, pansin niyo outbound, no? All traffic allowed. All traffic allowed, okay? Inbound, controlled, di ba? Palabas, allowed all. So ito yung, if you study ethical hacking sa amin, no? Ito yung backdoor na tinatawag namin. You can perform reverse TCP connection back to the attacker. Kasi naka-open nga lahat eh. Diba? So delikado ito. No? So merong, let's say phishing. One example is phishing. Sendan ka ng PDF. PDF is sabihin nila how to reset password. Or video, sendan ka ng video ng link. We would like to increase your credit card limit from 50,000 pesos to 300 pesos. 300,000 pesos. No? So ano gagawin mo? Anybody? Pag naka-receive ka ng ganung link, uy, tataas yung credit limit ko. 300,000. Kiklik mo yung link, tama? Kasi increase yung credit limit eh. So the moment you click that link, no? Yung link na yon can execute reverse TCP connection back to the attacker. No? Hindi mo alam, yung link na yon nag-install ng PowerShell command to install keylogger. So keylogger will collect anything you type sa keyboard mo back to the attacker. So sa ethical hacking na demonstrate nila na lumabas username, password, pati PIN number. Kasi tinype mo nga eh, di ba? Tinype mo nga dun sa computer mo. So hindi na alam nakapag-install ng keylogger dun sa PC mo kasi may payload pala yung kinlik mong link. Okay, so delikado yun. No? So that's one example of phishing. No? So paano nakakonect ang attacker sa'yo? Kasi nga ito, all. No? So gagamit ng any ports, mag-invento sila ng any ports to connect back to attacker. Attacker naman, it's just listening. Nakikinig lang sa inyo yan. No? So if you want to learn ethical hacking, how to avoid this, you need to block outbound port. Okay, bablock niyo yan. Hindi dapat all traffic, no? Kung SSH lang, yan, ganyanin niyo lang. SSH lang. Kung HTTPS lang, HTTP. So that's one security measure. Apply. Okay? Kasi by default, kahit Windows operating system, open to all. Eh, no? Kahit naman Linux. Eh. Okay? So that's one security measure. Okay? Security group function. Yan. No? So again, what is security group? Sa exam, it's a firewall which allow inbound and outbound ports to be denied or permitted within your instances. Okay? Next, may knuckle na tinatawag. And ACL to, ACL. So ito naman knuckle, it's a firewall which operate on a subnet level. Let's say subnet mo 10.0.0.0. He can avoid anything that does not belong to the same subnet. No? Knuckle. Firewall on a subnet level. Okay? VPC peering naman is a private point-to-point connection between only two VPC. Yun nga, yung kanina, database plus application, ipipeer mo silang dalawa. No? So it's a communication between the two. VPN naman is allows you to connect to a VPC from an external. Let's say, yung data center mo, gusto mong i-connect sa cloud, so you want to make sure na data in transit is secure, gagamit ka ng VPN. So yung VPN naman, very simple ang task nito. Nandun sa profile yung IP address ng cloud. No, so connect siya doon, then they will establish some sort of encryption, no, that cannot be read without the VPN. No? So you can connect data center to AWS. Okay? Maraming VPN technology na available na such as Cisco, Juniper, Palo Alto, and so on. So meron silang encryption from 128 to 256 up to 1024. No? Ang VPN is using BGP. No? Kung nag-CCNA kayo, BGP is a one protocol, no? Wide area networking protocol. Yun ang ginagamit ng VPN dito. Meron naman direct connect na I've mentioned a while ago na you can have up to 10 gigabit. No? Ito yung you don't need to connect sa internet. Kasi nga, sa amin, tulad sa amin, no? Yung data center namin nandito, hosted, next to AWS. So tinabi namin yung mga servers namin sa cage ng AWS. Then all we need to do is do a physical hookup dun sa edge router nila. Kukonect lang namin yung kable na yun, dadaan sa raised floor sa ilalim ng data center, tapos ko-connect lang doon, direct connect. No? So, hence, it's available yung mga high speed, but very expensive. Could be $10,000 a month just to hook up sa AWS. No? Next is Route 53. Route 53 is the Amazon Global Domain Name System. The primary purpose ng DNS is to translate fully qualified domain names such as example.com into IP. No? Napakasimpleng concept ng DNS. Ping, Facebook, ito yung fully qualified domain name, then babatuhan tayo ng IP address. Okay? Yeah. Meron naman resource record ng DNS. Okay? So, tinatawag nilang A. A is the address, which is the IPv4 address. 4 na A is IPv6 naman yun. No? MX naman is a mail exchange. SMTP, if you want to receive and send email, you need the MX record from your ISP. Okay? Sa DNS, you can also do domain name registration such as example.com, no, nexus.net. No? Punta lang kayo sa Route 53, mag-register kayo ng sarili nyong DNS, and DNS can route to your EC2. Let's say web server EC2 mo. So instead of having Amazon AWS, they only need to type yung DNS name mo. Okay, so ito. So how do you create domain? Ayan yan. Register your domain. So register kayo. Let's say nexus.com, $12. Pero that's not available. If you click check, hindi na available yan. Unavailable. Okay, so you will be presented by different domain suggestion such as Nexus Ninja, pwede yan, $18 a year. Okay, nexustraining.net, uy, available pa pala to, sabihin ko nga sa Nexus, palit kayo ng pangalan. Or $11, add to cart. Pag kinli ko continue, I will purchase this one, so kaka-cancel ko na lang kasi naka-hook up to sa debit card ko. Okay. So, meron na kayong nexus.net. So, yun. So, meron na. So, daming purpose ng DNS. Hindi lang yan. Next one is the hosted zone. To have Route 53 host the DNS for public, you create a public hosted zone. You can define the resource record for the domain. If you Route 53 to register domain, it all takes care of creating public hosted. Route 53 can also provide name resolution for you. No? Let's say balikan nga natin. Hosted. Wala. Okay. Ayan, create hosted zone. A hosted zone tells Route 53 how to respond query which domain you created. No, nag-create ka ng domain. So, mag-create kayo ng sarili nyong domain. Let's say Nexus. Kung local. So, you have to choose between the two, public or private. Public hosted zone determines how traffic will be routed to the internet. So, ibig sabihin, itong private domain ko, no, paano ma-access publicly? Private yan. Paano nila ma-access? So, dito i-define mo. Gagawa ka ng hosted zone. Ayan. So, meron siyang resolvers. These are resolvers which contains records of your private, no? So, may record niyan. So, pag tinime ng user, Nexus local, they will query this authoritative DNS. So, what do you mean by authoritative? Authoritative holds the record of your hosted domain. So, this will become accessible by public. Okay? Using these 4 DNS resolvers. Okay? Sila magre-resolve niyan. So, how do you create this one? Sa solution architect, dinidiscuss ko. Okay. Doon natin gagawin. So, ang DNS, ang Route 53, merong routing policies. Now, first is simple. Pag sinabing simple, it simply lets you map a domain name to single static value such as IP. Okay? So meron ako nito, naka-simple routing siya. Naka-simple routing. If you edit the record, naka-simple siya. Oh, diba? Saan ang gagawin niya sa simple? No? So, when you type publicly na Nexus local, kung hari lang pero hindi ito mag-ano kasi hindi ko naman na-click okay eh. Pag tinype na user yan, anywhere in the world, boom, ipo-point yan dito. Po-point yan dito sa DNS. These DNS are resolvers. May record sila ng Nexus local. Okay? Live yan. May record sila ng Nexus local. Okay? Kumbaga, DNS database sila. So, alam nila kung saan nakalocate yung Nexus local. So, the moment you type Nexus local, lalabas yung website mo. No? Kung meron kang website na hosted lang sa DNS, no? The moment you type this, ma-open yung website. Pero ito, nasa EC2 instance lang yan. Okay? Nasa EC2 instance. Okay? So, may sariling server yan. Okay? So, ganun yung simple. Simple routing, again, will route the domain name to an IP address. So, niraroute lang niya sa IP. Okay? Weighted naman, distributes traffic across multiple resources according to a ratio. For example, when into a new web server, you may want to route only 10%. No? Gusto nyo 10% sa Hong Kong, you can do so. So, kiklik nyo dito, weighted. Okay, so ako kasi naka-simple lang ako eh. Kung weighted, you have the option to route to the first server, na 10%, then the rest, 90% to another server. Latency naman, napakadaling din ito. Latency policy sends user to resources closest to the region. Okay, let's say customer nasa Philippines. Ano yung closest region? Anybody?
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. Okay, Hong Kong muna, di ba? So, you can route. Ay, may hosted na pala ako. Na-click okay ko ba? Naku, na-click ko yata. May bayad kasi ito eh. Okay, pakita ko lang yung routing policy ulit. Ayan, create policy. Hindi ito yung built-in. So yung kanina, wala kasing ibang option eh. Kundi ito lang eh. No? Ito lang yung hosted ko. So sige, ito na nga lang. Yun nga. So ang option dito, kasi naka-grayed out, you can change this one or you can create a new record. Sabihin natin, policy, asan yung policy? Ayun yun, policy, weighted. Ayan, 10, no? And then, kailangan may load balancer ka eh. It will point to the another server. No? Another server. Pag pinili nyo itong weighted. Weighted yung pinili ko. Weighted. Saan yan? Yun yung weighted. Okay? Ang geolocation naman, your nearest location since nasa Philippines kayo, Asia. Okay? So yung pag tinype nila Nexus local, yung server nyo sa Asia. Okay? Geolocation. Nearest location. Same with latency, the nearest region. Since nasa Philippines kayo, with select, ayan, ito maganda example, Hong Kong. Okay? If the user is coming from the Philippines, we'll create a routing policy such as latency to route to Hong Kong automatically. Yan ang latency. Meron namang failover. If the primary EC2 instance fail, no, it will fail over to the next host. No? Pero kailangan may load balancer ka din. Nagpa-balance yan eh. Ano ba? Multi-value answer. Okay, ang multi-value, ito yan. Yan. Multi-value policy allows you to evenly distribute traffic across resources. No? Unlike weighted policy, dito single record lang eh. Na? Yung 10% doon, 90% doon. Multi-value answer policy returns all record. So paano yun? So ito yan. So dito malalagay yung value. Kung nga public IP to, no? Kung hindi nag-answer yung 10, meron ka pang isa pang IP. No? Kung hindi nag-answer yan, meron ka pang iba. No? So multi-value. Mamimili lang siya dito. No? Whoever is reachable. Multi-value. Okay? Maganda i-lab nyo yan. No? May lab yan dito yata. Okay? Ito na. Ulit-ulit, CloudFront, no? Paulit-ulit lang. CloudFront is the content delivery which helps you deliver static and dynamic web content faster, no? By reading the cache from the nearest region. Okay? For example, if you're hosting a website in a single region, such as general rule, farther users away from that region, so medyo malayo, the more latency they'll encounter when accessing, no? Pag malayo. Okay? CloudFront solves this problem by caching content of data center called nearest edge location, no? Which in your course, Hong Kong, no? There are about 150 edge locations around the world in 6 continents. Okay. Okay, so dito, you don't need to perform the hands-on lab. You just need to understand ano ba yung CloudFront? What is this? It caches the frequent access file to your nearest edge location. Okay? Yun lang siya. Okay, so exam essential, key components of VPC. Diba? Meron tayong routing, meron tayong ano pa, subnets, may gateway. Gateway, subnets, ano pa? Security group. Okay, so question tayo. Isang question lang. Which of the following are true of a default VPC? So select 2. Anybody? Kahit sino. Default VPC. And process of elimination. A default VPC spans multiple region. In my experience, dito sa akin kasi, pag nawala yung region, ano kasi select natin VPC. Ito papakita ko so you can feel the difference. North Virginia. Saan VPC ko? VPC is the networking. No? Ito yung VPC. Meron akong isa sa US East. Okay? So ito yung VPC ko. Yan ang VPC ko. That's why ang IP address na kuha ko 172.31. Okay? Ang subnet niyan, if you select this, subnet na binato sa akin is 172. Ayun. Kasi yung insider block. And by default, I will be assigned to 1A. Okay? Route tables naman, may route siya. Pansinin nyo anything na if your instances is running 172.31, it will be routed to the gateway. Meaning, itong 172 to may internet kasi it routed using the default route palabas ng internet. Okay? So yung IGW, tandaan nyo, EE6B, ito yun, EE6B, ayan, EE6B, okay, is attached to my VPC. Okay, so paano nag-work yun? So ganito yun. Meron kang VM, sabihin natin instance number 1, diba? And then meron kayang IP na 172. Okay? Yung 172 naka-route, meron default route 0/0. Okay? Yung default route na yan, binato sa internet gateway. O, di may internet ka. Di ba? Okay? So whether 172.16, 20, 30 can be routed papalabas ng internet. Okay? So gagawa ko ng VPC. Gagawa ko ng VPC. So gagawa ko ng VPC para ma-demonstrate. Bibilisan ko lang. So how do you create VPC? Go to VPC. Launch the wizard. Makinig kayo, ha? Very crucial to. Napakahirap gawin to. Nag-iba yung ano. So, US East 1, C. Gusto ko mano-mano. Okay? VPC only. Sabihin natin, Chris VPC. Okay? Chris VPC, May 2022. Okay? Para hindi natin malimutan, take note natin. Okay, so that VPC will have a CIDR block. Gagamit ako ng 1 million IP addresses. Sabihin natin, /16. Okay? /16, napakalaki. Napakalaki. Gagamit ako ng 10.1. No, hinati ko siya. So, first 2 octet, diba? /16. Sorry, /16. Gawin natin /24. Paano naging 24? 8-bit plus 8-bit equals 16. 16 plus 8-bit, ilan yun? 16 plus 8. 24. Tama, tama. Sa 24, usable IP is only 254, tama? Pero totally different sa sa AWS. Usable na lang dito 251. Usable. Tandaan nyo, ha? Kasi ginamit yung iba. So 251 lang, no? Ma-address ko dito. 1011. Okay? So hinati ko. Hinati ko siya kasi napakalaki nito. So gagamit ako ng CIDR na 10. Na-explain ko na ano yung CIDR ko. 16 muna. Okay? Default tenancy. Yun lang. Yun ang VPC ko. No? Tandaan natin ito yung VPC. Create VPC. Ayan, okay. Next thing you need to do is subnetting. Hatiin nyo kasi sobrang laki ng /16. Okay? So magsa-subnet kayo dito. Create a subnet. What do you want to subnet? Yung VPC na ginawa ko kanina, May 2022. From /16, napakalaki. Hatiin natin yan into 10, 1, 1. Teka, kulang. 0. /24. Okay? So ito yan. So subnet name, ginanyan ko na para hindi kayo malito. 10.1.1. So the first IP address ng VM natin, instance, will be .4 yata or .3. No? So availability zone, gusto ko sa 1A mag-exist. No? CIDR /24. Teka, sandali. Name yan. Yung CIDR, ni-revert niya, no? /24. Okay. Binaliktad niya yan. Optional value 10.1.1. Tama. Isa pang subnet, 2 naman. 10.1.2.0/24. Name lang to, ha. Availability, gusto ko, ito kasi sa 1A, no? And 1A, gusto ko na may isang instance will fall sa 1B. Okay? Multiple, AZ. Okay? 1B naman. Okay? Magkahiwalay. No? Ang CIDR block niya is /24. Bakit ganun? Parang, ayan. So value 10.1.2. Okay? Existing. Hindi pala pwede yan. .1.1.0/24. Okay. Teka, ano ba yung CIDR ko? So, nalimutan ko na kaagad na. Ay, 10.0.0 pala. So, hindi pwede mag-10.1. Tama. So, ganito. So, paano mahatiin yan? Dito ko maglalagay ng 0. Yan. Okay. Ayan, tinanggap. Okay. So, dito naman, .2. Subnet 2. Gawin natin subnet 2. Subnet 2. Okay. Ayan. Okay. May validation. Yung posible magkamali kayo. Create the subnet. So, dalawang subnet natin. From the master, ginawa ko, isa 1, isa 2. Ganun lang, no? So ito yung subnet, okay? Ito yung CIDR ko, okay? Next thing you need to do, you need to route this traffic. Kailangan i-route mo yan, no? So ano gusto mo i-route? Gusto ko i-route to, papalabas, papuntang internet. So create a route, okay? This is the traffic I would like to route. Edit route, add route, add default route, okay? Yun lang, saan papunta? Papuntang gateway. Okay, na-gets niyo ba? Walang gateway. Walang gateway, walang gateway. Sa VPC, teka. Walang gateway, parang. Ba't walang gateway? Teka. Ba't walang gateway? Sige, punta mo na yung gateway. Ako, you need to create a gateway first. So, tawagin natin tong Chris gateway May 20. This is just a logical representation. Logical lang siya, no? That gateway should be attached. Attach mo yung gateway na yan sa VPC. Okay? Pili ka na si VPC, yung kaninang ginawa ko. Attach mo yung gateway. May gateway ka na. Okay? So, nangyari niyan, ganito lang. Nag-create ako ng subnet 10. Diba? Yung traffic sa 10 will be routed. No? Any IP will be routed sa internet gateway. Yung gateway na yan, in-attach ko lang sa VPC. Okay? Yun lang ginawa ko. So, babalikan ko yung route table. Wala pang routing, di ba? So, gagawa ko ng route. Punta ka sa route. Ito yung gusto kong ipalabas. Yung packet, I would like to broadcast, papalabas. No? So, select the default one, meaning any to the gateway. No? Internet gateway. Oh, lumabas na yung gateway ko. That gateway is attached to VPC. Okay? Save. Okay na yan. Yun lang. Ito pa. You need to associate which traffic you would like to broadcast palabas, no? So yung dalawa, yung .1 and .2. Okay, associate. Kung nagsisco kayo si CNA, napakabilis nito, no? Yan yun, no? Okay, so associated na yung dalawang subnet, no? And routed using default route papalabas ng gateway. Okay? Yun lang kailangan nyo. So this is the one I create. Tingnan natin kung gagana, no? Gagana. So create tayo ng EC2 instance. Create tayo ng EC2 instance. So create tayo ng EC2. 45 minutes na lang. Tapos na tayo. So kasi web server 5 5 or 6 5. Select AMI, the standard one, EC2, T2 micro, nasaan ba ako? North Virginia. Yan, North Virginia key pair. Ito na, dito na magkakatala. VPC, instead of selecting default, pipiliin ko yung ginawa kong VPC. Yun. Yung ginawa ko kanina. Ha? That VPC has 2 subnets. Ayun, no? Lumabas. Saan mo gusto i-assign yung instance? Sa 1A o 1B? Diba? Sabihin natin 1B this time. O, diba? May option ka. And then enable IP address. Okay, enable. SSH anywhere. Ayan mo na. Security group 8. Okay, so gagawa ako ng dalawa. So, ang magiging IP address nito will be 10.1.2.3 something. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? Launch instance. Tingnan natin kung magiging pingable yung instance na created sa 10.1.1. I mean sa una. No? So ito ibang subnet yan. Then create another instance ng web server 6 sitting on different subnet naman. 6. Okay. Same then. T3 again, key pair North Virginia. Edit. Kanina 1B, di ba? Default yan eh. Select niyo yung ginawa niyong VPC. Tignan yung default, iisa lang. Ito yung default, isang subnet lang. 1A lang. Kung gusto mong multi-AZ, piliin mo yung ginawa mo, yung VPC ko. So hanapin mo yung VPC na can-rate ko. sa network settings, select the VPC I created. Okay. Then dalawang dalawang subnet. No? So ito na, multi-AZ na to, no? So this time I'm going to select on the 1A data center. Okay, magkahiwalay yan, physical data center yan. Okay, 10.1.1. Isa 10.1.2. Tandaan nyo, ha? So I'm gonna create, isa na lang. No? Baka maubusan na ako ng load. Enable. Okay? So tandaan nyo, web server 6 sitting on subnet 1A. Ano pa ba? Nakalimutan pa ba tayo? SSH is open. Yan. Okay.
Question, pag nire-run mo na yung ginawa mo EC2, charge na yan.
May charge na yan.
Diba?
Yan.
So kailangan mo pag ano, pag hindi mo
Delete mo na
kailangan, delete
kagad.
mo agad.
Delete na agad yan. Initializing. So creating paano sa tayo natin, ha? Di pa tapos. Ngayon, can we move other web server to different subnet? Tingnan natin kung kaya natin sa shutdown yung muna to. Stop instance. Ito yung ginagawa ko ngayon. Sige, palitan natin ng tag. Running na. So sa web server 6, anong network? 10.02. Subnet 2 subnet 2 Balikan natin yan, Ganitohin natin. Okay? Pwede ba yan? Yan, para maintindihan natin. Ito naman, 5. So we can easily distinguish. 10.2 din, no? Kasi ni isa. Ito ba yan? Hindi yan. Ngayon, paano mahuhuli yung isa, no? Ayun, 1. Okay, ito yung subnet 1. So, 12. So, 12 and 12. So, replace the name with 1. Okay? So, 2 different instances having 2 different IP addresses. But they will be reachable, no? But initializing pa rin siya. Okay, malinaw to subnet. So, let's log in. Ayun ang IP niya. So, PATI EC2-user at this IP. Tawagin natin itong subnet 10.0.0.1. Save, attach the PEM key. Teka, ba't Sydney? Sydney ba ako? North Virginia. Saan North Virginia? Ayun. Save, open. Ayun, nagtanong ng key. Accept the key. EC2 user instance. Yeah. Public key, blah, blah. Hindi naman ako makakonect. Ano ba yan? North Virginia. Tama, di ba? North Virginia. Kainis naman ito. Baka hindi pa tapos. Hindi ako makakonect. Ano nangyari? Tapos na. Ayan, tapos na. Tingnan nyo. Availability zone 1A, 1B. So if this one fails, dapat mag-move dito, di ba? Sige, let's try to connect ulit. Hindi ako makakonect. May SSH naman na. SSH. Ayan, malinaw. SSH. Tayo papasukin. Ano ba yan? 10.1.1. Ito lang yan. Load. Anong public IP? 54.159.173.27. Anong key ginamit ko? Teka, baka mali naman yung ginamit ka. Masyado. Sino ba dito? North Virginia. Asan yung North Virginia? Oo, ano? Ba't wala North Virginia? Teka, sandali. Wala akong North Virginia. So, you need to generate again using pathogen. Load North Virginia. Ayun. Save. North Virginia. Ba't kasi ako sa North Virginia pa eh? North Virginia, PPK. Ayan, yung bagong create. Okay? Sana gumana ka. Far out. Tama. North Virginia. Ayun. Pasok. Ba't di na ako makakulik? US East 1. North Virginia, tama. Teka, try natin ulit. Load, easy to user, SSH, encryption. Tama ba yung key ko? Ay, luma pala yun. Wala pala akong key ng North Virginia. Oh my God. Luma yung key ko. So, paano ako magkakaroon ng key? Gagawa uli ako. I can create another one. Or I can download another one. Pero mas, kasi nandito siya. Yun. So, mag-create na lang ako ng bago. Sa Virginia. May. Okay, so create a new one. Yun. Load this one. Anong pangalan nun? Yun. Open. Teka. Pathogen. I need to translate this one. So magpa-pathogen ka pa. Pathogen. Load the the newly created PEM key. Ito yung newly created PEM key. Hindi yan. Sort by date. 425. Ayan. And Virginia may. Okay. And then save private key. And Virginia. Sabihin ko latest. Okay. PPK. Okay. Ayan. So meron lang PPK. Daming busisi, no? Doon ka palang pwede mag-patty. Latest. So gagawin ko, ito, load ko. And then using the latest. Yun. Okay. Then save. Save, open. Not supported. May problem sa ano ko. Hindi ako makakonect. May problem na naman sa pati ko. Pero anyway, just to give you what will happen, yung tong instances na to, no, can ping these instances. Kasi nga, may route na siya, di ba? No? Even though it's sitting on different subnet. Okay, they can see each other. Though, they're separated by data centers. Ito, data center B, hindi natin alam kung saan yan. And data center A, separated by siguro 30 kilometers away. But they can still communicate. So yun ang power ng VPC, no? You can route, no? You can allow, you can use single VPC, single internet gateway for multiple instances. No? Ngayon hindi ko na ma-access kasi. Pero positive tayo na meron siyang IP, no? Meron siyang public, ayan, binatuhan siya ng public, magkaiba, no? Ang IP nitong tong subnet na to ay 10.02. Ito naman totally different, 10.01, no? And they are both running, no? And reachable sila. Okay? So they should be able to talk each other, no? Ganun lang siya. Okay? Next one. Which of the following is a valid CIDR? Remember kanina, ang valid is from, ano yung valid kanina? 16 to 28 yata, eh, no? So that means dito valid, no? Class A. Hindi rin valid to. Hindi rin valid to, no? So may, if lumabas sa question, what's the valid CIDR? Diba? Okay? Ano pa? Okay, question, last question. Which of the following are true regarding subnet? Select two. Anybody? Which of the following are true regarding two subnets? Regarding subnets. Sige, A VPC must have at least two subnets. B, a subnet must have CIDR, which is a subset of the VPC. Subnet spans one AZ. Hindi, mali yan, ano? So multiple AZ yan eh. Subnet span multiple AZ, which is correct then. Pero ito dito na ito. So we eliminated one.
Letter B, sir.
Subnet must have CIDR. Yeah, tama. So, kasi hinati natin, dito tayo naghati. Which is a subset ng 10.0.0.0, di ba? So, tama yan, B. And D, a subnet spans multiple AZ. Remember, yung dalawang subnet natin, multiple AZ siya. Ayan, no? AZ1, no? AZ2. Okay? I mean, 1A, 1B. Okay? I would go for B and D. Tama. Security group. What else? Okay, so it's up to you na. Kayo na bahala sumagot dyan. Ano? Napakadaming question, daming reviewers. Let's move on sa different topic naman. So before we leave that networking, do you have any question about networking? Wala? Okay. Next one is the chapter 11, automation of workloads. Okay. So intro automation is the best practice when it comes to repetitive tasks. Sa company namin, paulit-ulit lang yung trabaho. No? Please, can you please provision 20 Windows 10 servers in this subnet? No? Okay. So instead of doing one, no, I'm gonna automate the deployment plus orchestrate yung installation of application using Kubernetes. No? Kubernetes can do the configuration and installation and deployment of application, no? Fully automated. So, anong purpose nun ng automation? So, whatever the task, whether simple or complex, automation confers several benefits. No? Number one, rapid testing and experimentation. Let's say you would like to test if this server can accommodate mga 20,000 users. No? Gagawa ka ng web servers, mas mag-create ka ng 20,000 users, simultaneous login, and then test nila i-access yung index HTML, no? And check the performance using CloudWatch. No? So makikita mo doon, using experimentation. Next one, how will you reduce the expenses? No? So to reduce the expenses, so instead of running EC2 instance na you have to lease at least 10 or 20 servers, di ba? 20, dami. Why not use Lambda? No? Ang purpose naman ng servers na yun is to host web application. So move ko na sa Lambda. Function na lang yung gagawin ko. No? So gagawin ko dito, gagawin ko Lambda. Punta ko Lambda. Now, Lambda, what is Lambda? It's a serverless. Run code without building servers. No? Dito, without thinking. Literal na lang yan. So, Lambda, gusto ko web apps develop in .NET. Gagawa ko ng function. No? So, since .NET to, I mean, Microsoft applications, sabihin ko, web app 1. Since Microsoft, di ba? .NET pipiliin ko. .NET runtime, no? So saan dito? Let's say it was created in PowerShell, no? Or sa C#, no? Pili kayo dyan. C#, eh. Okay. Select C#. And then architecture 64 Intel, no? Create a new role, accept the default, advanced setting, enable the VPC which I created kanina. Gusto ko VPC sitting on 10.0.1, no? So it can communicate to my backend database. So mamimili ka dito. So saan dito, no? So sabihin natin .1. Okay? See? Nakita niyo yung effect nung ginawa ko. So multi-AZ na siya, no? Multi-AZ na siya. Okay? Pwede ba dalawa? Oo, pwede. Dalawa. Failover. In case the application stops responding sa Singapore, I can failover to .2, wherever this one is, no? 1B, kung saan man yan. No? Security group, yung SSH, no? Inbound rule, yan. Create a function. Tapos yung function na yan, you need to upload the code. No, yung .NET apps na yan. So, kaka-copy paste mo dito. Then magkakaroon ka na ng web server. No? Magkakaroon ka na. Alright? Okay, so web apps. So, yan. So, you need to upload mo yung code mo. No? File system. Add file. Okay? So, ma-mount mo siya. No? So, pag na-upload mo na yung codes mo, itong platform na to will execute. Okay, rarun niya yung app mo without creating a server. Okay, naka-reduce ka. Diba? Nakatipid ka. Another example ng automation is to minimize human error. Okay, so yun nga, one example is instead of using manual, using console, you can automate using AWS CLI command interface. No? So you can just execute as many as you want. No? Paulit-ulit lang naman yung ginagawa mo. No? Building of servers. Then you can roll back changes safely and completely. No? So instead of install Windows feature, you can just type uninstall Windows feature to 10,000 servers. No? You can remove applications straight away. No? Napakadali. So the highlights of automation is using infrastructure as a code. No? So meron kang code na can be recycled. No? So what is IC? So using the code is commonly called infra as a code. Defining IAC is a fundamental element of automation because automation relies on code being executed by machine to reduce risk human error and blah blah blah. No? So aning IAC? So in this chapter, you will cover automation using CloudFormation. So CloudFormation lets you automate building and config of your AWS. So dito fully automated na. No? CloudFormation. So let's see. CloudFormation. Punta ka dito sa CloudFormation. So Cloud will create and manage templates for you. Create the stock. Let's say we're going to be using template. Okay. And template will be uploaded to S3 by default. No? So you need to provide the template. Use simple template sa merong built-in stock. So kung gusto mong Apache and MySQL, you would select LAMP. No? LAMP, Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP platform. No? So you only need to dump PHP program. No? Kung meron kayong Facebook was originally created in PHP. Kung mapapansin nyo dati. No? Pero ngayon may sariling language na. No? All you need to do is dump the template there. No? Kung meron na tayo. Okay, so you need to specify the database. Kanina, gumawa tayong database, di ba? So meron tayong database name. Nilagay ko Nexus 1. Kung naka-create kayo, di ba? Kung ako nag-create Nexus 1, so di-define ko lang yung database. Tapos plus yung password. Okay. DB user is always admin. Okay. And what instance type? T2 micro. Okay. And then since I have North Virginia, select ko na yung North Virginia. And anyone can connect anywhere in the world now. Next. Stock name. So say up one. I just cancel ko. Okay, so anyway, dito you will create a template, then create the automation. So that will deploy a web server, complete web server. So CloudFormation will automate the building for you. You can connect to the database using the provided account. And then let's say WordPress, ang gusto mo i-build, you can drag and drop WordPress. Select WordPress. And then WordPress will connect to the database. And then boom, meron ka ng web server. Okay. Dev tools, meron namang built-in ng AWS. No? Meron silang code commit and code build, code deploy, and code pipeline. So this will automate the testing, building, deployment of application to EC2 or on-prem. Okay? So code commit, let's visit code commit. You don't need to perform hands-on lab data. Code commit, store code in private Git repo. So ibig sabihin, it will communicate somehow similar to GitHub, no? Which is a database repo. So ayan na. So first thing you need to do is create a repository where you put all your codes, no? Tapos pag nandun yung code mo, meron kang artifact, okay? Code artifact. And then if you want to build application, you just need to point out or link up to the repo. No, dito ginagawa yung code build. So let's say may function to count the number of visitors. You don't have to recycle. Sorry, you don't have to create a program. No? Nandun na sa repo mo. No? Create the number of visitor of the day. Pipiliin mo lang yun. Lilink mo lang siya. No? Parang do execute. Ganun, no? Sa code build naman yan. Sa code deploy naman, he will run your code. No? Execute niya. Execute, testing. Run the number of user of the day. Ayan, lalabas yung 1,000 users. Okay? So deploy. So code deploy is used for testing. Code pipeline. Code pipeline naman. Ayan, so pipeline. Create pipeline. It's a complete CI/CD application which automates everything. No? Let's say you have a new service. Where do you want to run? I would like to run to my default S3 or run the code from a bucket, no? From bucket Nexus 22, no? And then default manage key. Kung meron kayo manage key, no? And then ito na. So where do you want to stage the source? Since we created the code in code commit, I would select code commit, no? Pero kung yung code nyo nasa GitHub, no? That can be pulled up publicly. So let's say version 2, you have to select the GitHub version 2. Okay, search provider, meaning yung code is nasa GitHub version 2. And then you have to establish connection. Kung nasa code commit naman, you need to define the code commit storage kung saan mo in-store. And so on. Meron pang third-party Bitbucket, in third party. So you have to establish connection first before calling the function. Okay? So yun yung code commit, code build. So ito is repo. This is where you program. This is the framework. This is where you run. Okay? And code pipeline will execute everything for you. So those tool will automate testing, building, and deployment. Kompleto. No? Test muna, build, and deploy. Okay? Dev to production. Okay? Auto-scaling, auto-launch, auto-config, and terminates EC2. So meaning papatayin niya when the demand is not needed. EC2 auto-scaling will launch another instances when needed. Kung di naman needed, it will terminate automatically to meet the fluctuating demand. Okay? Meron naman system manager automates common operational tasks such as patching instances ng EBS. Punta ka dito sa system manager para tong Windows system manager. System Manager's exam, pag lumabas, is about patching. System Manager is central place to view and manage resources. Tingnan nyo. So sa exam, what is Systems Manager? It's the one responsible for patching. Yeah. Okay. Get started. Okay, once the system manager identify you have Windows operating system, it will look up to the CV database for the current vulnerabilities. Tapos, it will tell you that you need to patch. No? Since wala akong Windows, pipiliin ko Linux. Tingnan natin kung may vulnerabilities and need to patch. So, puro Linux dito sa East 1. Host management. So configure IAM role, enables commonly used system manager and securely manage your EC2. Ano ba maganda? Ito na nga lang. Ayan na. So system manager will update agent every 2 weeks. It will collect from your instance, from your server every 30 minutes. Very intensive, ano? And it will scan instances for missing patches. That's what I'm saying. Na? Kung yung server nyo was installed a year ago, I can guarantee you can have more than 20 patches that you need to install. Mano-mano. No? So with System Manager, he will do everything for you. O, di ba ang galing? No? It will install and configure agent as well. So makikita nyo kung merong vulnerability. No? Okay? Sa exam, tandaan nyo, what is System Manager? It can scan instances for missing patches. Okay, next one is OpWorks. OpWorks is a collection of 3 different offerings that helps automate instance configuration and application installation. No? Pinaganda lang dito, apps deployment using popular orchestrators such as Chef and Puppet. No? Ang gagawin naman ng Chef and Puppet, it's a configuration management. He can do patching then. He can do patching, he can detect. Let's say you would like to assign 3 DNS instances, you can orchestrate everything. No? Okay, you would like to deploy 20 server, it can orchestrate. Chef and Puppet is a good combination. Okay? So ayan, ang CloudFormation is accepting JSON and YAML format. Hindi ko nagawa eh. Pero pag in-export mo, naka-JSON format lang siya. No? Okay, to provision resources from a template, you must specify stock name. No? So kanina, nakalimutan ko ilagay. So nilagay ko, nag-continue siya. No? When you delete the stock, it will delete the whole CloudFormation. No? Okay, CloudFormation versus AWS CLI. Actually, you can do automatic provisioning of instances using CLI. No? You can script CloudFormation using CLI. Okay? So kung gusto yung i-launch programmatically, already given you the hands-on lab, kung gusto yung gawin to, ito siya. So sinend ko na sa some user guides, creating EC2 instances. Programmatically, bababa nyo lang dito. No? Ito kasi using, ayun. Ayan. Kompleto to, okay? So, meron ba itong CloudFormation? CloudFormation. Ayan. Okay, so let's say you would like to install WordPress. Ito yung project, no? Gusto nyo mag-install ng WordPress, no? So these are the Unix command. So type nyo dun sa EC2 nyo, sudo yum install PHP muna, and then list the installed application. Okay, and then change the permission, change mode, no? Restart the HTTPD. Okay, then start MariaDB. No, sayang hindi ko na demo tayo. No? Start the HTTPD. That WordPress will connect to the SQL database. No? Okay, so ito yung complete installation. Daming topic nito up to DevOps kung gusto yung gawin to. No? So it's up to you. It's about 1,500 pages. Haba. Ito naman programmatically, ano dito, describe images owners, Mario. How to provision an EC2 instance. No? So dito, gusto niya mag-provision ng EC2 coming from marketplace. All you need to do is define the product code and the value. No? Dami. Okay? So you can do it programmatically. Pero medyo advanced na yun eh. No? Hindi na topic ng fundamentals yan. Kung gusto niyo lang, okay? Okay, balik tayo sa fundamentals. Okay, so if you wanna test paano gumawa ng cloud formation designer, you can follow these steps. No? So you need to select, create a new stock, put a new name stock, choose the platform, no? Where you want to interpret yung apps nyo. Kung PHP, you need to select LAMP, no? And then view in Designer. Designer will show you two resources. So connect mo yung apps mo to the database. No? So meron siyang GUI, okay? So maganda yung labs nyo, no? Again, na-explain ko na to. Code commit is somehow similar to GitHub, wherein all the function procedures and programs are stored. Code build is where you build and call functions from code commit. No? And then if you want to run the application, you're going to be using code deploy. No? And code pipeline is the full stack of all the AWS tools. No? Code commit lets you create private Git. So parang GitHub lang yan. No? So puntahan natin ito. So ito yung mga repo ng mga programs. No? So you need to subscribe. Kung gusto nyo naman ng GitHub, very common ng GitHub. Marami ng built-in application dito. Let's say hacking. Gusto yung mag-hack na. So dito, hack with GitHub, awesome hacking daw. So may built-in codes na, call nyo na lang. So asa yung code? Oy, may capture the flag, no? Tindi naman ito. May phishing. Hacking, ayan. List of hacking tutorial lang. Eh. So repo siya, no? Storage siya. Tapos asa yung code niya. Projects. Project na wala itong project. Hanap tayo sa may built-in project na. So what I'm saying is the program is already been created. Na? You just want to call the function. Ito, scanning of port. Click nyo yan, Python, written in Python. Meron na siya. Call mo na lang yung function na yan. Call mo yan. So this will scan the port available to the victim. Gusto mo mag-port scanning, no? Yan. So ayan, may built-in na siya. So gagamitin mo na lang to. Sa paggamit mo, ikaw pala hinak, no? Delikado. Ito, attack Wi-Fi, built-in program and function na. So gagamitin mo na lang to. Okay? Ko-connect ka dito sa GitHub na yan. Or copy mo sa code commit. Okay? So ano gagawin yan? Attack Wi-Fi. Grabe. Ang dami. Ano pa? SQL injection. Grabe naman. Pati naman SQL injection. If you wanna learn SQL injection, nasa ethical hacking namin pa. Okay, ang dami. So somehow similar sa code commit. No? May mga codes na doon. All you need to do is deploy. Test nyo muna bago deploy. Okay? So you can build applications straight away using AWS Dev Tools. Okay? Okay, so next one, last topic natin is auto-scaling. Auto-scaling, auto-launch, pre-config. Naku, mag-alas stress na. No? Baka mag-extend tayo 30 minutes na. Auto-scaling, launch, pre-config instances. The goal of auto-scaling is to ensure you have just enough computing resources. Okay? Launch config. So dalawa yan. May launch template, launch config. Auto-scaling works by spawning instances from either launch config or launch template. So, ang ibig sabihin nito, auto-scaling, let's say auto-scaling group, concept lang tayo. Web server 1. Okay. Web server 2, 3. 2, 3. Okay, so how do you launch web server? So meron kang template, web server template. No, launch this one via image creation. Tapos let's say ito web server na kasi ito na built-in natin, and then you can launch using launch config. Okay, so we're gonna be using existing image, and we're gonna convert that one into a template. No? So paano gawin yan? So ito. So pipili ako ng EC2 instance na working kasi iba hindi working, no? Bakit? Ang dami ko ng instances, makikita nyo 6 ano. Pipili ako ng working. Sino ba working dito? Meron ba itong bootstrap script? Wala. Ito meron na yan, web server 1. Tingnan ko lang. Hindi naman ma-open. Ano nangyari din? Web server 2. Ay, wala nga. Stop state din. Sino ba yung web server na kinrate ko kanina? Ito ata yun eh. May IP ba ito? Check ko lang attach network, manage IP. Secondary private IP. Start instance. Ito yata yun. North Virginia ba o Sydney? Sobrang dami. Wala. North Virginia. Problem sa North Virginia, hindi ako makapag-create. Okay, so explain ko muna yung concept before we do hands-on. Okay, so auto-scaling instances can be created using launch config or from a launch template. No, launch template can be created via existing instances. No, so kung ito yung instances ko. No, let's say working to, pero ba't wala pang IP? So status check, initializing. Ito yan. Go to instance, image pala, then create image. Okay? Or create template from instance. So, running na siya. Kung running na siya, pwede ko siyang gawing template. Okay? Let's say Chris template may kung running. No? Pero dapat running eh. Sandali, kasi pag hindi ito running, nako, useless yung ginawa natin. So, I want to make sure na may web server siya. Parang yung kinrate natin kanina. Okay, testingin ko muna para hindi sayang time natin. Web server 2, initializing pa rin. Tagal naman. Pansinin nyo, nag-iba na yung IP address. Open address. Hindi ma-open. Tingnan ko kung makakapag-SSH ako. Ano ba nangyari? May ginawa yata ako kanina. Ako. Ano nga pala ang ano yung ginamit ko kanina? The first one or the last one? Doesn't matter kasi dalawa naman sila eh. Okay, so I should be able to connect. Save 3.82. Ayun, nakakonect nga ako. Accept. Nasira. What happened? Nakako na. Sandali, security, SSH. Ayan, no. Ito yung ginamit natin kanina, di ba? Anong nakorap ko? Pingable naman yan eh. I think the way I connect. Kung ito pingable, ito yung kanina ginamit natin. Pingable, okay? Somehow, ba't di ko ma-access? Diba? Ayun, accessible. Tama. Working, okay? So working siya ha. So since working siya, may web server, gagawin siyang template. Okay? How do you convert into templates? So ganito. Gagawin niya siya master template. So i-delete ko na lang yung the rest. Kasi iba, for some reason, hindi configured properly. No? So titira ko yung 2, di-delete ko lahat. Titira ko to kasi ito yung working eh. No? The rest will be deleted. No? So terminate. No? Okay, shutting down. Only one is working, proven to be working. Okay? So refresh, server 2 is the working one. I'm gonna create image from this, create template from instance. Okay? So gagawin ko siyang template. Okay, so napakadaming template nito. Sabihin ko na lang, Chris template may. Para hindi ako malito, no? Template version 1. Provide guidance to help me set up template that I can use in auto-scaling. Okay. Application in OS. So, yung template na yon is using the latest AMI. Remember, nag-take note ako ng AMI. Kung natandaan nyo. No? Kasi yung AMI ko. AMI 022F. Okay? 022F. Saan ko ba nilagay yan? Okay, so that's the AMI master image I've used. And then instance type, manually select instance, no? Specific instance type. So gusto kong instance T2 micro. Excuse me, kasi ito yung free, di ba? Then key pair, since this is in North Virginia, I'll be using North Virginia. No? Nakapatay, ba't walang key pair dito? That's good. Ayun pala. So sino dito? So this is the one I used to connect kanina. Okay? Yan. And then which subnet you would like to deploy? Remember I created subnet 1 and subnet 2, diba? So kung working to, dito ko ilo-launch. So 1, okay? Is not compatible in subnet. Please specify. Hindi daw compatible. Hindi compatible. Select existing security group. Sino magandang security group? 4 ba? Anong laman ng 4? Walang laman. Okay, so piliin ko na lang yung default. Laman ba to? So you need to understand ano security group yun. So babalikan ko yung aws.amazon.com. I want to make sure we're selecting the correct security group. Console.amazon.com. So, ano ba yung security group na ginamit ng web server 2? Yun ang question, di ba? Na open ang SSH, HTTPS, and so on. So, pupunta ako sa EC2 instance ko. Titingnan ko ano ba yung ginamit ko dito. Kasi working yan eh. No? Go to security, networking, security nga. Security, yan. So, ang tawag dito is Launch Wizard 2. Yung open lahat ng gusto kong ports. No? So, Launch Wizard 2. So, pipiliin ko dito, Launch Wizard 2. Bakit wala? Select the security group. Ba't di lumabas yung launch security group? Launch wizard 2. Grabe, lawa naman ito. What if sa 2? Ayun na pala, selected na eh. No? Show, the selected security is not compatible with the subnet. Ay, created. Okay. Kasi ito yung ginawa ko. Sige, gagawa na lang ako ng bago. No? Tanggalin natin yan. Launch wizard 4 yan. So, bago na lang gagawin ko. No? Sa launch wizard 4, ano naka-open? Di ba yun ang tanong eh? Teka. Ba't ang dami? 10, 1, 2. Or, select na lang natin yung subnet 1. Compatible sa 2. O yun, mas maganda yung ganun. So, compatible sa 2. Okay, so by default, 8 gig RAM. Kung gusto nyo expand, 30 na pwede nyo type easily. If you want to add volume, you can do so. Okay, then advanced detail. Gusto ko sa i-create ko IP address, ang hostname, shutdown. Do not delete. When you say terminate, delete yan eh. When I shut down, stop lang. Okay? Stop lang. Okay? What else? The rest are default. And then gusto ko, I would like to run the bootstrap script. Okay? Sa lahat ng VM na ilo-launch ko. Ayan, okay? Pwede na ba yan? Create launch template. Remove subnet for EC2 autoscaling template. Anong subnet ba? Pwede ba yung subnet 1? Okay, pinili ko. Or create na lang ako ng bago. Increase security groups. So, hindi compatible kasi hindi siya designed for North Virginia. Na? So, gumawa ko sarili ko. Okay. Okay, so wala siyang security group and wala siyang subnet. So gagawa ko ng security group. So North Virginia, punta tayo sa networking. Ayun, nasa networking ng running. Anong security group to? Launch Wizard 2. Ngayon, ba't di pwedeng paggamit na? Details. Security group. Pwede ba mag-create ng bago? Increase security group 1. Attaching to which VPC? 69. Again, add rule. SSH. Anywhere. HTTPS. Anywhere. Trabaho, no? Save. Ayan, may security group na ako. Okay. Pero sa VPC na 69, tanda natin yan. VPC 69. Okay. Done. Pwede bang gamitin to? So you need to refresh to. VPC 69. VPC 69. 16 by 69. Okay. We need to create another one. No? So refresh. My template 1. Version 1. 002F. Free tier. North Virginia. Ayun. Subnet 0. Walang problem. Ayun. BC using Launch Wizard. Ito, yung kanina. No? Hindi natin nagamit yung ginawa ko. Yun ang gusto niya. So, what else? So, tandaan natin ang ginawa ko is my template 1, empty 1. O, success. Okay, success. So, may template na ako. Empty 1. Take note ko yan. Take note. Okay. Template. Okay? So, ano yung ginagawa natin? Baka nalimutan nyo. We're gonna create as auto-scaling group. Tapos, we can specify desired capacity kung ilan gusto natin mag-scale up. And then self-healing, if one server fails or terminates, it will provision another one or it will create replacement. Okay? Let's say ganito yung scenario. Meron ka, tapos na to, ano, nakagawa na ako ng image, template. Let's say, tatlong server na create natin. This one suddenly failed. Okay? So, ang magiging server mo, you will be routed here or here using load balancing. No? So, ibabalance ka siguro 50% users dito, 50% ibabato dito. No? Using load balancer. So, ang auto-scaling group is a combination of elastic load balancing din. No? Elastic load balancing will hit single IP. Okay? Then so IP, yung ELB will route load dito, then dito randomly. No? Desired capacity, how many you would like to provision? Let's say, tatlo agad. No? Namatay lang isa. Let's say namatay yung dalawa. Pinapapatay natin dalawa. Magpo-provision pa siya ng third and fourth. Okay? So, in short, initial 2, maximum of 2. Okay? Nagets nyo ba? So, initial 2 server provision natin. Pero if one fails, he will provision another 2. Hence, the number of the desired capacity will be 4. No? Kasi 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? So, self-healing naman, when you say self-healing, yun nga, namatay yung dalawang server, it will provision additional 2. Okay? Scaling action, so merong minimum 2, initial 2, maximum group size is 4. So hindi ka na dadami more than 4 kasi you set the maximum to be 4, no? Maximum 4, meaning combination of all. No? Scheduled scaling, kailan ka mag-scale up? No? You can do scheduled scaling using, let's say, date. Let's say ang sale date mo is July 1 to 2. So dito ka mag-scale. Pagdating ng July 2, wala nang auto-scaling. Okay? Scheduled scaling. Config management, automation documentation, distributors, some other technologies, no, not related sa auto-scaling. So tapos na siya. Common use scenario na tayo. No? So ito na, scenario. Itutuloy ko doon kasi related yung scaling dito sa scenario. No? Okay, reliability. So, topic natin dito sa chapter 12 is about common use case scenario. Now, so we're gonna list the different cloud archi design principle, and we're gonna define methods of deploying the and operating in the cloud. Okay, so dito merong pillar. Okay, so the AWS well-architected framework codifies this principle and organize them into the following 5 pillars. Reliability, efficiency, security, cost optimization, operational expense. No? So, when you say reliability, it means avoiding complete failure of your application. Depending on how it's architected, your apps may depend on how many different types of resources, including compute, storage, and database. So applying to our hands-on lab, na hindi naman natin tatapusin, dito nga, how reliable your web server. Yun nga, as I've mentioned, we're gonna create a scale set, has an initial 2 instances. Okay? If the first 2 instances is unavailable, it will scale up, no? To additional 2. Or another scenario is if the threshold has been met. No? Threshold, sabihin natin, threshold natin is 50% CPU utilization. Okay? So, let's say sale, no? So na-reach yung isang server, na-reach niya 50%. Okay? So how many instances you would like to scale up? Additional 2. So from 1, magdadagdag pa siya ng 2. Pero maximum running instances are 4. Okay? So titigil siya sa 4. If the utilization goes down, let's say for some reason 10% na lang util ng server na to, it will scale down, meaning it will terminate this one. Sorry, it will stop. Hindi delete. This will be stopped. Makikita nyo, wala na. No? Makikita nyo, wala na siya sa group. Okay? Ulitin ko if the threshold has been met, let's say 50% CPU util, no? It will provision to a maximum number of instances. Which is, magugulat kayo, uy, ba't naging 4 yun, sir? Kasi nga, we define the maximum number of instances to be 4. Ganun ka-reliable yung AWS. Reliability. So, dito, to avoid failure of the resources, your application will be run in a highly reliable resources. Meron namang performance efficiency, one of the pillar. So performance efficiency means getting the performance you desire without over-provisioning capacity, but also without sacrificing reliability. So you want enough resources to provide redundancy when resource fails. And you also want to add resources as demand increases. So it matches the definition of scalability. Ito pa rin yun, no? Scalability. So sabi dito, we only have 2 kasi ayaw natin na 4 patakbuhin, no? Sabihin natin pag 4, that will cost us $4,000. Eh wala naman tayong sale, di ba? So bakit 4 na instances iraran natin? Wala naman tayong sale. Di ba? So dalawa lang initial. So sa set mo sa scalability, dalawa lang. Okay, dalawa lang, no? Pero it can expand, no? When the performance is needed, such as 50%, it will scale up. Magpo-provision na naman siya ng dalawa. Okay? Hence, the performance of each instances will be optimized. Next one, security pillar. Okay. Security pillar is totally different from scaling. No, it follows the IAM security policy, yung SCP, IAM user and resource policies. No, that grant, delete, or modify. So we're talking about permission. So we can fine-grain the security access to each resources by using IAM. So kanina I was able to demonstrate na you can grant single user on admin as well as read-only lang siya. Okay? Next is avoid data loss by using backup and replication. So how do you create a backup? Yun nga sa instances, you have to go EC2 instances, tapos meron dito snapshots. Okay? Then create a snapshots lang. Ayun, meron na akong snapshot. So create a snapshot. Remember, you have to delete this one. So you would like to take the volume, no, or the instance. Nag-iisa lang naman to, no? So piliin mo na lang itong volume. Nag-iisa lang yan. Okay? So create snapshot. Okay? Then you're gonna have your own backup. Hindi ko na i-run kasi sayang lang na. Then you have to enforce confidentiality by using encryption to protect data at rest. Kanina, di ba, meron akong, I've shown you the S3 buckets can be secured, no, by using ACL. Yeah, diba? Nakita niyo, diba? And then another security measure, you can track every activity that occurs in your AWS by creating logging. Diba kanina yung logging in-enable ko and then I store the logging in S3 buckets. So lahat ng logs will be saved under ayun, CloudTrail, no? CloudTrail, ayan. CloudTrail, so nandito yan. Once you enable CloudTrail, pero dinelete ko na kasi yung laman. Ayan, nag-CloudTrail siya. Sa lahat ng region, ayan, nag-CloudTrail. US East 1, okay, concern ako dito. Kasi nandito lahat ng servers ko, ayan. Kita niyo yung level niya, ayan ang CloudTrail. So as of today, ang dami, grabe, 664 bytes. So if you download this one, Download mo, naka-zip siya, unzip mo lang. No, it wouldn't make sense to you. So, download mo, ito yung, saan yung cloud trail dito? Gzip, gonzip. Ito, saan ko na-save? Download. Yun, narinig niyo yun? Na-download daw siya.
As JSON na ito.
Gzip, naka-gzip siya. Ayun! JSON. Ay, JSON. Kala ko in-zip ko. Ayan, yan. Okay. So, yan. He was able to identify na nakalagin ako as root using this account number. Ito yung access ID ko na ginamit ko. Session context. Okay. He was created today. Ano pa? Source IP ko is 107. Uy, na-detect. No? Source IP ko, sabi, sino ba itong nag-root na to? Okay. Check ko, what's my IP? Check ko IP ko, 49. Hindi naman, no? So, siguro sa iba to. Okay. Ang dami na. So, if you want to deep dive, it's up to you. Okay. So yan, na-track niya every activity I made. Okay. Next pillar is the cost optimization. No? So cost optimization isn't about getting your cost close to zero. Possible. Hindi yun, no? Not lowering the cost. Meaning rather, you achieve cost when you use the cloud to meet your needs at the lowest possible cost. No? Yun nga, instead of using EC2 instance, kung pwede namang manage database service na lang. No? So you taking out the equation of paying the EC2 instance. Okay? For some reason, you optimize the cost. Yeah? Madami pa, hindi lang yan. So sa pillar ng operational excellence, nandun yung, again, pinaulit mo yung reliability. No? You can use load balancing, ELB. Gagawa tayo ng ELB natin to. Load balance natin yan. Performance, efficiency. Gagawa tayo auto-scaling na if one VM is not available, it will create provision another VM. Okay, so use code build to auto-test your application. So instead of running a program in your laptop, might as well save the codes AWS Code Build. Okay. Cost optimization, auto shutdown or decommission of unused resources. So dito nga, pag ang utilization natin is 10%, okay, this will be stop. Hence, you will be running 2 instances lang. Okay? So yun yung concept. Ano? You don't need to perform this one as hands-on lab kasi napakatagal gawin ito. No? Tatry ko ha, tatry natin. No? Sa solution architect na to. So ito na, combine na natin lahat ng pinag-aralan natin. This is our last topic. So, highly available, highly scalable, and we'll be utilizing load balancing service from AWS application. Okay? So the first scenario we'll consider is a HA web app that you'll implement using topology. So ito yung topology natin. So meron tayong default VPC lang, and then yung isang instance nasa AZ1, isang instance naman nasa AZ2. No? Both are having the same application. So if this one becomes unavailable, the load balancer will route user to another instance. So ito yung nangyari sa inyo. May nag-ask kanina, but totally dead? Diba? Baka wala kayong load balancer. No, but totally dead yung call center. No? So usually, the call center agent or the client hits the load balancer. Then may heartbeat. If this one doesn't have heartbeat, it will automatically route sa kabila. Ganun lang gagawin ng load balancer. Simple concept, di ba? Dagdagan mo ng scaling group, it will auto-provision. Let's say this one is hamper na utilization of more than 90%, it will provision another one. Okay? So, naintindihan niyo yung concept? Very simple lang, di ba? Load balancer will balance the load. 50% dito, 50% dito. If this is one dead, this is dead, it will allocate the service to the next availability zone. Okay, madali intindihan, di ba? Madali lang. No? Okay, so don't worry. This looks intimidating. We'll start by kicking high-level look. Okay, so dito, ito yung high-level lang. High-level. We're gonna create an inbound security group in VPC. Then we're gonna create load balancer. We're gonna launch the template. Then create auto-scaling. Ganun na. So kanina, nag-create na ako ng inbound security. Napansin nyo kanina? Yeah. And then, next step, nag-create ako ng launch template. Diba? Meron akong launch template. Launch template ko, MT1. Okay, coming from web server 2. So it will be uniform. All instances will be the same. Okay. So gagawin ko ngayon, we're gonna create a load balancer group. Load balance natin yung mga instances. Okay. So balik tayo sa EC2. Load balancer is under EC2. Okay, ito lang yung load balancer. Ayan, load balancer. No? Eh, isa lang instance natin. So how are we gonna create more instances? Launch instance from template. Remember, na-create ako ng template. Hanapin natin yung template na yun. Ayun, no? MT1. Okay. Launch natin. Launch na natin to. So, how many instances? So, sabi ko, dalawa, no? Dalawa. Initial 2, ha? Initial, dalawa lang, dalawa lang. Okay, launch tayo. View launch template. Okay. Refresh. Let's check the load balancers. Teka, ba't hindi siya nag-launch? Tuto ako dito. Auto scaling group. So launch tayo. Create naman tayo ng AMI. Teka. Bakit? Hindi siya nag-launch. Ayun, nag-launch na. Mainipin lang ako. Baka ako. Okay, dalawa na launch. So obviously, these two are provision using launch template. So papalitan ko para hindi ang malito kasi very confusing na to mamaya. Web server 1, ganun, no? Sisimplihan natin. And then sino pa yung isa? Ito pa. Ito kasi yung template natin. So papalitan ko to ng web server 2. Ayan na, malinaw. So this was launched using template. Okay? Linaw ba? Nakakita ko. And then each should have a public IP. In public IP. Magkaiba yung public IP na. Okay? Parang pareho. 2520. 131. Magkaiba. Okay, kinabahan ako. Okay, so na-launch ko na. That's step 1. What's the step 2? So I was able to launch 2 instances using template. Next one is, meron na ako security group na pakita ko. I'm gonna create an application load balancer. Okay? Load balancer. So dito yung load balancer. Yan. So load balancer, you need to create a load balancer. So what do you want to balance? Okay. So since web server to, di ba? Web server. So I'm gonna be using application load balancer to balance HTTP and HTTPS. Right? Tawagin nating Chris, load balancer number 1. So it's internet facing, meaning you will have a VIP, virtual IP, which the users will connect. Parang ganito. Single IP, no? Single IP defined in ELB, which all the users will connect. Okay? Then ELB will be the one to distribute all the load. No? Okay? So internet facing. VPC, the default one, pinili ko yung default one. Problema dito, single easy lang siya. Pwede bang marami? Ito lang available sa akin eh. No? And then default VPC then. And then default listener HTTP, dagdagan natin ng HTTPS. Okay, forward to where? To a target group. Pero wala pa tayong target group eh. Remove ko muna ito. So yung target group. So gagawa ko ng target group. Create muna ako ng yun nga, assign to subnet. Isang subnet na naman. Pwede ba yung ginawa ko? Ayan. Di ba gumawa ako kanina ng VPC? Sana usable to, no? Ito problema. Yung dalawang instances ko is not sitting on 172. Pero gusto niya sitting on 10.1 and sitting on another subnet. Okay? Yung ginawa ko. So, hindi gagana yung dalawa. No? Okay lang yan. Gusto kasi niya minimum of 2. Data center 1, data center 2. Okay? Yun ang requirements niya. Tapos, default security groups. Asan ang target? So, we need to create first the target. Create target. Balikan natin EC2. Wala tayong target. Load target groups. Sige, gawa muna akong target. Target, ano yung targetin natin? Instances. Okay? Target group, increase. Tagal to. Okay. Ask lang kayo ng question if you want to ask. No? Tandaan nyo, 69 ang VPC na ginamit ko. Hindi, dapat ito, yung may subnet 10. No? Health check if HTTP is not responding. No, that's the time he needs to move to another one. Okay? So threshold, the number of consecutive health checks, pag 5 health checks na, he will need to move the service to another instance. Okay? Timeout, pag 5 seconds, no response, no health check, that's the time you have to move to different instances. No? So this is target group, available instances is wala eh. No? Wala eh. So that means mag-create uli ako ng EC2. Okay, kasi iba yung 172 kasi yun eh. Okay, trabaho to. So igawa tayo nga. Gawa ulit tayo. Okay, bibilisan ko na lang. Create instance, launch an instance. Dadalawahin ko na. Tawagin nating web server 1. Web server 1. Ganun na, convention. MI002FF, T2 micro, and hosted in North Virginia. Patay. Ito yung problem natin kanina. Pwede ba Sydney na lang? Sa lipat tayo Sydney. May problem kasi ako sa North Virginia. Ay, hindi pala pwede. Kasi yung instance subnet was created in North Virginia. Okay? Web server 1. Okay? Web server, EC2, T2 micro. Sino ba yung gagana dito? The bottom one, allow SSH, HTTPS, HTTP sa VPC ko. Ito yung question. Kaninong VPC gusto mo? The one I created. Okay, yan. 10.1.1. Dapat may isa pa eh. 10.1.2. Hindi nyo na-recognize na. Sige na nga, 10.1.1. SSH anywhere. Okay. So, launch 2. Teka, asan yung ano? Bootstrap script. Okay, lagyan natin bootstrap script. Okay, so, ano pa kulang? So, this is my VPC sitting on 10.1.1 subnet. Enable this one, North Virginia. So, dalawang kagad. No? So, launch na natin. Sana mag-launch successfully. Okay, so this will take a while. So, patayin na natin sino papatayin natin? Tandaan nyo yung ginawa kong name is W server. Yan. So, W server 1, tawagin natin itong W server 1 and W server 2. So, ayan, initial 2 instances natin. Maximum of 4. Plus ang threshold natin is babaan natin 2% utilization, he will provision additional 2. Maximum of 4. No? Yan. Okay? Yan. Okay? Sobrang dami dito. Hanapin lang natin itong W server. Refresh. Tapos naman. That will take a while. So let's not display kasi nadi-display pati terminated. So filter natin as yung running lang. Yun. So ayoko i-delete to kasi master. Ayan, dalawa na yung patayin na natin itong 1 and 2. Stop lang, stop. Refresh. So dalawa yung running. Okay, patayin natin itong isa. Stop. Okay, I'm hoping it's sitting on subnet 10. Okay, so dalawa lang yung running. Web server, sabihin natin 1. And web server 2. Sana naman may public IP. Pag ito wala pang IP, patay tayo. Ayan. So web server 2. Bonus lang to. Bonus to. Hindi to kasama sa exam. So web server 2 is has a public IP. Ngayon, accessible ba yan? Yan ang question. Working ba siya? Bakit hindi naman working? Ayun, working. Ayan, hosted in 2C. Okay? Ayan, nakalagay mismo, availability zone 3. Okay, zone 3. Ayan yung web server 2. How about this one? Working, eh? Open mo. Di pa tapos. Tayin natin. So I'm closing some of the not used. So refresh. So I'm hoping tapos na. So working ba to? Ito, working yan. This one, we haven't tested yet. Working. Sitting on 10.0.0.1 and 10.0.0. Tama. Same subnet, but different data center. So how will you know different data center? 1A, ito naman, pareho 1A na pare. Same one. Same 1A. Okay, kasi if you want another one, say isa pa. Pero I want to make sure this is working. Hindi siya up and running. So lang isa yan. Okay, isa pa. Subnet 2 naman. Web server 3. Dito mapapractice yung skill ninyo, no? You need more patience. So, North Virginia din. Tapos, instead of, kasi di ba, existing na tayo sa 10.1 di ba? 10.2 naman, subnet 10.2. So, select my VPC, the one I created. Instead of 10.1, 10.2 naman. Okay? 1.2. So, dito may store yung isang server natin. Ang pangalan is web server 3. Okay? 10.1.2. Okay? Now, I want to make sure correct to. So, what security group am I using? Select an existing one. Ano ba yung existing? Dapat same, ano ba yung bago? I think it's 5. Hindi. Wala wala naka-open Let's say 4. Ba't walang naka-open? Default? 6. Hindi ko makita. I think 6 kasi 7 tong kay-create natin. So yung last one we created was 6. Okay, select ko yung 6. Ayan, in-accept niya. Six lang. Sandali. 6. Okay. So tanggalin ko tong 5, 4, default. 6 lang. Okay, in-accept naman. Okay, so IP address of this will be ang pangalan nila? Web server 3. IP address will be 10.10, 10.12. Okay, 10.12. Let's see. Sana gumana ka. Yung kasing requirement to load balance should be on 2 different data center na. Kasi kung gagamitin ko tong parehong to, 1 and 2 is same data center, hindi na yung load balancing on different region. No, yan. 1A, 1A. So ito dapat 1B. Ay, 1B, 1B. Okay. Okay, so tayo natin hanggang matapos. So sino yung useful? Useful is web server 1. Accessible to, di ba? O, ba't nawala naman ngayon? Parang nawala na. 1 ba o 2? Working na kanina, di ba? Nangyari? Wait, ba't nag-iba yung security group niya? 6. Open HTTPS and 80. Okay. So, naka-open naman. Kailangan lang yan ng HTTPS. Ay, meron na yan. Ano ba gusto nito? HTTP. Ano nangyari? Accessible ka na kanina eh. Yun! HTTP lang pala. Okay, so sabi dito US is 2C siya. So, parang di accurate na. Ang 1 naman, HTTP pala. Kasi by default, HTTPS ako eh. You know, tanggalin mo yung S. Lagyan mo lang HTTP. Ba't dumobile? Oh, yun. So, okay, zone 1, parehong 2C. Okay? 18.234. Teka, parehong IP yan eh. 18.234 against 54. Okay, 54. So, saan naman to? Seating. HTTP. Ayun. Magkaiba yan ha. 54.18. Okay? Pareho silang nasa 2C. Availability zone 3 naman siya. 2C. No? Pareho. Okay? Pero magkaibang instances yan. Dalawang servers yan. So, ibabalance natin. No? Pero, ang scalability should be balanced on different region. So, that's why we created web server 3. Try naman natin. Say, go ahead.
Sir, di ba dapat magkaibang ano siya? Availability zone?
Magkaiba. Kaya nga nag-create ako ng isa pa.
Pangatlo.
Okay, ito. Okay, so test natin tong isa. Kailangan magkaiba ha. Kasi nga, ako sumabog Pinas, goodbye data. Huwag naman. Tumakbo ka, please. Ito naman, ano naman problem nito? Kailangan mahaba patience nyo dito ha. Kasi minsan HTTPS, minsan HTTP. Anong problem mo? Baka gusto naman niya HTTPS. So, dapat mag-open to. Kung HTTPS, baka patay, hindi nag-open. HTTP. Anybody help me? Anong checkpoint? Anong kailangan checkpoint? Bakit hindi ma-access? Security group. Check yung security.
Inbound role.
Inbound. Meron pa. Initializing. Di pa tapos. Remember, we have a bootstrap script. Nag-i-install pa lang siya. Okay? So, wala talaga patience. Ano? Open na natin. Tingnan yan. Sana mag-open ka na para matapos na yung closing. Inopen ko. Okay, HTTPS. Tanggalin niyo yung S. Tumakbo ka ha. Tumakbo ka. Di pa tapos. Di pa tapos yan. Ay, naku.
Natanggal yung S.
Di ba natanggal S? Ano ko na nga?
Hindi po.
Notepad na natin. Pasensya ka lang ako dito. Walang S. Walang S. Walang S. Uy, tumakbo ka na. Anong problema nito? 3. Anong problem mo? 3. Running naman. May public IP. SSH tayo. Baka nilagyan kong bootstrap script, di ba? O hindi? Di yata ako naglagay. Pati. Easy to user at this one. Tapos, lagay natin ang PEM key, North Virginia. Patay, sino dito? Ayun, in-accept. Accept. Pumasok ka. Yung PEM key ko, may problem ako sa PEM key. Baka hindi pa natapos. Sandali. Yan. Okay, tapos na. Open address. Mag-open ka na, please. May bootstrap script ba talaga? Baka wala naman. Pero point out ko lang, dalawang easy. 1B, 1C. No? Ba't di siya maka-connect? Problem kasi sa ano ko eh. Ito mag-console tayo. Sana bigyan ako ng console access. North Virginia. Ayun yun. So I'm using different PEM key. Yung mahaba. Pati. Ulit-ulit. 52. EC2-user at this one. North Virginia. KP. Ay, wala dito. Ito. North Virginia. Ba't wala yung private key ko? Shucks, kaya pala. North Virginia KP. North Virginia. Shucks, yun ang problem. Na? Don't worry, we can easily download this one. Import key pair. Hindi ko ma-import. Ba't kasi yung pa naging key pair? Ito. Download. Anong pangalan? Anong pangalan mo? North Virginia. NV. Key pair. Pathogen. Load. NVK. Open. Save. NV. Key pair. Save. Teka. Save. PEM pala. Hindi ako makakonect. Ano pa yan? Ay. Puntahan na natin yung 3. Sana gumana ka na. Ayaw talaga. No? So, sige, continue ko na lang. Kuwari, working to. So, gagamitin natin 1 and 3. 1 and 3. So, saan na tayo? So, naligaw na tayo. So, dito na tayo. So, we're gonna create a load balancer group first. So, punta kayo dito sa target groups. So, may maa-add na tayo dito. Create a target group within the same instance. Tawagin natin target group 1 within the subnet of 10. Subnet 10. Port 80 lang ibabalance natin. Port 80 ba ito? Port 80. Saan yung port? Port 80. Not secure. Port 80. Okay, lalabas yan. Tumakbo naman. Port 80. Okay. VPC na kinrate ko. Health threshold within 5 seconds. We'll route to the other one nung walang heartbeat. No? Then I'm gonna select all. No? Kasi ito is, pareho silang is. Ito na 1A, ito 1B. Oh, di ba? Lumabas eh. Kaso isa hindi working. Okay, so yan ang target. No? Anong pangalan ng target? Target 1. So create na tayong target group. Yan. Okay, may target group na tayo composed of 3 instances. Next is create load balancers. Create load balancer, the one we want to load balance is HTTP lang. No? Kaya select natin itong first. Okay? So load balancer, increase load balancer 1, facing public. Ngayon sa may route yung anything hit by public, route ko sa ginawa kong VPC. You know? Gumana. Ayun! Nakita niya 1A and 1B. Meron akong instance dyan. Meron din akong instance dyan. Okay, so babalance lang niya. Okay, babalance lang yan. Security group is the 6. Working na yung 6. Okay, listening to port 80. If the first instance fails, the traffic will be routed to, yun, gumana, target 1. Okay, yung group, target group. Okay, yun lang. Ano pa? Internet facing, blah, blah, blah. Sana gumana. Load balancer. Okay? View the load balancer. Provisioning. So, ang hihit ng user is the load balancer. Hindi yung IP ng instance. Hindi ito. Hindi yung 18.233, hindi 51. No? Both are working. Ha? Both are working. Okay? So, ibabalance lang niya dito. Okay? Kaso yung isa hindi gumagana. Creating load balancer, listening to port 80. Okay, port 80 lang. Ha? And then ito yung monitoring. You can monitor the traffic. Okay, so it's currently provisioning. So ito yung ginawa kong VPC. And VPC has 2 subnet. Okay. So magbabalance lang dito. From here to here to here to here to here to here. Kaso isa hindi gumagana. Diba?
Pwedeng palitan yung DNS name niyan.
Pwede pare. Punta ka lang Route 53. Sa punta kang Route 53, i-forward mo yung traffic to this DNS name. So ito yung DNS name natin. Mamaya ito i-hit natin. Copy. Okay, yun yung load balancer. So ito yung i-hit ng user. Okay, kung tapos na yan, makakita kayo. Unavailable kasi still provisioning. No? Tayin natin ha. Tayin natin matapos. Mag-open ako isang console kasi yung isa hindi gumagana. Yung isa naman eh. Console, bakit ba? Sige, while waiting, matagal yun eh. Gagawa pa ako isa pang EC2 na i-add ko. Provisioning pa rin yan. So, dito kailangan mahabang pasensya. So, launch an instance. Saan hindi gumagana? Sa 1B, di ba? Web server number 7 kung nga rin. Same, T2 micro. Key pair, North Virginia, NVKP. Accessible using network HTTP. Ito yung bootstrap script. Ito yung nalimutan ko siguro. Kaya walang ano eh. Walang web server. No, hindi ko yata nalagyan ito. O, yan ha. Malinaw. Teka. Subnet 10.1.2. Di ba? Dapat doon makakreate. So, paano gagawin yan? So, ito, network settings. Edit nyo. Edit. Should be your own VPC. Wag default. No? Own VPC. And then, select the second subnet. Okay? So, 1B. Yun ang hindi gumagana. Di ba? Okay? Then, make sure enable ang public. Okay? Okay? So, ito, anong subnet? 2C. Okay? So, ayan. 10.1.2. Okay, so launch na natin. Then let's add this one to the load balancing group later on pag tapos na. Apat na instances ko. Okay? So yung running. Web servers provisioning. Okay. Okay, tapos na bang load balancing? Provisioning pa rin. Refresh. Ito yung refresh. Oy, active na. Tingnan na natin. Testing na natin. Ayan. So ito yung load balancer name, DNS name. Copied. Paste natin dito. So dapat, mamili kayo. Na? So saan dito? Sino yung unang server? Di ba? Di ba? Okay. Tingnan natin ha. Oh, ni-route. Ano sabi? Not available. Hindi pa yata tapos. Antayin natin. Sabi niya, active na eh. So, antayin natin. Let's give it a time. I think ni-route dito. Okay, so all you need to do is refresh. F5. Ni-route yata sa B eh. Okay, dead yun. Hindi talaga ma-open. So, antayin natin. Baka hindi pa tapos. Okay. For the meantime, yung web server, ito ba yung huli kong ginawa? 1B. Ito yun eh, na? Tapos na ba? Ayun, 1B. So, may IP na ba? Sana gumana ka naman. Open. Gumana ka, please. Gumana ka. HTTPS. HTTP.
Iba yata yung security group niya. Hindi siya secure.
Ay, gumana. Yan ba yun? Ang security group, asan na yun? Dito. Ang security group ng 7 eh. Open naman. Open yung ports. No? Pinili ko kanina. Open naman. So, gumana siya. So, malinaw ito yung IP na bago. Web server. Nung pinaste ko, HTTP. Gumana. Okay. So that's totally different. Okay? Pakita ko. Okay, so tatlo na. So i-add ko yan, yung 7 na yan sa target load balancer, target groups pala. So i-add ko, kasi isa hindi gumagana, di-delete ko muna yung isa. So hanapin mo yung mga servers. So yung target instances. Load balancer. Target group. Teka, kulit target groups. Ito yung target group. So, asan na yung servers? Attributes, health checks, monitoring. So, kailan lumabas yung tatlo dito? Targets. Registered targets. Asan yung target? Wala. Yun. So, gonna select all and remove, sino ba hindi working? Ito, hindi to working yan. So, this one is 1B. Ayan. Sa dalawang 1A, isang 1B. Working to, working. Okay, then save. Register. Saan yung save ko? Kasi selected na pala yung 1 and 2. 7 ang i-register ka. Ba't hindi ma-register? Nangyari sa'yo. Dapat lumabas dito yung target eh. Register 7. Ayan, isa lang. Include the spending. Ayan. Pending. So, adding 7 sa group. Hindi nag-appear kanina. So, hindi ko na-register. So, that's why 0. Isa pa. So, hindi working tong 2. I will just register 1 and 3. Tama? Sabihin natin, sige, 1 na lang. Para hindi kayo malito. Include spending below. Register. So, dalawa na. So, target ko, dalawa. Yan. Server 1 and server 7. From 1A to 1B. No? So, magbabalance yan. Balance. Okay? Refresh. Refresh. Kailangan green. You have to wait until everything's healthy. Okay? So 2 data center, 2 availability zone. Okay? So next is a load balancer. So meron na tayong target instances. We're gonna be using the same load balancer. Copy. Ito gagana na to. Okay? Ito to. So paste ko yung load balancer. Gumana. Gumana na. Re-refresh ko. Lumipat din sa kabila. Nagre-refresh ako. Okay? So gumagana siya. So hindi natin alam sa 1B o 1C, no? Or 1A. So ano gagawin natin? Papatayin ko yung isa. Papatayin ko sa target. I-evict ko. I will evict from the target group. Gagana pa rin yan. So let's say for some reason yung Windows server is not working. No, then register ko. No? The register, wala na. Target, the registration is progress. Wala na sa group. Okay? Tingnan natin kung up and running pa rin yung web server natin. Okay? Draining meaning he's pulling out the existing current session, no? Minu-moves sa web server 7. Draining. So total targets 2. One is healthy. Isa na lang healthy, isa draining. Dapat up and running pa rin to. Tingnan mo, F5. Hindi na wala. Ini-F5 ko. Galing na. Na-route sa kabila. Pinatay ko na isang instance, ha? Pinatay ko na. Tingnan niyo. Ayan, wala na. Hindi na healthy. Ha? So, ganun lang. So, ni-remove ko sa pool. Ni-refresh ko. Draining. So, isa na lang healthy. Gumana. Nag-route na sa kabila. Okay? Nag-fail over. Galing yan. Ini-F5 ko, ha? Buhay pa rin. Patayin ko yung dalawa. Di wala na. Goodbye na. The-register mo. Ayan, no? 0 healthy. Total 2. Dalawa drain. Wala na. Dead na yan. Tama? F5 ko. Naka-cache na lang kasi yan. Lilipat ko sa ibang browser na hindi naka-cache. Patay. So, yan yun. Yan yung tsura na both instances are not running. Okay? Ayan, I was able to demonstrate to you load balancing and failover. So, nag-failover sa kabila kanina. So, add ko ulit yung isa. Add ko yung isa. Register the 2. So, register targets. Pili ka ng 1 and 7. Okay? Add ko yung dalawa. No? So, pending to the group. So, register the targets. Makikita nyo dito sa target, dalawa, registering. Initial. Okay, refresh nyo. Refresh. Okay, working. Initial, di pa gumagana. Initial. Overtime tayo. And healthy na. So, up and running yan. So, let's go back to Firefox. Unavailable, di ba? F5. Boom. Load balancing. Load balancer yan, no? ELB, Elastic Load Balancing. Okay, working. Any question before we go? So, tatapos na tayo. Tapos na yan. Tapos na. Working na load balancing. Gawin nyo yan, ha? So, pinatay ko to, lumipat dito. Di ba? Pinatay ko pa rin to, wala na. Goodbye na, no? In-on ko pareho, nag-distribute, no? Okay? Tapos na. So, we were able to create load balancer. Last one. Tingnan natin kung kaya pa tong auto-scaling group na to, no? How do you create inbound rule? You can do this by your own, no? So, these are the step-by-step. Ang dami. Application, how do I create application load balancer? Ito naman. Yun yung ginawa ko, application load balancer. Ha? Nandito lahat ng steps. So if I were you, I will I will perform this hands-on lab. Okay? Uy, tapos na tayo. Ito pa bonus. Ha? May bonus pa ako. Scaling group. Pwede ba natin? Kaya ba natin? Tingnan natin. Ha? Create auto-scaling group. Create auto-scaling. Auto-scaling group number 1. Ako pa tayo. Template. Okay. Ano ba yung template na to? Ibang subnet to eh. Kailangan gumawa na naman ako ng ng VM. Tingnan ko kung kaya natin dito. Iba rin to eh. Iba rin to eh. Na? Sige, gawa tayo mano-mano. Additional 30 minutes to. So, gagawa ko ng template. Convert ko to into template. Image and template. Create image. Create template from this instance. Okay? So, my template number 2, version 2. Okay? Kokopyahin ko lang yung machine image 002, 2F. Okay? T2 micro, key pair. Ingat kayo dito sa key pair. Dito ako nadali. NVK pair. Tapos subnet. Kailangan may existing sa dalawa. Pwede ba yan? Ako hindi kaya. Patay. That's gonna be the problem. 1, 2. Sige, 2 na lang. What else? Bootstrap script ulit. Uy, lumabas. Kasi nga, nandun na siya. I'll create launch templates. So, successfully, meron ako MT2. Tanda nyo, MT2. Ha? So, may MT2. So, pupunta ako dito sa launch config. I would like to create a new one. Pwede bang skip na to? Tingnan ko kung pwede na skip. Ha? Kasi may template na tayo. Punta na ako sa auto-scaling group. Create auto-scaling. Auto-scaling group number 2. Tingnan ko kung mahugot yun. Ayun, nahugot MT2. Okay, nahugot yan. So this will create security group using T2 micro. Okay, next. VPC, the one I created. Okay. Sa ang subnet gusto may deploy? Sa 1 and sa 2. Oh, di ba? Ang galing. Dalawa. Yan ang maganda. You can launch sa 1 and you can also launch sa subnet 2. Try natin kung magiging successful to. No? Attached to an existing load balancer. Meron na tayong load balancer, remember? So, specify the load balancer, which is target 1. Okay, combination yan, auto-scaling, naglo-load balance pa. So, health check will be performed by ELB. Gusto ko mag-health check sila within 10 seconds para pag pinatay ko yung server 1, mag-provision after 10 seconds lang. No? Hindi tayo mag-aantay ng napakatagal. Okay? Ito yung sinasabi ko. So, di ba desired capacity initially 2? Up and running. 2 are up and running. Minimum capacity 2 running, pero maximum capacity 4. Okay? So, ganito mangyayari niyan. Okay? Maximum 4. So, 4 magra-run. Pag pinatay ko to, papatayin ko yan, magugulat kayo, uy, ba't 4? Kasi nga, maximum capacity 4. Ganun kaagad. So, minimum 2, pero gusto ko up and running laging 2. Okay? Nagets ba? Nagets? Ito na. So, none. Okay? If you want notification to send an email to you na nag-provision siya na additional server, pwede rin, no? Sige, add notification. Gusto ko mag-send ka ng anything, no? Sa email ko. Email once scaled up. Nag-scaled up. Okay? Ibig sabihin, nag-launch. No? Nag-launch siya. Email, magsisend ng email once scaled up. Nag-launch. Okay? Ay, shucks. Ano ba yan? Ang kulit naman ito. Skip to review. One or more fields are missing. Ay, shit. Email ka. Email address. Kinantok na ako. So magsisend sa KDOS. No? Next. Okay. Yan, okay. Create a scaling group. Failed. Patay. Anong failed? Yung notification. Bakit? Don't worry, hindi naman yung main topic natin. Ito na. So, there are 0 instance. Okay. Desired capacity, dalawa. Desired capacity, maximum to 2. Okay. Then doing load balancing to different data center. Okay. So, successful. Launching EC2 is still in progress. Okay. So, in progress na. So, punta tayo sa EC2. Punta tayo sa EC2 instance. So, magugulat kayo, wait, ba't ang daming server? No, and dumami na nga. So, mahirap na ma-identify. Pero ayun, 1A, 1B, na? Ayan, tingnan. Hindi natin nakita kanina. Dapat dinelete ko yun eh. Nag-provision na. Okay, maximum kagad. Nag-maximum kagad ng 4. So, ano yun? Hindi ko na labelan. Bilis kasi. Ito. Ayan. Initializing. This is the one where we just created. Okay? Ibahin natin auto-scaling group web server 1. Okay? Server 1 yan kasi yun initializing eh. Ito pa. Member of the auto-scaling group pero pangalawang server. Okay? So para alam natin kung ano yung papatayin natin. Okay? So sort out. Yan. So yung dalawang yan. Dito lang tayo concerned. Okay? Diyan lang tayo concerned now. Up and running. Ayun, may IP address. Okay, that's good. Up and running. You need to add this target group. Add mo yung dalawang yun. Re-remove ko na. Ayun, in-add na niya automatically. In-add na niya so kasi kanina, di ba, remember, selected to add to a target group 1. In-add na niya. Ngayon, para hindi kayo malito, tatanggalin ko tong kanina. De-register ko yung dalawa. Okay? So, dalawa lang yung up and running. Malinaw. Dalawa lang. Okay, tapos na ba? Tapos na bang provisioning? So, yan ang question. Balik tayo sa EC2. Haba na, extended na to. Balik tayo sa tapos na ba? I wanna make sure tapos na. Before we test the auto-scaling group. Running, initializing pa rin eh. Oh, one is finished. Sige, question na kayo. Kasi matatapos na tayo. Ma-adjourn na tayo within a few minutes na. Matatapos na tayo. Any question? So, antayin lang natin tong mag-provision. Do you have any question?
Sir, yung sa exam po, mag-i-email na lang po ba kami kung kailan po magpapasked?
Yes. So, chat, email to Mary. Si Mary kasi yung admin. Sabihin mo, I would like to take the exam by June 4. Sabihin nyo na kagad, no? 1 month before. Before pa lang, mag-exam na kayo. Okay?
Okay,
So,
sir. Thank you po.
he will create an account for you, then sasend sa inyo yung credential para mag-login. Okay? Tapos kulit-kulitin nyo kasi busy din si Mary. Kailangan makuha nyo login ID, password, and date of exam and time of exam. So, sendan mo ng preference date ninyo. Kung kailan mo gusto mag-exam. Let's say morning or afternoon. Tapos na ba? Tapos na daw eh. 1 and 2. Okay? So, let's go to scaling. So, tapos na tayo sa load balancer. Scaling group. Punta ka sa scaling group and go to the auto-scaling group name. No? So, anong pangalan ng auto-scaling group? So, hanapin natin. So, at the same time, it's doing load balancing and scaling na rin siya. So, ito yung target. No? Activity. What happened? Successful creation of 2 2 EC2 instances, successful. Auto-scaling na ba siya? You can create a schedule kung kailan nyo gusto mag-auto-scaling. No? Okay. Let's say, policy number 1, desired capacity, minimum 2. No? Then maximum up to maximum 4. Kailan mangyayari yun? Let's say, sale ng Cebu Pacific will be May 21. Starting, alas 6 pa lang ng umaga. Okay. Uy, bakit naging 23? 06. Yan. Alas 6 pa lang ng umaga. No? Create. Ay, ba't di ko na-create? Click create. Okay, so may schedule na yan. Kungari. No? Ano pa? Healthy. Ilan ba yung member ng target group? Kailangan dalawa. Ayun, dalawa na. Okay? So, niremove ko yung hindi kasali. Ayan, draining na siya. So, meaning, ito lang nag-scale. Okay, dalawa lang ha. Okay, so check natin sa EC2 instance kung nag-scale up. Syempre, hindi pa. Kasi hindi pa naman nag-shutdown ni isa. Di ba? Balikan natin. Dito mo monitor yan. Okay, magpe-provision siya ng isa. Papatayin ko yung isa. Okay, so web server 1. Malinaw patayin na nga natin to para hindi kayo malito. Baka mamaya magulat kayo. Stop. Okay, stop ko na. Refresh. Dalawa na lang running. Malinaw, dalawa running. Okay? So anong target to? So what is the name of the auto-scaling group? Actually, the target ID of the scaling group is the MIT. Is the load balancer address. Whatever yung load balancer. Okay, so pupunta kayo sa load balancer. Tandaan nyo 4 Magpa-provision nyo ng 4. Hanapin nyo yung load balancer. So naka-auto-scaling na siya. Plus, you can schedule no, kung kailan mag-scale. Okay, so T2 micro running. Then you can monitor what's happening. Ayan. Okay. By enabling auto-scaling, instance refresh. Okay, start instance refresh. Minimum healthy percentage. Ito na. Start in, let's say, 2% lang. Bababaan ko. Start instance refresh within 2%. Pending. Ito na, hit na natin yung target. Sana tumakbo. Okay. Sana tumakbo. Ano yung target? Load balancer yan. Load balancer, increase load balancer 1. Config nito. No? Don't worry, magiging familiar din kayo. Ito yung load balancer. Okay? So gagamitin ko yung Firefox. Firefox. Ito na. So accessible ba yung dalawa? Oy, gumagana. Gumagana yung dalawang server. Okay? F5, F5, in F5, F5. Lumilipat yan. No? F5, F5. Okay? Dalawang instances ha. Papatayin ko isa. Papatayin natin isa ha. Dalawang instances, malinaw ha. Dalawa lang ha. Walang iba. Shutdown ko to. Sabihin natin, for some reason, nagkaroon ng downtime. Ano mangyayari? No? Ayan, pinatay ko na. Stopping, pinatay ko na. Namatay yung server. Sabihin natin sa availability zone 1B. Okay? 1B namatay ha. Anong gagawin niya? Okay. Refresh. Nawala na yung 1B. So we are leaving in 1A. Okay? 1A. F5. Up and running pa rin ha. Up and running. In F5 ko, up and running. Okay? Niroute niya yung traffic to the healthy instance. Tama? F5. Okay, namatay na. So, magkikick in yung scalability. No? Gagawin natin BC. Kasi threshold ko, ano ba threshold na ginawa ko? 10%. Ayan, busy na yan. Busy na yung server. So, kailangan mag-launch na siya ng isa pang instance. No? Busy na yung CPU niyan kung makikita mo. Ayan. Hindi pa dead kasi may instance pa isa Web server 2. Okay? So magantay kayo na few seconds. Maglo-launch yan. Refresh natin. Refresh. Tagal naman. Sige, antayin natin. Kasi 60 seconds yata o 2 minutes na set ko. No? Check natin yung scaling group. Ano ba yung settings? Scaling group. Automatic scaling. Ay, hindi pa pala na-configure. Create dynamic scaling. Ito na. Ito na. Simple scaling. Hindi, sabihin ko, gusto kong, yan. Average CPU util, hindi ko pa pala na-set. Is 2%. Okay, baba, no? Pag nag-hit ng 2%, scale up, no? Scale, naku, 300 seconds. Ang tagal nun. So, mag-antay ka na 300 seconds. Okay, balik tayo sa EC2. O, naging dalawa. Nag-provision siya. Kasi pinatay ko isa, nag-create siya isa pa. Ayun na. Hindi ko ginawa yan, yung scale set policy. Ayun na. Di ba pinatay natin kanina 1B? Remember? Nag-provision siya. Okay? Hindi ko yan ginawa. Bago yan. Okay, nag-provision. Patayin mo to.
Sir, question, yung kaninang
magpo-provision pa
bubuhay
yan.
siya, yung dati pinatay nyo kanina.
Ano yan? Ano yan?
Itong double server 1, ito diba, ito yung pinatay nyo kanina?
Hindi, yung sa template ko.
Ano diba, dinelete.
Oo, hindi iba to. Sa template ko kasi ang pangalan W server 1. Kaya lumabas yan. Pero newly created yan, no? As you can see, initializing. Newly provision yan. Kagagawa lang.
Hindi siya yung kanina pinatay nyo na nabuhay lang.
Hindi yan. Template kasi yan. Kinopya ko lang dun sa W server 1. Okay, bago yan. Kita nyo initialization. Running na daw. No? Tingnan nyo, newly provision to. Ayan, bago yung IP. Hindi yan yung kanina. Okay? So, if I hit the load balancer, wala kayong mafe-feel. F5. Parang walang nangyayari. Okay, ito, hinihit ko to to create 1%, 2% utilization ng CPU. Pag na-hit niya yung 2%, magpo-provision pa yan ng isa. Tingnan niya. Binibisi ko siya. So, how will you know kung super busy? Let's monitor. Sana ma-hit ng 2%. Hindi na-hit So, kailangan tumaas yan Hindi tumaas Dapat tumaas ka 2%. Uy, 9%! Na-hit natin. Magpa-provision yan. F5. Dali. F5. Okay? So, nangyari? Refresh. Ano nangyari? Bumaba. Sa kabila naman. Bago lang kasi ito kaya walang data. But initializing pa rin. Nag-scale in na siya. Meaning pinapatay na niya isa. Isa pa ito. Papatayin ko to. Tandaan nyo to. 1A, 3.85. Pag ito pinatay ko, magpo-provision pa yan na isa. Okay? Stop instances. Tandaan nyo. IP address 3.85. 156 na lang. Okay? Ayan, pinatay ko na. 156 ayan, isa na lang yung web server na running. Pinatay ko yung 156 Ito pinatay ko to Pero up and running pa rin yung ating load balancer. Di ba? Okay, wala pa namamatay. Pinatay ko na 2 server. Panoorin nyo, hindi ko gagalawin yung mouse. He will provision W server 1 ulit. Okay, nawala na yung IP. Tingnan nyo, hindi ko gagalawin yung keyboard and mouse. Nawala na yung IP. So within a few seconds, whatever defines the threshold, I think 60 seconds. If within 60 seconds, no heartbeat detected, that's the time he will launch another instance using the template. Remember in template ko, W server 1. So the name of the tag will be W server 1 pa rin. Okay, panoorin nyo. Tingnan natin.
Magpo-provide siya ng bagong IP. Right nung pag-create ng new instance.
Using scalability, scale set na sinasabi ko, yung scale set. So wala akong gagawin. Yung scale set policy will kick in. So yung highly scalable. No? Scale up yan, meaning it will multiply the number of instances. It will create another instances. Maganda ma-simulate natin yung CPU tumaas para mag-provision ng 4 na server. Kasi hindi natin ma-simulate. No? So antayin natin. Okay, let's refresh. Tingnan natin gumawa siya. Initializing. Obviously, this is the one newly provisioned. No? Kasi initializing. Tingnan mo pangalan, web server 1. Kasi nga yung template ko, pangalan, W server 1. Okay? Pero tingnan nyo, nag-provision sa 1A. So kung saan nag-down, yung instance will be the same location na mag-create siya. Okay? Tingnan mo yung IP address. Di ba kanina 156? Tingnan mo yung di ba 3 dot something dot 1. So totally different one. So this is a brand new one. Nagkikin scaling. Nag-provision siya. So hence, ang ating web server is still up and running. FY. Okay. So what else can you do with scaling? Okay, yan. So proof of concept is working. What else can you do with scaling? So ang daming policy na you can create. So I'll show you. So you saw dynamic scaling, he will add or remove. No? Kaso you have to wait for 300 seconds. Ito yung gusto kong i-add, i-modify, hindi ko makita. No? So activity, ano ginawa niya? Ayan, yan. So nag-launch ako and then wait for instance warm up. Okay. And then instance was started. What difference? Desired and actual capacity. Okay. Ang galing. Ano pa bang policy? Predictive, you can do predictive scaling. So let's say predictive scaling. Once yung CPU is na-hit 1%. 1%. So ano gagawin niya pag 1%? So within, wag naman minute, within seconds lang, within 1 second, grabe, no? Reach the maximum capacity, which is 4. Tingnan natin kung gagana tong policy na to, ha? So scale based on forecast. Ano pa ba? Schedule in action. Ayan, predictive. Tingnan natin. Nagawa ko na eh. So, punta tayo sa EC2. Pag 1% na daw ang instances, he needs to reach the maximum number of instances. Ayun, naging 4 na. Ang bilis. Kasi 1% nga lang eh. Tingnan nyo, balance. Ayan, ito yung currently provisioning. Ayan, hindi ko ginawa yan. Na-reach niya yung 1% util. Nag-provision siya up to maximum number of instances. Okay? So initially 2, maximum 4. Kaya total running right now is 4 instances kagad. Okay? Galing. Working. Malinaw ba? Okay? Yan, balance yan. No? Dalawa sa 1B, dalawa sa 1A. Okay? So refresh mo. So magiging 4 na yan in a target group. A-add niya automatically. Tingnan niya target group. Sa load balancing, target groups, 4 na yan agad. Without manually adding. Oh, di ba? Oh, 4. No? Balance na balance. 1A, 1B, 1A, 1B. Everything's are healthy. So you have 4 healthy nodes. Okay? Kailan naman mag-scale out? If the CPU util is less than 1%, mamamatay yung dalawa. It will go to a minimum scale set, which is 2. Ganun lang siya, no? So yeah, automatic. You can provision 4 if you want. So sige, adjust natin scaling group into 8 naman, 8. No? Magugulat kayo, bakit 8? Okay, so ba't naging 8? You only need to define maximum capacity. Update. Okay. Then anong policy? May hit yung 1%. Yung 1%, magiging 8 kaagad yan. Okay, refresh ko to hit the load balancer instances ng 1%. Ayan, more than 1% na yan for sure. So tingnan natin, how many instances? Dapat 8. Okay, 4 pa lang 4 pa lang. 4 pa lang, refresh. Aray. F5, F5, F5. F5. Ayan, binibisi ko para busy, no? So, check natin yung policy. Kasi hindi pa naging 8 no? So, dapat nag-provision na yan ng additional 4. Okay? So, check natin. Baka mali lang yung settings. So, let's go back to auto-scaling group. Yes, scale based on the forecast. Schedule action. Ito yung dates no? Ano bang settings ko dito? Hindi ko na ma-edit. Running na kasi siya. Sige, gagawa uli ako ng bago. So, scale set up to 8 maximum. When CPU utilization reach 1% and provision within 1 second, 1 second lang, and reach the maximum capacity behavior. Okay. Saan yung capacity behavior dito? Great. Ayan, nag-kick in na yan for sure. Target utilization 1%, metric CPU. So hit natin CPU. 8 na dapat yan. 8 na yan. Tagal naman. Baka walang 1%. Okay, hindi 1% yan. Kasi 4 na eh. No? Kaya na niya i-handle in load. Okay, anyway, I was able to demonstrate to you the specific initial servers too, and he was able to scale up to maximum of 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Using a template. So meron ako master image kanina. Then I created a template from that image. Then threshold na ginawa ko is only 1%. Okay? Any questions? So that's combining elastic load balancing and scale set. No? Scaling group. Okay, any question? Any question?
Sir, question po. Gaano po katagal namin pwedeng i-test bago po mag-charge si AWS po?
750 hours.
750 hours po.
730, 40 minutes, 740 hours. So ako gagawin ko, ito mag-clean up. Delete mo na lahat, tol. Ganito pag-clean up, working na yan, Di-delete ko na yan. Di-delete ko na yan. No? So ganito mag-delete. Delete mo muna yung scaling group. So how to clean up. Kasi surprisingly, oh my God, ano lang ang bill ko? So you have to type delete to confirm na you want to remove the auto-scaling group. Lahat ng pinagagawa mo. Launch configuration, ang dami kong ginawa, di ba? Delete mo yan. Delete, 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 launch, delete. Tapos yung load balancer, target groups, may isa akong target group, delete nyo rin yan. Tandaan niyo yung mga ginawa ninyo. Kasi ang hirap talaga i-track down. Ito ko ayaw. It's currently in use. So, hindi madi-delete. No? So, load balancer. Delete mo yung load balancer. Delete. Delete. Yan. Ganyan na. Delete niya. Delete. Yes. Okay. That's the only time you can delete the target group. Delete target group. Yes. Deleted na. Okay. And then you have to make sure na lahat ng instances deleted. Okay. Select this one. Instance, delete, terminate, terminate. Terminate means delete. No? Okay, what else? May volume pa yan, yung EBS. So punta kayo sa volumes. Okay? Kung ilan yung Linux server na kinrate mo, that's the number of volumes you created. So you have to delete all the volumes. Okay? Detach. Type mo detach. Kasi may bayad yan. You're using this space. Detach, okay? So sabi, I cannot detach kasi currently removing eh. So later mo na gawin. Kung meron kayong snapshot, delete mo na rin yung snapshot. Delete ko, ayokong recycle. Delete ko, delete mo na, hindi mo na kailangan eh. Successful ang ating hands-on lab, okay? I've created so many security group. Ang dami, delete niya. Ito, huwag niyo di-delete yung default, delicate. Pag naka-delete niya, wala na kayong connection sa internet. Lahat ng default, no? This one could be in Sydney. This one could be in North Virginia. So, huwag nyo di-delete yung default, ha? Ayan, sabi, will not be delete. Kasi currently in use. So, mamaya mo na i-delete. Ano pa ba? Mag-aantay kayo until ma-clean up to. Okay, yan. So, you can see, may snapshot, may volumes, di-delete mo yan. Instances, running are 4. Deleted na. So, if you want to check everything, ito. Yan, balik uli kayo doon. 0 na yan. 0 na, okay, 0 na. You can delete the volume na. Okay, pwede nyo nang tanggalin to. Tanggal na yung EC2 instance eh. Okay. Delete nyo na. Okay, malinis. So check nyo uli. Ilan ang instances? Refresh. Tingnan nyo, instances. Naku ba, 13 pa rin. Deleting yan. Pero 0 na instances. Yung volume, meron pa 13. Okay? Key pairs. Tagal naman ng instances. Ba't di ma-delete na? Delete nyo ulit. Terminate instance. Pwede na ba i-delete? Uy, success. Yes. So you have to wait. No? So 13 yan, dapat maging 0. Okay, deleting pa rin. Okay? So in short, lahat dapat maging 0. No? Okay, balikan nyo. Yan, ganun lang pag-clean up. Okay, so itong mga web server, the moment you refresh, wala na, disconnected na yan. Yung cache lang yan, cache. Okay, cache. Wala na yung load balancer. Ito, load balancer, F5 ko wala na. Dead na, okay? Hindi na ma-reach yung load balancer. Okay? Okay, successful. Any question before we go? So tapos ang ating 300-page lesson. So if I were you, I'm gonna perform assessment. No? Assess yung sarili niyo. Tapos tong video na to will be uploaded sa aming YouTube. Ang aming YouTube ay Nexus IT. So tatype mo lang dito Nexus IT. Nexus IT Training Center. Yan. Okay. So this will be uploaded by Monday. Ito, IT Training Center. So the latest one will appear dito. Okay. So hit like, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Pag click mo all, you will receive the latest training. No? Lalabas dito. Okay. Plus sabayan nyo ng lab materials. Napakadaming hands-on labs yung binigay ko sa inyo. No? Kompleto yan. Kompleto. Huh? Okay, so do you have any question before we go? So tapos ng ating training, successful creation of everything, may bonus pang hands-on lab. Mag-pictorial naman tayo ngayon. Okay. Naku, wala yung mga mukha ninyo. Sayang. Sayang yung mukha ninyo. Certificates will be emailed to you by Mary on Friday. No? Kasi twice a week lang yata siya pumapasok eh. Materials can be downloaded sa binigay ko na yung materials sa inyo. Okay, so before I go, do you have any question? Wala na.
Hello, Sir Chris.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Paano po, sir, yung di ba, gumawa ka ng ng free trial sa AWS. Then naglagay ka po ng ng credit card. Paano po, sir, yun, i-unlink? Kasi hindi po ba kami doon? For example, hindi po gumagana yung namin, hindi po namin ginagamit. Then nakalink po yung credit card namin or debit card. Hindi po ba mag-aano yun? For example, natapos na yung free tier namin.
Tanggalin nyo.
Or kailangan po namin siya i-unlink or i-delete.
Unlink nyo sa payment option. Remember kanina merong cost explorer. Diba ta-type nyo sa AWS billing? Type nyo billing. And then may cost explorer, cost usage, sa baba nun merong payment, tapos may payment method, na din yung mga debit cards nyo. So, delete nyo lang.
Okay, sir.
I-delete. Okay, pictorial tayo. So, smile na kayo. So, walang naka-video. Video na kayo para mag-picture taker na tayo. Ayan. Picturean nyo na. Gawa na kayo ng screen cap. So, this will be posted sa aming Facebook. Okay, 3, 2, 1, smile. Yan. So, nag-screen. Ay, isa pa. Si Ma'am Irma, hindi ko nasama. Isa pa. Sige. Lahat kayo. Dali. Yan. Sige, labas nyo na picture nyo. Video. So, okay, ready? Meron pa ba? In 3, 2, 1. Screen cap lang gagawin ko. Screen capture. Yan. Okay, save. May humabol si sir. Isa pa. Sige, habol kayo. Maganda yan, may picture. Nawala si Sir Big. Ayan. Okay, ready? Sige, habol pa. Sige, broadcast. Okay, labas nyo na picture nyo. Popost ko sa FB. No? Then, copy-paste nyo lang. Okay, 3, 2, 1, smile. Yun. Sapa. Last one. 3, 2, 1, smile. Ayan. Sa save ko. Teka, save ko muna to. Save. Yan. Ayan. Okay. Papost natin sa FB. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you learned something. Now, if I were you, I'm gonna perform hands-on lab, then mag-exam na kayo. No? So may policy yata Nexus na kailangan mag-exam na kayo. No? Within 5 weeks. No? So review mo na for 4 weeks. Kung confident na kayo on the 5th week, mag-exam na kayo. Okay? Thank you very much again, and I hope you liked the lesson. I hope you learned something. And do you have any more question? Kung wala nang question?
Meron akong question. Meron bang may exam ba na virtual or lahat?
Simulation. Yun na yun sa PDF natin. Kung gusto mag-exam.
Sa exam mismo.
Mock test. Dati may mock test kami. Wala nang tinanggal na kasi namin yun. Yung VCE.
Hindi, I mean sa mismong exam ng ng Cloud Practitioner. Ano ba siya? Kailangan siyang nasa PV na facility or may virtual siya na exam?
Examination can be conducted online. So meaning, mag-exam kayo sa bahay niyo. Yeah.
Okay lang.
Sa bahay niyo. So, pero ang daming testing. You have to test everything, kung compatible in Java, kung mabilis ba internet nyo. No, sa bahay lang, pwede na kayo mag-exam. So, anywhere in the world, you can take examination. Okay, sino pa may question?
Thank you, sir.
Ayan, thank you. Hingi ako ng Facebook review. No? So, please send a Facebook review. Chat ko sa inyo yung aming kung saan kayo pwede mag-iwan ng Facebook review. Saan ba yun? Chat. Hindi ko makita yung chat. Tapos na kasi sharing. So send ko later dito. Okay? Or sa email niyo. Okay? So thank you very much and I hope you learned something. Okay? Bye!
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye po.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye.